Since birth, this young man has been the sole heir to the wealthiest ducal family in the empire. Not only is he drop-dead gorgeous, but he's also a business prodigy, a true born-rich mastermind who started the race at the finish line. A typical day for this young tycoon. Morning, signing $100 billion contracts. Afternoon, might as well bankrupt a rival house and seize their territory for fun. With his massive fortune, Fernand thought he'd live a pampered, king-like life forever. But reality slapped him in the face, and it didn't miss a beat. Everything started on a beautiful, cloudless sunny day. Disaster struck when Fernand was suddenly hit by a bolt of lightning. In that moment of weakness and dazed confusion, a strange soul suddenly invaded his mind. The intruder hadn't even finished gloating about a successful possession before fans scolded him straight to his face. "Get your soul out of here, and play somewhere else. It's too crowded in here." What a brazen thief! Fernand realized this entity was trying to hijack his body. Without hesitation, he poured every bit of his remaining mana into a fierce counterattack. A complete 180 from its grand entrance, the weak intruder shrieked in pain and was quickly shattered into pieces. After crushing the strange soul, Fernand absorbed a portion of its power. Immediately, a flood of chaotic, unfamiliar memories rushed into his head like a tidal wave, leaving Fernand reeling as he processed information he had never known before. "Young master, are you all right?" The frantic voice of Hai rang out as he saw Fernand suddenly collapse. At that very moment, a strange string of text appeared in his vision, carrying a prophecy about the world's destruction. The 72 demons of King Solomon will be resurrected, sowing chaos throughout the mortal realm. Even more terrifying, the descendant of the first emperor, Ention, along with the young master of the Fernand Pellenberg house, will join forces with the demon, leading to his own exile and turning him into a penniless beggar. A fate worse than death appeared before his eyes, leaving Fernand in shock. "Beggar? Me? Lose all my money and get kicked out of the house? I'm used to being filthy rich. How could I possibly live like that?" From that day on, Fan did everything he could to trace the origin of that soul, why it tried to possess him, and why it carried memories of that horrific future. Even while sitting in class, his mind wouldn't stop calculating, until the teacher's voice broke the silence. "All right, that's all for today's lesson." Despite his best efforts, Fernand hadn't uncovered anything useful. However, one thing was certain, the prophecy was slowly becoming reality. By remembering a few future events, he had quickly navigated the market to make a decent profit, raking in money like water. Yet he felt no joy. The more money he made, the closer he felt to his tragic end. He told himself he had to verify how accurate this prophecy was. Living like this was just too stressful. As soon as he got home, Hai was already waiting and asked how his studies went. Fernand just gave a brief answer, as always. Noticing his master seemed lost in thought, Hai suggested, "Would you like some coffee, sir?" After a distracted nod, Fan took the newspaper from the butler to check the news. Noticing his master's odd behavior, Hai hesitated. "Young master, has something been bothering you lately? You've seemed quite anxious lately." Fernand calmly asked back. "Since when?" Hai replied. "About half a year ago, I've been wondering about it." He said that lately, the young master had been absent-minded and had been making strange decisions that didn't match his usual style of thorough investigation at all. The butler even muttered to himself, wondering if it was a side effect of the lightning strike, which made Fernand silently curse. Side effect your head. Still, I have to admit, strangely enough, those decisions all turned out to be correct. While flipping through the paper, Fernand suddenly froze when he saw the name Ention. He was stunned, wondering if that guy had really enrolled in the academy. Without a second's hesitation, Fernand jumped up and declared he had to head south immediately, leaving Hai behind, bewildered and asking if he needed any more information. "Where are you going in such a rush, young master?" Hai could only stand and watch his masters retreating back, still holding the cup of coffee. By now, Fernand was galloping on horseback toward the southern section of the Royal Academy on Badian Island. It was a vast swamp created by magic, located in the middle of an inland sea. As he urged his horse through the forest canopy, Fernand kept telling himself that today he had to verify if that prophecy was true. Among everything recorded, 3 things haunted him the most. First, Fernand Pellenberg would be stripped of his status. Second, his future would be extremely dark. And the third, the most horrific thing of all, he would become a penniless beggar. No, that cannot happen. Fan screamed internally at the thought of himself in rags, face covered in grime, with not a single cent to his name. He continued to recall the next terrifying milestones. The 72 demons of Solomon will return after thousands of years. And finally, The arrival of the fated hero. You will defeat the demons and save the world. None other than Ention. This name was already famous, as everyone in the empire knew the descendant of the royal house that founded the Kalinos Amian Empire. The Amian line once held supreme power, founding the empire and the surrounding southern kingdoms. But now, all that glory had faded, leaving only a declining family whose reputation had completely crumbled. Sigh, what a pity. Such glorious days, now long gone. The prophecy clearly stated that the descendant of the old royal house was the one carrying the burden of saving the world from demons. Immediately after passing the entrance exam, instead of going to the dorm, he headed straight for the southern swamp, aiming to find the map left by his ancestors. From the moment he stepped into the academy, every event around him was written in detail like a novel. Fernand told himself that if he could just verify whether this guy really acted according to the prophecy, he could confirm its authenticity. Because, besides being the protagonist, Ention was also the direct cause of the tragedy that led to Fan getting his exile order and ending up empty-handed. This is crazy, Fernand snapped while urging his horse. He couldn't understand why that guy hated him enough to push him into such a horrific disaster. Although parts of the memories were blurry or unreadable, leaving him with only a vague understanding, the direct cause of his tragic end was recorded as joining forces with a demon. For someone money-obsessed like Fernand Pellenberg, doing something so unreasonable and unprofitable was impossible. That's hard to say. Who knows? Maybe the demon is just really good at seducing people. It should be around here, right? Fernand stopped his horse in the middle of the dark forest to observe. According to what he knew, Ention was searching for a secret dungeon in the swamp, where the sword of the first emperor was kept. That sword was no ordinary object. It held within it the soul of Anfin Fossen, the first powerful royal knight. If the prophecy is true, he is the world's only hope, a truly great hero. Fernand wore a calculating smirk, thinking to himself that if this guy didn't have the strength to fight the Demon King, he would have gotten rid of him a long time ago. But the vision of this guy ending up as a ragged beggar still made Fernand shudder with fear. Suddenly, Ention froze, catching the faint, pungent scent of blood in the air. Just as the prophecy foretold, on the way to the dungeon, Ention would be severely injured by an attack from a croaker. Even with his heroic talent, he hadn't reached his full potential yet, while the croaker was the apex predator and most formidable beast in this swamp. Following the trail of blood scattered on the ground, leading to a giant ancient tree, Fernand realized this was the entrance to the dungeon. Everything was playing out exactly as the prophecy dictated. So is the day he ends up begging on the streets almost here? Fernand hid behind the tree, his burning red eyes observing intently. All right, let's see if he's already inside. Upon seeing the figure in blood-stained armor standing outside, Fernand was stunned. Why the hell is this guy still here? In truth, he hadn't even entered the dungeon yet. Did I come too early? Despite his surprise, he kept his composure, stepped out, and questioned him. You know this is a restricted area for freshmen, right? To Fernand's astonishment, he replied nonchalantly that no one in the empire didn't know the descendant of the first emperor. Hearing the name Fernand, Ention couldn't help but startle. Fernand immediately straightened his attitude toward his junior. You should be calling me senior, don't you think? I'm a year ahead of you. After Ention politely greeted him, Fan began his plan of playing dumb. Seeing the large wound on his body, he asked if he had been attacked by a lizard. Hearing the explanation that he had just encountered a croaker, Fernand clicked his tongue, lamenting the boy's bad luck in running into such a rare beast. Instantly, he took out a sparkling potion and tossed it straight at him, claiming it was the highest grade recovery potion. Drinking this is better than a dozen regular potions combined. I thought he'd say, drink it, you owe me a favor, and don't make me beg later. Looking at the precious potion, Ention blurted out a refusal, saying he didn't have the money to pay for such an expensive item from a wealthy young master. But Fernand flashed a knowing smile and declared, I don't need money. He piled on the sweet talk, insisting he didn't believe someone with royal blood could be a loser. With a calculating look, Fan closed the deal, saying, consider this an investment. This unexpected generosity moved Ention deeply. He secretly thought Senior Fan wasn't like the rumors about him being obsessed with money, and was perhaps a genuinely kind person. Ention bowed and thanked him profusely. Meanwhile, although Fan looked warm on the outside, inside he was hurting like he'd been cut because he had to waste an expensive potion on this damn prophecy. He didn't forget to put on airs, threatening that Ention was extremely lucky he was letting him off the hook for trespassing in a restricted area. something no one else would ever get. After instructing Ention to be careful and saying goodbye, Fernand pretended to leave, but in reality, he secretly hid nearby to mask his presence. Look at how pathetic he looks. He's no different from a thief, is he? Watching Ention drain the precious potion and enter the dungeon, Fan could only lament the loss of his item before silently following him into the deep, dark passage. I can't believe it, this is a real dungeon, Fernand exclaimed in surprise upon stepping inside. He realized there was no resistance at all, proving that Ention had cleaned everything out on his way. Looking at the magic lamps glowing around them, Fan wondered why their mana was so weak, but quickly realized they were absorbing mana from the environment to operate semi-permanently. He clicked his tongue in regret. He left such valuable things behind. He really doesn't understand the value of money. Business people really are good at seeing money in everything. Looking at Ention's naive expression from earlier, Fernand couldn't help but doubt whether the future of the world could really rest in the hands of someone like that. According to the prophecy, he should have entered this dungeon in a state of severe injury after a fall at the entrance. He had to grit his teeth to endure the bone-crushing pain spreading through his body and drink the last drops of the recovery potion. But because the potion's quality was so terrible, his wounds didn't improve at all. At the end of the altar, a simple sword without any ornamentation appeared. The moment he saw it, Ention's heart and soul trembled violently due to a strange connection. Ention stepped forward to grasp the hilt, and immediately, a blinding aura erupted, completely dispelling the lonely darkness of the cave. When the light faded and Ention opened his eyes, he realized he was no longer in the dungeon, but had been teleported to a secluded alley at the Royal Academy. Only then did Fernand approach the empty altar, where traces of magic still lingered, though they were fading. Looking at the mark where the sword had been embedded, he confirmed that Ention had completely vanished after obtaining the treasure. He evaporated from this place, leaving him standing there like a statue. All of this was like a slap in the face, confirming to Fernand that the prophecy was absolutely true. He shuddered, envisioning the dark future. A ruthless expulsion order issued personally by the head of the Fernand Pellenberg family, stripping him of all rights and forbidding him from taking anything related to the family. In that memory, Ention appeared with the arrogance of a savior, looking down at the miserable Fan and saying, "That is the final favor I can grant you." Senior, thinking about himself becoming a ragged beggar, Fernand snapped, clutching his head in frustration. What kind of shitty future is this? Ention is the person acknowledged by the prophecy book as the protagonist, a hero, with the mission of protecting the world from the devil. But ironically, he is also the one who will cause Fernand's downfall. Even so, through the eyes of a money grubber, Fernand still judged that Ention was a product currently rising in value, a perfect investment opportunity that needed to be bought while the price was still low. Anything you can't buy with money, you can buy with a lot more money. Fernand told himself he should immediately rush to wag his tail and fawn over him like a loyal dog. But Ention's personality was the complete opposite of his. Ention is the type of person who values honor more than material things, so if Fernand approached too recklessly with money, he might very well be seen as shameless and invite hostility. In a dilemma, Fernand asked Hai for advice. Imagine there's a trading house that's sure to be profitable, but its work style is the opposite of yours. Would you invest? Hai didn't hesitate to reply, "I would invest without hesitation." Hai added one more sentence that made Fernand fade freeze. "Didn't you once say that money goes well with every style?" Young master, that one sentence made Fernand snap back to reality. He realized that even in an apocalypse, the core of everything remains high risk, high reward investment, and that personality quirks mean nothing compared to massive profit. After all, the biggest, most universal human trait is the desire to make money, right? Fernand decided he needed to find more specific information immediately, despite his two subordinates, and reminding him that he had guests arriving. Fan still decisively left. At Amiens Academy, dormitories were strictly ranked. The top 10 stayed in the luxurious Ravidos Hall, while students ranked 11 to 30 lived in BR Hall. Everyone else was tossed into the dilapidated Best B Hall. Anfen Faison, the soul residing within N's sword, was burning with rage, seeing a royal descendant forced to live in such a wretched room. He shrieked in disbelief at this harsh reality, while N just sat silently, reading a book in the middle of the decaying room. Well, this is the harsh reality. What can you do? I'm used to being poor. I wouldn't know how to handle luxury even if I had it. The old soul roared that if the late emperor were still alive, He would surely burst out of his coffin to throttle these people like demons. En smiled helplessly and asked, "Why bring demons into this?" Which only made the old man more furious, insisting that if those demons hadn't interfered, things wouldn't have turned out this badly. En sighed, admitting that he was placed in this rundown dorm because he was still weak. Anfen Faison was left stunned, blurting out, "A descendant of Amion. And weak? That's hard to believe." En sat calmly on the bed, reasoning that the biggest fault actually lay with the first emperor. To the astonishment of his guardian spirit, En explained that it was he who abolished the succession system, causing the empire to shift toward electing an emperor from 7 different elector families. Not only that, but that emperor also donated most of the Amian family's land and assets to the empire. About a century ago, the imperial throne officially fell into the hands of other elector families, leading to the situation where all the land no longer belonged to the Amian house. With no hereditary succession, the other families pushed them into the dirt. The family declined so much that even their supreme sword techniques had long been lost. In thought to himself that even though he was called a student, he hadn't even been properly taught the basic sword technique. Although Anfen Faison scolded him often, he had to acknowledge En's innate talent and promised to support him fully to restore his past glory. He secretly wondered if the late emperor had foreseen this, which is why he left him behind to help the boy. Just as they were confiding in each other, a rapid knocking on the door startled them both. "En, are you in there?" A voice rang out from behind the door. Anfen Faison curiously asked if anyone was coming to see him, but En was just as bewildered because he didn't know anyone here. When En asked for the visitor's identity, the person outside replied simply, "Your senior." A strange premonition flashed through his mind. En hurriedly opened the door and was stunned to see Fernand standing there with a mysterious smile. He asked nervously, "Fernand, why are you here?" Fernand replied with nonchalance, asking if he was busy, and suggesting they borrow some time because he had something to discuss. Looking around at the crowded hallway, Fan noted that this place was too public, and demanded to find a quieter spot. En embarrassedly asked his senior to wait 10 minutes so he could get ready, but was immediately mocked by Fan's condescending tone. "You'd make a senior wait 10 minutes? In my day, even if I were sleeping, I'd run out in my underwear if a senior called for me. You new students are so soft." Terrified, En hurriedly corrected himself, saying he'd be ready in 5 minutes. Fernand acted magnanimously, forgiving him, and went to wait outside the dorm. Anfen Faison couldn't help but be resentful, knowing the one acting superior was from the Pellenberg family. He insulted him as a mere nouveau riche upstart, who dared to call out a royal descendant. Meanwhile, En worriedly wondered if his senior had come to collect payment for the recovery potion from earlier. Sitting opposite each other in a luxurious room, Fernand's eyes immediately locked onto the weapon at En's side and asked, "You brought a sword?" En awkwardly explained that he just felt more at ease carrying a sword and didn't mean anything by it. Fernand nodded slightly, appearing to understand, as most knights never let their weapons out of reach. However, in his heart, Fernand confirmed that this was the sword containing the soul of Anfen Faison. Fernand nonchalantly stated that his purpose for coming wasn't anything major. He just wanted to share a meal with En. To the boy's surprise, Fernand generously told him to pick whatever he wanted on the menu. En looked around the fancy establishment and hesitated to order, worried about the cost, but was immediately pressured by Fernand using his authority as a senior, forcing him to take the menu. Watching En's naive expression as he intently studied the menu, Fernand observed silently, judging his counterpart as looking quite gentle and simple. People like him have never been able to eat fancy meals like this. Being poor is hard. Huh. To start the conversation, he asked about En's goals after graduating from the academy. Fernand analyzed that while others were there to build connections, the Amian family was in a position that required total reconstruction. Mentioning his family made En's gaze change completely. He bitterly admitted he was sick of being looked down upon for being part of a fallen royal lineage. With eyes burning with determination, En clearly declared he would become a royal knight to restore his family's honor. Witnessing that sudden shift in attitude, Fernand realized En possessed an incredibly strong will and ambition, not at all as soft as he appeared on the surface. Fernand ended the meeting, telling himself he now had a rough idea of En's character. Fernand felt lucky he hadn't rushed to throw a sponsorship contract at him too early. He began to analyze En's stock index, from his appearance and potential to his intellect. Based on his analysis, he determined this was a super blue-chip asset, someone with immense pride but currently undervalued. perfect for a long-term investment. He knew that if he suddenly threw money at N now, it would only make him feel insulted. Therefore, he needed a slow and steady strategy to quietly infiltrate and build trust little by little. Fernand cracked a calculating smile. He told himself, "There will come a day when he needs me." When that moment arrives, all that's left is to reel in the fish. In his mind, he already envisioned the scene where he caught a big one, turning him into an ally and squeezing every last drop of value out of him. Just as he stepped into the mansion, his subordinates were waiting and asked, "Young master, you're back? Where did you just go?" Fernand nonchalantly replied that he just went to meet an acquaintance. When they asked if it was someone from the Borche family, Fernand was momentarily surprised. Borch? Why bring him up all of a sudden? His subordinates explained that Rena Borche had come by today to talk about that debt. Hearing that, Fernand paused. Why would he mention him all of a sudden? Rena Borche explained that she had come to talk about that debt. Hearing that, Fernand paused for a moment. So, it's happening today? The butler continued, saying that if he'd known his returning so late, he would have told her to just head home, since Rena Borche had already been waiting for 3 hours before finally leaving. Geez, how could he bear to keep such a beauty waiting for that long? 2 attendants stepped back, surely thinking he was acting cold to put on some pressure. Fernand smirked with satisfaction upon hearing that. All the better, isn't it? He'd gone to such lengths to shackle her, now he had to tighten the grip. But just as he finished his sentence, a splitting headache suddenly struck, forcing Fernand to cry out in pain. Facing the attendant's concern, he simply waved them off, saying it was nothing. But deep down, he was shocked to realize that a part of the prophecy he couldn't read before was now appearing crystal clear. Those were the lines describing a girl with hair like autumn clouds and sapphire blue eyes. The prophecy stated that her sword was incredibly precious, more beautiful and vivid than anything else, to the point that Ention had been completely mesmerized by her sword dance under the moonlight. She was talented enough to become a royal knight, yet deep within her heart lay a melancholy darkness. The next line made Fawn's spine tingle. If the chains binding her are broken, she will spread her wings and soar freely into the sky. He stood there, stunned, as he read the rest of Ention's memories. I once wanted to set her free from the Pellenberg family. A horrific truth revealed itself. Fan realized his own family was the one holding this girl captive, which was likely why she hated him to the bone. Fan gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Did that guy really force me into the life of a beggar just because of a girl? Man, this truth is a tough pill to swallow. Meanwhile, the 2 attendants were still flustered, trying to explain that they hadn't meant to target their master. Just then, Rena was sitting alone in a luxurious reception room. She couldn't hide her frustration at being stood up by Fernand yesterday, only to be summoned here, suddenly today. A bitter sense of desperation rose within her, wondering if he was planning to crush the last shred of hope for someone as debt-ridden as she was. Watching from behind the glass, Fan could feel the irritation radiating from the girl. He knew full well that her Borchi family were prestigious border counts, those who had held the responsibility of guarding the borderlands for generations. They used to be one of the 7 electors, the pillars protecting the northern part of the empire. However, a massive monster disaster had devastated everything, causing their fortified castle to collapse and their former glory to vanish in smoke and fire. To restore the family, the Borches were forced into desperate financial measures, even selling their golden decree, the symbol of an elector's supreme power. But it still wasn't enough. In their deepest despair, the only one who reached out to help them was Fernand's father, the head of the Pellenberg family. What the father does, the children pay for, he thought. Eventually, he'd be so broke he'd have to beg for food. But there was no way that man acted out of simple compassion. The Pellenberg family possessed excellent magic, but lacked a perfect sword technique manual to create the ideal magic warrior soldiers. The disaster that struck the Borches was a godsend for him to fulfill his ambitions. His father had secretly blocked other nobles from helping, driving the Borches into a corner to force them into a massive debt. Now the Borches were saved from extinction, but had to break their backs paying off heavy interest every year. Fernand thought to himself, if I squeeze them a little harder, they'll surely have to hand over that precious sword manual. Ironically, this debtor, Rena Borch, was none other than Ention's destined lover from the prophecy. Talented, destined, and even love. Did that guy get everything? Fernand asked himself, filled with envy. He told himself, even if Rena had some kind of secret technique, at the very least, he had to make her stop hating him to avoid a tragic end. Walking into the room, Fernand spoke up. Rena Borch, you're early, aren't you? He sat down casually and apologized for yesterday, making up an excuse about being distracted and forgetting the meeting, rather than doing it on purpose. Rena looked at him with icy eyes and replied bitterly, enough. The one who suffers is always the one at the bottom. Geez, the beauty is really angry. What do I do now? Fernand tried to explain that he didn't mean to be late, but Rena just replied coldly to brush him off. While Fernand was racking his brain on how to win over the beauty, the campaign to woo Rena Borch, Phase 1, officially began. He had just started talking about how the magic and swordsmanship departments would share classes next year, when she poured a bucket of ice water on him. I refuse. Even though Fernand snapped because he hadn't finished his sentence, Rena had already guessed his intentions when she asked straight up if he intended to invite her to be his study partner. Before Fernand could respond, Rena dealt another heavy blow by asserting that she was ranked second in the department. Since he was languishing all the way down at rank 100, she could easily choose someone more capable. Not wanting to show weakness, Fernand immediately played his trump card. If you agree to be my partner for 3 years, I will wipe out all of your interest. Rena was stunned. Her blue eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. Fernand continued by setting a condition. She had to accept him as her sponsor. Facing Rena's suspicion, he used the excuse that the joint class was important, because it was worth 5 credits, but she knew full well that wasn't the real reason. Rena mentioned that she was on an academy scholarship, so a sponsor wasn't necessary. I guess even rich kids have a hard time flirting just like the rest of us. Rena bitterly revealed that she sent almost all that money back to her family. Except for living in the dormitory, her life was even worse than a commoner's. Fernand saw through that misery and asserted that he had no ulterior motives, simply wanting to invest because he saw her talent. Although Rena was still wary, because nobles usually didn't sponsor each other, Fernand silently judged that she was someone who valued honor, just like Ention. He knew well that even though they were both nobles, the current status of the Borch family couldn't be compared to the wealth and power of his own family. Rena angrily asked if he was insulting her, but Fernand knew this wasn't the time for her to keep up false pride. He told himself that no matter how much she hated his family, she had to consider this lucrative offer. The campaign moved to Phase 2. Fernand began using psychological tactics by mentioning that he had seen her sword dance recently. Looking straight at Rena, he affirmed that her swordsmanship was incredibly noble, vivid, and deeply imbued with aristocratic spirit. Fernand was certain that she couldn't refuse someone who truly understood and recognized her talent. He'd already humbled himself this much, might as well climb down from your high horse. Fernand suddenly stood up, beginning his cheesy act. I still haven't forgotten the first day I saw your sword dance. He rambled on, reciting a poem of praise that made her skin crawl. Your sword dance is truly beautiful, elegant, majestic, and righteous. It cuts through the wind faster than light, yet it's as soft as a butterfly flying across the night sky. That image keeps haunting me, robbing me of sleep. Rena was so embarrassed her face turned every shade of red. She let out a desperate cry. Stop it, this is too embarrassing. Enough. But Fern wouldn't quit. He kept shouting with such intense passion. No, I can't stop. I still haven't found the perfect words to describe the beauty of your sword dance. Unable to endure this verbal torture any longer, Rena squeezed her eyes shut and yelled, Fine, I agree to be your companion. Fernand's campaign to charm Rena Borche was a total success. Shortly after, in her private room, Rena was reviewing the terms with her trusted nanny. 3 years of interest waived, secret protection, and the contract ends the moment she graduates. In exchange, she only had to act as a study partner to that money-obsessed lunatic for 3 years. Rena smirked, feeling smug about this lucrative deal. Yeah, the conditions are way too good. I can't turn down money. Whoever says no to a mountain of cash? Certainly not me. Rena recounted to her nanny how Fernand had seen the potential in her swordsmanship. He praised it, calling it elegant, beautiful, and vibrant. He even used flowery language, claiming he still couldn't find the perfect words to describe it. Hearing this, the nanny immediately flew into a rage. She gritted her teeth, convinced that the money-grubbing brat must be plotting something sinister. She crumpled the paper in her hand, warning Rena to be careful with his words because he was a Finberg heir. She insisted firmly that because he was a high-born heir, he was just using charm as a tactic. With that sharp face and those deep eyes, he's trying to seduce you, even with that charming smile. Rena could only stare at her nanny, speechless. She insisted she wasn't being seduced. though she admitted the whole thing was quite suspicious. Still, for the sake of the debt interest exemption for her family, she decided to endure it. The nanny was still full of questions, especially since Rena was ranked second in the entire academy, while Fernand was only ranked 100th. Just then, a knock on the door cut their conversation short. The second butler appeared to deliver an order. Young Master Fernand requests an audience with Lady Rena. He says he's waiting at the training grounds and asks for your presence immediately. His demanding attitude really annoyed the nanny. Rena, meanwhile, could only look on, bewildered. The training grounds? He wants to chat at the training grounds? Why pick such a strange place? Even though she'd accepted the deal, Rena couldn't help but wonder why she was being summoned to the training grounds. What was he planning to do there? She really couldn't figure out what he was up to. Meanwhile, Fernand was sauntering in, staff in hand. Even though Rena always held the second-place spot, she had never once defeated Alanon, the top student of the 52nd Swordsmanship Department. However, in Fernand's eyes, she possessed the talent to become one of the 10 strongest Imperial Knights on the continent. He thought to himself, "We'll soon see if she's truly an uncut gem." As soon as she saw Fernand Pellenberg, Rena marched up and asked bluntly, "I don't know what you're trying to pull." "What do you mean?" Fernand replied nonchalantly. "I just didn't want you to think being my companion would be a waste of time. I want to prove that I'm not inferior to you." Hearing this, Rena raised an eyebrow. "So, you want to duel me here?" She added that even though he was only ranked 100th, being accepted into the Libitus Hall was enough for her to acknowledge his skills. But Fernand just smirked. "Still, there's a huge gap between second place and 100th. I get it. Let's begin." Rena didn't hesitate. She drew her sword and declared, "Fine, if you really want to prove it, give it your best shot." Fernand arrogantly claimed he'd let her have the first strike. Responding to the challenge with a sarcastic, "How honored I am." Rena suddenly froze as a burst of deadly, deep red magical pressure erupted from Fernand Pellenberg. The battle grew incredibly intense. Every spell he cast carried destructive power, swatting away all of Rena's attempts to close the distance. Debris from the ground flew everywhere under the suffocating pressure of his mana. Rena was shocked to realize his power far exceeded what she had imagined. He even shattered the training ground floor? That's unexpected. No wonder he wanted a spar. The guy actually has some talent. Looking at the devastated scene, Rena couldn't help but shudder. The training grounds were reinforced with all kinds of extreme defensive magic, where even ordinary spells wouldn't leave a scratch. Yet, the ground under Fernand's feet was now shattered into pieces by the sheer force of the complex magic circles rotating continuously. Rena stood stunned, cold sweat dripping down her forehead as she stared at her new companion. Fernand Pellenberg. Could it be? A terrifying realization dawned on her. He had been hiding his true strength all this time. Standing at the center of the massive energy flow, Fernand looked down at her with glowing red eyes and a mysterious smile, while the staff, his hand radiated a light that completely overwhelmed everything around them. Faced with the raw power before her, she realized Fernand could cast spells and continuously unleash high-level magic like a madman. It seemed impossible for a student. The sheer volume of mana radiating off him made her wonder, just how much mana does he have? This definitely wasn't the strength of someone ranked 100th. In that moment, pushed to the edge, Rena bitterly admitted she had totally underestimated her opponent. This is bad. If I'm not careful, I might actually lose. What face would I have left to look at him then? Feeling defeat closing in, Rena told herself, if I keep playing defense like this, I'm going to lose. She decided to go all out. Faced with such fierce resistance, Fernand looked briefly surprised before breaking into a sinister grin. A massive explosion shook the entire training ground, causing the sturdy stone walls to crumble and collapse under the suffocating pressure. Amidst the rubble and swirling dust, Rena swung her sword, which glowed with a brilliant blue light, darting forward like an arrow piercing the wind. Despite the massive boulders flying everywhere, her speed was so great it left trails of light, cutting through every obstacle to land the decisive blow and end this tense battle. Rena's cold blade stopped just an inch from Fernand's neck, forcing him to freeze. Fernand calmly raised his hands and declared, "I yield." Rena glared at him furious, asking if he was mocking her. Fernand explained calmly, "I'm not mocking you, I'm just completely out of mana. A mage with no mana can't possibly beat a knight." Observing him closely, Rena realized Fernand was genuinely exhausted and didn't seem to be putting on an act. She told herself that since she had blocked all his attacks until he couldn't resist anymore, the victory was rightfully hers. and there's no way I'm going to think he went easy on me just because I'm a girl. Even after winning, Rena couldn't shake a strange, unsettling feeling in her heart. She told herself this didn't feel like a real victory. Right then, Fernand casually pulled out a gift box and handed it to her. "Oh, and here, I wanted to give you this as a prize for beating me. I heard you like chocolate, right? This is whiskey chocolate made by my family. It's delicious." Seeing a gift tailored exactly to her taste, Rena couldn't help but swallow hard, cheering excitedly in her head. Fernand kept rambling on, listing rare chocolates from everything from squid to world tree bark, insisting that as long as she liked them, he could get them all. Suddenly, Rena froze and looked at him suspiciously. "Wait, hold on. Did you investigate my background?" Fernand retorted coolly, wiping away a trace of drool before speaking. "I wouldn't go that far just for someone like you. I just did a quick search on the top students." Ugh, he didn't respect her at all, and he even noticed she was a glutton. Oh man, how embarrassing. Faced with Fernand's excuses, Rena snapped angrily. "You call that not investigating?" she grumbled, feeling she wasn't a kid to be bribed with candy just for winning a match. But just as Fernand went to take the gift back, she snatched it quickly and declared, "I never said I wasn't accepting it." Fernand flashed a triumphant smile. Then, "Let's hope we can get along from now on." However, Rena was still wondering about his true strength. She questioned, "Wait, why are you doing this? You possess massive amounts of mana, enough to unleash powerful spells single-handedly. I can't even guess your limits. With that kind of ability, why are you only ranked 10th? Fernand just smirked mysteriously and dropped a cryptic comment about how those in the Parsong sector shouldn't stand under the spotlight. That night at the mansion, Hai was shocked at the pile of debris from the amplifiers and mana storage units on the table. "What happened here? What did you do to completely destroy these things?" Fernand calmly replied that he had just sparred with Rena and that she was truly powerful. He lamented, "I prepared so thoroughly, yet I still got wiped out. Not only that, she drained my mana completely and was still standing. Is he not mourning the loss of the items now? That money grubber." Hai couldn't help but feel pained, asking why his master would use such expensive items just to spar with Rena. Was she really worth it? Fernand leaned back in his chair, treating it as an investment for the future. Seeing the young master's strange behavior, Hai secretly wondered if the after-effects of the lightning strike were acting up again. Meanwhile, Fernand was deep in his own calculations. He admitted that Ention's judgment wasn't wrong at all. Rena Borche's swordsmanship was fast, fluid, and carried a transcendent, noble air. Gazing at the image of that powerful girl, Fernand finally understood why his father was so insanely obsessed with acquiring the Borche family's sword technique. Fernand thoughtfully acknowledged that Rena was truly a natural-born genius. Standing beside him, Hai still couldn't understand his master's intent. He wondered why, with that much talent, she had never taken first place. Could her gear be inferior to others? Hai asked anxiously. "How do you intend to report this to the Duke? The Borche sword technique is something His Grace has craved for years. Seriously, tell the guy to curb his greed and act like a human being for once." Fernand started to get worried, wondering if his father would disown him for this. Hai coldly poured a bucket of ice water on him. "Disown you? No. He might just kill you to get it over with." Seeing the young master frantically defending that he was his biological son, the butler added that while the disowning process was complicated, the Duke certainly wouldn't kill his own son just for ruining a plan. Nevertheless, Fernand decided to write a letter to his father beforehand and wait for a reply. Even though he had already imagined the old man being so shocked that he'd finish off his good-for-nothing son, even grabbing him by the throat to the point of soul-snatching. Anxiety wouldn't let Fernand go. He buried himself in books to find information on demons, but his mind remained haunted by the thought of his father's ruthlessness. A few days later, the reply arrived, faster than he had imagined. Seeing Hai's tragic, tear-stained face, Fan asked if his father had left any special instructions. The only response was a head shake, and the butler's tear-drenched face made Fernand suspicious. "Then why do you look like that?" Hai sobbed, saying he had a feeling today was the last day he'd be serving the young master, making Fernand snap at him to shut up. He confidently insisted he wouldn't be disowned over the Borch family matter, because according to the prophecy, the crime that would get him kicked out of the house was supposed to be colluding with demons caused by Ention. But the moment he opened Fernand Pellenberg's letter, Fan froze, staring at the message that simply read, "You've been possessed by a demon." Fernand's face went pale. He trembled and told Hai they had to see his father immediately. While Hai was still clueless, Fernand was horrified to realize he was being dragged into a demonic mess in the most unexpected way. He knew he couldn't reveal the prophecy book in his head, as it had no physical form, and no one would believe something that only existed in his mind. If he told the truth, the world would only see him as a delusional merchant who had lost his mind. "Please follow me. His Grace is waiting." The guide's voice cut through his thoughts. Fernand walked silently behind the old butler, preparing to face his powerful father. Well, might as well cross the bridge when he gets to it. Entering the room while bracing for his father's fury for supposedly shaming the family, Fernand told himself he needed to offer something big enough to compensate for the Borch loss. Seeing his son enter, Lord Ivan Pellenberg sat at his desk, cool as ever, and began the sarcasm. "You look calmer than I thought. You almost made me think you'd taken some medicine and gone crazy. Otherwise, surely the demon the first emperor purged has been resurrected and possessed my son." His sharp eyes pierced right through Fernand as he demanded, "If that's not the case, then explain why you did what you did." Fernand stood tall and declared clearly, "I have decided to invest in the Borch family in a different way." Instantly, his father questioned him with a voice full of suspicion, asking what could possibly be better than their family's hereditary sword technique. When Fernand replied he couldn't disclose it, Ivan Pellenberg began to lose his patience, asserting that his actions were irrational and that he was wasting the family's assets. Despite the opposition, Fernand remained firm. "Regardless, my intentions have not changed. If you grant me full authority over the Borch matter, I believe I can bring back benefits even greater than that technique." Whoa, is he really arguing back just like that? On what basis are you so confident? Ivan Pellenberg narrowed his eyes and snapped back. Before his son's silence, he grew angry, claiming he didn't raise him to be someone who reckless. And this isn't the kind of thing you can fix with a childish tantrum. Sensing the tension, Fernand Pellenberg told himself it was time to use information from his visions as a bargaining chip. He calmly offered, "I'm not throwing a tantrum. In exchange for taking full responsibility for the butter smuggling incident, I'll provide you with information that only I know." He added that he ran his own private intelligence network to give his words more weight. Though still skeptical that his son's network could match the family's, Ivan Pellenberg ordered him to continue. Fernand didn't hesitate to reveal a shocking secret. West of the Aras mountain range, within the territory of Viscount Dawn, lies an undiscovered magic crystal mine. This revelation truly stunned his father, as he had never heard of any mine in that region. His father loudly mocked him, calling it a silly game played by his mismatched group of informants. But Fernand calmly replied that children are naturally prone to digging in the dirt while they play. And because of that, they sometimes stumble upon buried coins. Makes sense, right? Children don't know how to lie. Heh heh. Wearing a confident smile under the bright sunlight, Fernand asserted that the location at Aras Mountain held a massive reserve, enough to cover all losses from the butter incident, with plenty left over. He finished with a firm statement regarding the value of the information he had just provided. It was a literal treasure trove. Magic stones are a resource that holds immense magical power, and naturally, that means a lot of money. Fernand knew the mine at Aras had only been mentioned briefly in his visions, so he had never seen it himself and wasn't sure of the scale. But at the very least, this info was enough to buy him some time against his father's wrath. He calculated that the shipment operated by the Donist house had just been sunk, leaving their finances in shambles. This was the golden opportunity to shrewdly leverage his way into gaining mining rights. He told himself he had to delay revealing the visions as long as possible to avoid being discovered. Ivan Pellenberg pondered, admitting that if what his son said was true, it would indeed cover the losses. But he still needed to verify it. He ordered Fernand to return to the academy and actually focus on his studies. Once the results were verified, he would be called back. Fernand breathed a sigh of relief as he stepped out of the room, thinking he'd just lost 10 years of his life expectancy due to the old man's terrifying pressure. But just as he turned away, his father's call, "Fernand," made him jump out of his skin, cold sweat pouring down his back as he worried about what he'd done wrong again. "You're not off the hook yet, my son," he thought. "Might lose a few more years of life." Seeing his son so tense, Ivan Pellenberg suddenly changed his tone and invited him to share a meal, since he couldn't just kick him out immediately. After Fernand left, he began discussing the Golden Column, the intelligence organization under his son's management, with the butler. Fernand understood the value of minerals for profit very clearly. That was the reason why, despite having a talent for fire magic, He had decisively chosen to become an earth mage to serve his business goals. Although they still needed to verify the information, the butler believed the young master truly possessed a powerful intelligence network. Fernand Pellenberg smiled triumphantly, realizing that the organization was strong enough to grasp even a mineral vein. Who would have thought the boy who loved minerals since he was a child would actually pull off something so big? However, he didn't forget to order a thorough investigation into Rena Borch to see what she had done to seduce the boy, Fernand Pellenberg. To the butler's question about whether the young master was in love with Rena, Fernand Pellenberg just casually told him to clean up, and then laid down a harsh business principle. No profit, no investment. But if there's a profit to be made, you must put the money down. He believed that if an investment was made without any clear reason, it meant the person's eyes had been caught by something else entirely. Fernand Pellenberg smiled meaningfully, wondering if it wasn't young love. What else could have caused Fernand to change so much? He had a feeling there was more to it, secretly wondering what his money-obsessed son was really planning. Meanwhile at the academy, Rena was enjoying a dessert while asking about Alia Tortega, pairing up with Carlos Denarov. She said Carlos had chosen Alia right after she announced she would be classmates with Fernand. Hearing this, Fernand asked if Alia was the 4th-ranked student in the Knights department, and Rena confirmed that she used to be 5th, but had made remarkable progress since. Fernand probed to see if Rena had told Carlos about pairing up with him. She replied nonchalantly that the rumors had already spread, so it couldn't be hidden. Everyone would know sooner or later. Rena said bitterly that everyone was saying she only paired up with him for the money. Fernand just laughed coldly, saying everyone expected that anyway, and he had to learn to deal with it. Seeing Rena agree it wasn't entirely wrong, Fernand admitted, "Yeah, well, I really do love money. There's nothing I wouldn't do for it." Looking at his smug face, Rena was left speechless, thinking, no wonder everyone calls him a money-crazed maniac. I love money too, the more the better. Although they were cooperating on the surface, Rena couldn't hide her disdain for Fernand's personality. Suddenly, Fernand pushed a luxurious box toward her and said, "Here, take this." Rena looked confused and asked what it was, only to receive the reply, "A bottle of elixir and a trade voucher." He explained that the elixir was brewed from rare mandrake roots, and the voucher could be used at a weapon shop managed by his company to get high-end equipment. Rena panicked and tried to refuse because the gift was too much, but Fernand immediately cut her off. "Have you forgotten the contract we signed?" "Wait, the sponsorship contract?" Rena was still in shock. She felt that items from the Pellenberg family's Kim Kwai trading chamber exceeded the limit of a normal gift and asked him if he thought he was being excessive. Seeing her reaction, Fernand admitted it was indeed excessive, but in his head, he was calculating differently. He told himself, if this was the price to win Rena over and avoid the future prospect of becoming a beggar, it was still cheap. Not to mention, if she was strong enough to help him fight off demons, that was worth even more. Seeing Rena still stubbornly refusing because it was too much, Fernand played his trump card. Refusing the sponsorship is a breach of contract, and that's a valid reason to cancel it entirely. The penalty fee. She was pushed into a corner by his devious psychological maneuver. Rena could only grit her teeth and accept. "Fine, I'll take it. I'm already known for being with a rich guy anyway. Might as well get the benefits if I've already got the reputation." "Good, see you in class." Fernand stood up and left, leaving Rena behind, still stunned with her half-finished drink. Watching his back, she couldn't help but break into a cold sweat because of the pressure from this expensive contract. Rena began to spiral into confusion. She racked her brain, trying to remember if there were any hidden penalty clauses in the agreement. She suspected Fernand was intentionally using these precious items to lure her in, aiming to steal her swordsmanship secret, just as her nanny had warned. Rena secretly resolved, "You can try, but don't you ever dream of succeeding." Standing in the corner of the academy hallway, Fernand rests his chin on his hand, scanning the classroom below while muttering to himself as he searches for someone. Ah, there he is. He smiles faintly as his target comes into view. It's the first-year Knight Department class, covering the topic of war and practical combat, a famous course used to evaluate students' strength through friendly matches. According to the prophecy, ever since he came into possession of the sword containing the soul of Anfen Faison, he has started to shine brilliantly and gain fame. The journey to becoming a savior hero officially begins right here with those powerful sword strikes. You know, main characters just have to have that kind of aura, right? As he is busy observing, Fernand suddenly senses someone approaching from behind. A blond man with an elegant appearance appears, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he notices Fernand's presence. That man is Luer Swaben, the current second prince of the empire. Luer chuckles and tells Fernand not to be so formal, since this is the first time they've met since starting their second year. When asked if he has his eye on any new freshmen, Fan smirks and replies that he is always keeping a close watch on those at the top of the rankings. Luer's gaze turns sharp as he asks point-blank if Fan is here specifically because of Ention. Of course, because he is the old royalty, after all. Luer admits with a calculating smile. For the past 100 years, no one from the Amiens house has set foot in the academy, so the appearance of one is naturally a source of curiosity. Luer Swaben belongs to the imperial family that has held the throne for 3 generations since being elected emperor a century ago. Even though they share the same roots as the Amiens house, the relationship between the old royalty and the current one is becoming increasingly tense. For someone like Luer, who obsesses over power, the existence of Ention, who carries the more legitimate bloodline, is no small threat. He's already fallen into Luer's sights. He's probably looking for a way to get rid of him. Luer Swaben narrows his eyes, casting a meaningful look into the distance before continuing, but I bet he's also very curious about him. Fernand's expression flickers slightly, wondering to himself, wait, what? He realizes a new character has just appeared. A young man with fiery red hair tied in a ponytail and cold, sharp blue eyes, standing with his arms crossed in a haughty manner. Luer Swaben speaks up, confirming, "Oh, is that Varen Canbunder?" That's right. This time he entered the Knight Academy as the runner-up. Luer continues to reveal the newcomer's ambition, explaining that Canbunder is looking for an opportunity to replace the fallen Amiens family and become one of the 7 imperial families. It is precisely because of that goal that he has been staring fixedly at him this whole time. Fernand immediately realizes that the situation involves Varen Canbunder as well. What a coincidence. The relationship between Luer and Varen likely begins right here. In every epic, there's always a villain the protagonist must overcome to grow. Fernand silently confirms that Varen Canbunder is the next antagonist he must face. Just then, a booming voice on the training ground urges Alain Dones, who has just arrived, to get into position. Fern and Luer are both witnessing the beginning of the hero's true journey. Fernand wonders if this is all just destiny playing its part. Watching Ention stand proudly on the training ground under the watchful eyes of both Varen and Luer Swaben, he breaks into a mysterious smile. His eyes glow as he wonders if this prophecy proves that his decision to invest in Ention was completely right. All right then, let's begin. The instructor's clear, commanding voice rings out, signaling the start of the match. Immediately, Alain Dones rushes forward, his sharp gaze fixed as he strikes decisively. Ention only has time to widen his eyes in shock at his opponent's incredible speed. The 2 blades clash, sparks flying, and creating ear-piercing sounds that echo across the training ground. He's in a tight spot. I wonder if he can clear this hurdle, Phil. Match quickly tilts in one direction as Alain Dones unleashes powerful strikes, sending Ention reeling. Not giving his opponent a moment to recover, Alain Dones relentlessly closes the distance, forcing Ention into a purely defensive state with lightning-fast movements. After a barrage of attacks, Ention is forced to retreat, sweat drip down his face as he shows clear signs of exhaustion under the suffocating pressure. Observing from above, Luer Swaben remarks that this class is leveled randomly and thinks that Ention is truly unlucky to have run into an opponent way out of his league. He analyzes that Alain Dones ranked 10th in the entrance exam, while Ention is stuck all the way down at 38th, making this an impossible match. Watching Ention being pushed to his limits, Luer Swaben wears a scornful smile, deeming the fight boring and preparing to walk away, thinking there's nothing left to see. Just then, Fernand speaks up to stop him. It's not like there's nothing to see. Before Luer can even process what is happening, a brilliant aura suddenly erupts from Ention. A massive pillar of light shoots straight into the sky, radiating an overwhelming pressure that leaves Alain Dones frozen in terror. With his new power awakened, Ention swings his sword, unleashing a lightning-fast strike that crashes down with terrifying force. Alain Dones stands stunned amidst the whispers of the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Luer is astonished, wondering if Alain Dones is planning to counterattack. Meanwhile, Varen Canbunder can't help but break into a cold sweat upon realizing Ention is only ranked 38th. Luer remarks that Alain Dones must have been caught off guard by the opponent's intense attacks from the very beginning, and the fact that he is clearly rattled shows he is still inexperienced. However, once he regains his composure and retaliates, The situation will immediately turn around, just as Ention grips his hilt tighter. Alondones grinds his teeth in resentment. A guy ranked 38th like you is actually going to make me lose. The surrounding students begin to whisper. They think that even though Ention is doing better than expected, Alondones will surely still win, and just lasting this long is enough to save face for the royal family. Lure smirks with interest. Save face? At 38th place? Who would have thought someone ranked 38th would force the Academy's 10th-ranked student to use his aura? He admits that, at the very least, the boy is worthy of the Amian name. Keep looking down on him, but you never know who's better than whom. Lure adds a sarcastic compliment. A talentless person trying this hard is at least worth praising. Hearing this, Fernand silently retorts in his mind. Talentless? Ention. Lacking talent? No way. Fernand realizes it isn't that Ention lacks ability, but that his living environment has never supported him. The loud sounds of clashing steel ring out continuously, as Ention unleashes powerful strikes, completely overwhelming his opponent, to everyone's utter amazement. Fernand firmly believes that Ention is someone special, the one chosen by the prophecy. Ention's eyes glow with a powerful golden light, causing Alondones to stare in terror under the suffocating pressure. In Fernand Pellenberg's mind, Ention is the protagonist of this world. The match concludes with Ention standing heroically, sword in hand, looking down at the opponent who has been completely defeated at his feet. Meanwhile, Lure and Varen Canbunder can only watch in silence with extremely annoyed expressions. The Black Knight's sword flew from his hand, spinning through the air before slamming into the ground, leaving every student in total shock. Professor Grad immediately announced, Ention is the winner. The stands erupted in thunderous cheers. Ention hoisted his sword high, his face glowing with pure joy. He had won, while the crowd buzzed incessantly about how he just defeated a top 10 ranked opponent like Anto. Watching from a distance, Fernand cracked a satisfied smile, silently confirming, just as I predicted, the prophecy has come true. I didn't pick the wrong guy. In his eyes, Ention's value chart was spiking in a straight line, and he could practically hear the gold coins clinking into his pockets. Fernand told himself, as long as I raise Ention well and turn him into an ally, my future is set. Meanwhile, Lou standing nearby was still in total disbelief, stuttering, unable to trust his own eyes. He actually won. Ignoring the prince's shock, Fernand began calculating his next move to recruit Rena. Gotta plan this perfectly, or I'll be stuck begging on the streets later. At the lecture hall, the appearance of the pair, Fernand and Rena, instantly became the talk of the town. Students couldn't stop whispering, wondering if they were really a couple, and why a lady like Rena would agree to team up with a money-obsessed maniac. Fernand found the unwanted attention annoying, but Rena remained cold. She advised him to just ignore them, saying they'd get bored and stop sooner or later anyway. To break the tense atmosphere, Fernand asked if she'd used the elixir and equipped the new gear. Even though Rena stayed silent, flashes of her excitedly showing off her new sword and feeling the surge of energy after drinking the elixir played vividly in his mind. Though she was thrilled inside, Rena kept up her arrogant facade, just muttering, "It's not too bad, I guess." Just then, the rhythmic click of high heels echoed through the hallway, drawing everyone's attention. Professor Rosalia from the Magic Department and Professor Grad from the Night Department entered with an aura of authority. She announced that from now on, the two departments would officially hold joint classes. Not keeping them waiting, Professor Grad ordered the lesson to begin and asked if everyone had received their maps from the TAs. A massive magic circle glowed beneath Professor Rosalia's hands, signaling the start of their first outdoor field training. Ugh, a practical exam right away? This teacher is so strict, it's honestly stressful. Professor Grad insisted that field combat was the best way to verify their knowledge, declaring this a grueling field test. The destination was marked on the maps, and the students had exactly 4 hours to get there. With a challenging grin, he emphasized that they couldn't arrive too early or too late. Everyone had to be there at exactly 2 o'clock. Amidst the tension, a student raised their hand to ask if this test counted toward their grades. Professor Rosalia confirmed it was the most important requirement after the final exams. When someone asked if they were allowed to fight each other, she gave a cryptic smile. If you catch others, you get bonus points. Without letting anyone react, she declared the start and activated the glowing magic circle. Good luck, class. In a blink, Fernand Pellenberg and Rena were teleported to a wild mountain forest. Fernand Pellenberg looked around, confused, asking where they were. Rena calmly replied that they had to figure it out themselves, Just as she went to check the map for directions, they realized someone was lurking and watching them from the bushes. Fernand quickly identified them as Jen Hax and Net Palin, two students ranked outside the top 70. He turned to ask Rena what she wanted to do, not forgetting to drop a sarcastic remark about whether it was even worth bothering with low-rank trash, making the two guys turn red with rage. Serves them right for creeping around. Fernand thought that normally he'd just walk away, but this time he decided to go along with whatever Rena wanted. Seeing her nod with a smirk, he knew instantly she was aiming for those bonus points. Rena pulled out her sword, ready to hunt, but reminded him to check the map first. When Fernand suggested using magic to make it easier, she asked in surprise if there was any spell for that. Getting the blunt answer of, just climb high and look, she couldn't help but get annoyed. Seeing the situation turn south, Jen urged Net to run while the others were arguing. But Rena had already anticipated their move. She performed a graceful mid-air flip and landed, blocking the poor guys' escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Rena roared, her eyes glowing with a menacing light, making Jen and Net scream in despair. A massive glowing blue shockwave of sword aura descended from above, signaling the official start of the point hunting spree. Studying together, hunting together, honestly this is a bit cruel. It turned out the maps given by the TAs had defensive charms carved into them, helping Jen and Net hold onto their lives by a thread against Rena's blade. Watching the faint purple light fade, Rena huffed, "Fine, if I'd known I wouldn't have gone so easy on them." Hearing that, the two guys lying on the ground could only tremble and scream in indignation. "You call that going easy? You looked like you were actually trying to kill us." Back at the academy, student ID cards kept shattering and vanishing. Professor Grad noted that another team had been eliminated. The weeding out process was happening faster than he expected. Professor Rosalia smiled deeply, realizing a strange truth. No one was being defeated by monsters. They were all getting eliminated due to internal conflicts. Grad asked Rosalia, who she was keeping an eye on during this field test. Based on the current leaderboard, Luer Swabin and Alon Dones were still the strongest. Following them were Carlos Denarov and Alia Tortega, also worth watching. But Rosalia's gaze was fixed on the pair causing the real commotion, Rena Borche and Fernand Pellenberg. Grad scoffed, thinking Rena was the one losing out by pairing with that guy, suspecting she only agreed because of the money. However, he also noticed a major contradiction. Fan didn't seem to care about his score at all. "Wait, so why do you think people choose to pair up?" Rosalia insisted that Fernand Pellenberg chose Rena for a reason other than points. Because he was the type of student who could raise his rank whenever he wanted without needing a partner. To Grad's astonishment, she revealed a chilling fact. Fernand always ranked exactly number 10. No higher, no lower. A genius student topping the ranks is common, but holding the exact same spot for such a long time is extremely suspicious. His theoretical scores were always near perfect, but he would intentionally lose points in practicals to maintain that exact rank, just enough to stay inside the luxurious Rabitus building. Rosalia was stunned to realize that he had been intentionally hiding his true strength all this time, masquerading as someone who didn't want to stand out. Rosalia added that this very pair was responsible for wrecking the training grounds recently, leaving the professors scrambling to investigate. What she found most curious wasn't why he had hidden his skills, but why he had decided to stop hiding them now. Back in the forest, Fernand was standing on a towering stone pillar, trying to get his bearings. He realized the marker on the map was the northern coast, but he was currently in the western mountains. From below, the desperate screams of other students rang out. "Help me!" Rena shouted. "You're a monster. I know scores are important, but this is..." Fan calmly finished his part of the job and asked Rena if she had pinpointed their next destination. Meanwhile, she stood tall before the defeated foes she'd just taken care of. Poor kids with lower skill levels. I feel bad, but oh well. After dealing with the weak opponents, Rena checked the map and said decisively, "All right, we just need to head northeast. We'll run into plenty of people along the way." Fernand calmly replied, "Sounds great," but inside he couldn't help but wonder if she planned on hunting down the next pair for points immediately. Rena brushed her hair back and asserted, "Yeah, there's still plenty of time. I think we should take advantage of this to rack up more points." Just as they were plotting, a provocative voice boomed out. "Fernand Pellenberg, that's Carlos Diener, and he's there with Alia Tortega, waiting in ambush from behind." Rena growled. "Carlos Diener, ambushing from behind and calling it honorable?" Carlos smirked arrogantly. "What's unfair about it in a real fight? Have you forgotten what the professor said about this being live combat?" He began to gather brilliant blue electricity around his staff, roaring, "You think I'd let you walk away easily after running into you this early?" Fernand nonchalantly scratched his head and turned to ask Rena quietly, "Why is Carlos Diener so worked up? He begged you to pair up with him, right?" He added a teasing remark that made the guy absolutely livid. "Must be his pride getting hurt because I stole you away." Knowing he was already annoying the hell out of her, he kept poking the bear. Better not get myself killed, Fernand thought, judging the guy as incredibly childish for holding a grudge over something that already passed. Rena looked visibly annoyed by the stolen comment. "That's laughable. I don't belong to anyone." Having hit a sore spot, Carlos turned red with rage and shouted, "Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Let's fight." Realizing the battle was unavoidable, Fernand told himself that taking down this high-ranked pair would net them huge bonus points. He turned to instruct Rena, "But since this is a top-ranked pair, you can't just stand back and watch this time. I'll support you, so feel free to go all out." Even so, Rena looked at him with suspicious eyes. "Support? Don't overexert yourself." She was worried because they hadn't coordinated a single move yet. If they were just going to fight solo, there was no point in being a pair. But Fernand just offered a mysterious, reassuring smile. "Don't worry." Immediately, he stomped his staff hard against the ground, activating a powerful earth element magic circle that made giant boulders erupt and hover around him. Amidst the fiery, chaotic landscape, Fern stared straight at his opponents with confident, glowing red eyes. "Just trust me. We've never coordinated before. How can you be this confident?" As the battle started to heat up, in the monitoring room, Professor Rosalia murmured, "Looks like there's quite a battle breaking out over there." Professor Gurr looked at the magic screen, recognized the Western Mountain region, and wondered if the students had started fighting monsters. Rosalia immediately denied it, as monsters didn't appear in that sector. As she moved closer to observe, she realized the two high-ranking pairs she had just mentioned were clashing. Witnessing this high-level duel, Professor Gurr was thrilled. "My goodness, two top-tier pairs meeting like this. This is worth watching. Incredible," Carlos roared. "Fernand Pellenberg, this time I'll see your true strength with my own eyes." An earth-shattering magical explosion erupted. Fernand and Rena coordinated smoothly, putting up a fierce defense. Against the relentless attacks from Carlos and Alia, debris flew everywhere under the suffocating pressure of high-level sword strikes and spells. In the heat of the fray, Rena was suddenly stunned. "What's this? My body feels unusually light." She was shocked, wondering, could this be a support spell? Since when did he start using those? Looking over at Fernand, who was calmly maintaining the magic circle beneath his feet, even while surrounded by blazing rocks, she couldn't help but be flabbergasted. He was casting support spells in the middle of a fight. He'd been hiding his skills like a cat, burying its business all this time. Catching Rena looking, Fernand even took the chance to wink narcissistically. "I'm so cool, right?" Rena could only be left speechless and swear to herself, "Is this guy crazy?" This guy was really. But she quickly regained her composure, telling herself not to lose focus and deciding to take out Alia first. Rena surged forward like a cyclone, landing a powerful direct strike on Alia, creating a blinding magical explosion that shook the entire mountain range. But suddenly, Carlos swung his staff, unleashing brilliant blue lightning bolts that trapped her. The electrical chains wrapped tight, and Rena was horrified to realize her body was completely paralyzed. She couldn't budge an inch. Even while pinned, Rena refused to give up, gritting her teeth and telling herself that if she poured all her energy into her aura, she could break free. But Alia didn't give her the chance, leaping into mid-air and channeling all her firepower into her flaming blade to deliver the finishing blow and end Rena right there. A strike with the force of 1,000 pounds slammed down, creating a terrifying blast, but instead of Rena, the thing that got hit was a giant boulder. Carlos stood frozen in shock. A rock? How? At that exact moment, Rena realized she had been moved to a safe spot next to Fan. Seeing her bewildered expression, Fernand smiled and explained, "Oh, it's a spell my family just developed recently. I saw it was useful, so I learned it. It allows you to swap two objects of equal weight." Rena suddenly felt like something was wrong. She glared at him and questioned, "How do you know my weight?" Facing her rage, Fernand nonchalantly replied that he had just looked through her biological profile. The deadpan answer made Rena want to explode. Meanwhile, Fernand calmly remarked that the rock hadn't been that heavy anyway, before it was pulverized under the magical pressure. Rena growled threateningly, "I'm going to ask about this later, and I'm going to burn that profile to ashes." Fernand being grabbed by the collar and shaken violently. could only plead, "Please, take it easy. You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Rena still hadn't cooled down, but she irritably replied, "I'll handle Alia, you just focus on blocking Carlos." Fernand activated a glowing magic circle beneath his feet to prepare for his next move. Looking toward his opponents, Fernand wore a calculated smile. That guy, Carlos Denarov, I've been wondering why he hadn't pulled that move yet. He knew full well that Carlos Denarov's signature move was summoning lightning like a torrential downpour, creating a massive pillar of light from dozens of lightning bolts at once, using multicasting. Its destructive power far exceeds that of a typical student, which is exactly why Carlos Denarov is the head of the night department. Fernand pulled out 2 sparkling blue orbs and confidently declared, "Let's see. I've been researching how to block this attack, and now I can finally test it. Let's see how well it works." The sky suddenly changed color. Carlos poured all his power into activating a grand spell, flooding the space with deadly, glowing blue lightning. A massive pillar of lightning with earth-shattering power struck directly at Fernand's position, swallowing his figure in blinding light and thunderous explosions. As the smoke cleared, Fernand was still standing tall, completely unharmed, with a defiant smile on his lips. Carlos stammered in shock, unable to believe his eyes. "You blocked it? Impossible. How on earth?" Surprised, classmate. Fernand casually held up 2 orbs that had now turned jet black and explained, "These are storage devices capable of absorbing magical power." He stepped closer to Carlos, patted him on the shoulder, and smugly added, "Of course, I tweaked them a bit. They are expensive and hard to make, but they work quite well. If I refine them a little more and mass-produce them, this could be a hit on the market." "Haha, I can smell the money already." Carlos was furious, screaming that using magical artifacts in battle was cowardly and cheating. Fernand calmly retorted, "What's cowardly about fighting?" His words left Carlos Denarov speechless, able only to stand and watch as his teammate Alia fell into a tight spot, cursing under his breath. "Damn it," Fernand called out softly. "Rena, finish this." Rena's eyes glowed with powerful blue light. She poured all her strength into her sword to deliver the finishing blow. You all know which team won the match. From afar, Luer Swoben and his companion were quietly observing the scene. His companion remarked that out of the 4, only 2 remained, meaning one team had been eliminated and would be immediately teleported to the finish line by the teaching assistant. He believed that no student could block Carlos's lightning, so the pair Fernand and Rena must have met with bad luck. But Luer had a completely different take. He stated that Fernand Pellenberg usually hated standing out and always hid his true strength. But ever since he paired up with someone as obsessed with grades as Rena, he couldn't hide his skills anymore. Luer analyzed that if Fernand Pellenberg went all out, his ranking would definitely skyrocket. In the power struggles of the royal family, Luer understood clearly that if one were to slip even for a moment, they would be crushed by others immediately. So, he couldn't afford to let a potential rival like Fernand grow unchecked. He turned and promised his follower that as long as they stuck close to him, they would reach the finish line safely and secure a high rank in this exam. Luer's eyes turned cold as he ordered his surrounding henchmen. He declared that one specific pair had to be eliminated before reaching the finish line. None other than Rena Borche and Fernand Pellenberg. Luer flatly ordered them to be captured alive. "That jerk is playing dirty again. If I ever met someone like that." Meanwhile, Fernand was busy collecting every drop of giant demon blood into glass vials. Seeing his teammates' actions, Rena couldn't help but wonder if it was really necessary. Fernand calmly explained that this was the main ingredient for crafting high-grade recovery potions. Even though Rena thought this was mere pocket change compared to the Pellenberg family's massive fortune, for Fernand, money is money. He smirked, asserting that it was precisely because of this greed that he was able to recruit a genius like her. And this was an extremely profitable investment. After defeating 8 pairs of opponents, Rena began to urge him to move on, as she was very eager for the generous bonus points to climb to the top spot. Fernand clicked his tongue, saying she was obsessed with grades, but Rena immediately retorted that it was still better than being obsessed with money. Her gaze dimmed slightly as she affirmed she had a valid reason for needing to become the Academy's top student. Everyone does things for a reason, don't they? Suddenly, both of them froze as they felt an overwhelming killing intent surrounding them. Fernand estimated there were at least 20 enemies hiding, and their sole target was the 2 of them. Instantly, a barrage of shadows dove from above, attacking relentlessly. Glowing blue sword energy and fiery red magic collided violently, creating a scene of chaos deep in the forest. Amidst the encirclement, A man with a pitch-black greatsword suddenly appeared from above. Rena was shocked to realize the one who had revealed himself with a confident smile was Alon Dones. Rena and Alon Dones clashed, the powerful impact knocking both of them back. But they quickly regained their balance, landing on the ground in a vigilant defensive stance. Without a second of rest, they lunged at each other again, turning the training ground into a fiery battlefield. Rena's eyes were cold, surrounded by brilliant blue sword energy, radiating a suffocating pressure. Alon was no less impressive with his determined expression, calmly parrying every lightning-fast attack. Their blades locked together once more. Sparks showered down as the two rivals pushed their weapons against each other, creating the piercing screech of metal grinding violently. From high above, Luer Swaben appeared arrogantly, his staff emitting a blazing fire dragon that wrapped around his body. He coldly watched the fight between Alon and Rena below, like one who holds destiny in his hands. Just as Luer was about to intervene, a surge of dark red magic suddenly exploded from Fernand, shooting straight into the air with earth-shattering power. The shock of such massive magical energy caused both Rena and Alon to be blown away, forcing Luer to gasp in astonishment at this unexpected interference. Luer Swaben smirked with interest, his eyes burning with ambition as he looked down at the rubble. Below, Fernand stood tall with crimson-red eyes full of killing intent, controlling the crimson magical fragments to swirl wildly around like a stone storm. Without giving his opponent time to think, Luer immediately poured all his strength into his staff, unleashing a massive fire attack that created an sky-filling explosion, swallowing the entire area in a wild sea of flames. Is he trying to burn everything down? Luer clicked his tongue in surprise to see Fernand dispose of half his pursuers in the blink of an eye. He advised Fernand to dial down the aggression, because this violent fighting style didn't resemble his usual self at all. Fernand just glanced at him, then whispered to Rena that the guy in the cloak was playing king again. Despite Luer's ambition to take first place, Fernand Pellenberg coldly declared that it was impossible. With less than an hour left in the test, Luer Swaben proposed a peace deal, suggesting that he and Aeon should just tie for first place. Luer and Alon's group agreed to settle for second place, so both sides could secure their ranks. Luer emphasized that it was a mutually beneficial deal, but Fan remained silent, his mind clearly calculating something. Just then, Rena exploded in anger. She shouted that she'd rather die in battle than cowardly hand over first place to someone else without even putting up a fight. Fan casually turned to Luer and shrugged. "You heard her, my companion doesn't agree." "Man, those slimy people are really good at shifting the blame, aren't they?" Luer sneered dangerously as the negotiation fell apart. He immediately activated his blazing fire magic, preparing for a real showdown. But Fan just flashed a cryptic smile and dropped a bombshell. "Let's save that for later." While Luer was still stunned, not understanding what was happening, a giant magic circle suddenly erupted right beneath his group's feet. The ground shook violently before shattering into pieces, sending massive stone pillars shooting into the sky with terrifying force. "See? I told you not to be so cocky. Now you'll pay for messing with this money grubber." Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Luer panicked and screamed for everyone to run. But it was too late. The shifting rocks had formed a prison, trapping them all inside. Taking advantage of the enemy's chaos, Fan quickly grabbed Rena's hand and urged her, "Hey, let's go." Leaving her behind, she was still frozen in shock. Fan firmly pulled her away from the rubble to head toward the enemy line. Once they were clear, Rena huffily complained about why Fan didn't use that move sooner. He just wearily replied that he was exhausted, and that move couldn't be sustained for long. As soon as the field exam ended, Professor Grong clearly announced to all the students, "You all did well. Now, I will announce the test rankings." This feels like a graduation announcement, doesn't it? So nerve-wracking. The crowd buzzed with surprise as the names Rena and Fan were called out for first place. While Rena was full of herself, whispers broke out everywhere. Seriously? Not Luer and Alon? Luer could only hang his head in disappointment, forced to accept second place. Rena admitted that even though she didn't truly defeat Alon, taking first place thrilled her because it was the first time she had ever reached the top. Fan smiled smugly. He thought to himself that whether he beat them directly or not, first place is first place, and his strategy had been a resounding success. Professor Gree reminded everyone to prepare to head back to the academy and not wander off. While taking a break, Rena suddenly asked Fan if he knew the new student. When she revealed that she had bumped into him while he was practicing at night, Fan couldn't help but ask, stunned, "Wait, you met him?" Rena nonchalantly said the situation was quite interesting, just like the time he secretly watched her practice swordsmanship, causing Fan to suddenly change color, his eyes glowing red with intense tension. How come I'm just now finding out you two were meeting in secret? Isn't this kind of important? Fan stumbled and knelt, making Rena worryingly call out his name. Another part of the prophecy suddenly appeared in his mind. Ention reached out to Rena and pleaded, "Please become my knight." But Rena did not take that hand. The vision suddenly turned horrific, with a blood-red sky and suffocating toxic gas. A giant demon, as if signaling the apocalypse, was aiming straight at. Fan was shocked to realize the story had changed. "Senior, what are you doing?" he shouted when he saw Rena standing in front of him. In the chaotic memories flashing before Fan's eyes, Rena gently replied, "Ention, you asked me, didn't you? You asked me to be your knight. I refused back then, but not anymore." The scene shifted. Rena now had a resolute, determined gaze. "Now I know who you are, and I know what you're fighting for. This is my destiny." A knight is both the sword that strikes the master's enemy and the shield that protects them. With a brilliant blue aura surrounding her, she bravely charged straight at the demon named Andromalius. The story shifted again. The final image that hit his eyes was Rena lying motionless on a hospital bed, her face covered in bandages. Ugh, why is her ending so miserable? By the bedside, Ention gripped Rena's hand, sobbing, "Thank heavens, I'm glad you're okay. You're in the hospital now." Suddenly, his eyes blazed with intense hatred. "Senior, please listen to me, and don't misunderstand." He gritted his teeth and roared, "The bastards want to drag you and the whole family down to the bottom. It's the Flinbach clan, right? Those filthy rich scumbags." Witnessing himself being cursed out in the vision, the present-day Fan exploded in rage. "Damn it, how dare you talk about a senior like that? You little brat." He was so angry his face turned beet red, his fury boiling over. Rena's call for Fan suddenly rang out, pulling him back to reality. He looked around, completely bewildered. Rena and the others asked anxiously, "Fan, are you okay? You suddenly fainted. How are you feeling?" Fan held his head, confused. "I'm really fine." "I fainted?" Rena advised. "Fan, maybe you should go to the infirmary. You might have overexerted yourself with energy you aren't used to. Just casually passing out like that means your physical state is in trouble, you money-obsessed guy." As he staggered away, Fan bitterly realized, so from this moment on, Ention has started to see me as an enemy. But another worry is gnawing at me. But why did I get another prophecy? Everything revolves around Rena again. Could it be showing me what's about to happen? The name that appeared in the prophecy sent a chill down Fan's spine. Andromalius. He shook as he asked himself, one of the 72 demons, is he really going to descend upon this world? Fan trembled at the horrific truth. And in the near future? Will I be left begging for scraps by then? "Great job, young master. I heard you took first place." The servant congratulated him as soon as Fan stepped onto the carriage, met only by his exhausted expression. "I burned through a ton of energy. I'm dead tired." Seeing his master exhausted, the servant advised him to sleep for a while. "I'll wake you when we reach the Libitus estate." The sound of horse hooves clattered on the road back, but Fan's mind couldn't escape the obsession named Andromalius. That was the 72nd of the 72 demons, possessing black hair and black eyes, appearing in human form with a snake coiled around his right arm. Even after scouring every book, this was all Fan could find about this terrifying entity. Looking like this is no different from finding a needle in a haystack, right? The war with the demons had retreated thousands of years into the past, so information about them had almost been erased from history. In this era, the existence of demons is seen as a myth, because 1,000 years ago, they were completely wiped out by the first emperor and never appeared again. Fan told himself, even without info, Fernand could handle anything, so there was nothing to worry about. However, the one thing weighing on his mind was Rena. The vision of her being severely injured in the battle against Andromalius played clearly in his mind. Seeing Rena lying motionless with bandages in a hospital bed, Fernand hesitated on whether to tell her or not, but he brushed the thought away. Would she even believe a warning about something that only existed in legends? "Fernand, are you really okay?" Rena's voice cut through his thoughts as they walked down the academy hallway. Fernand replied briefly that he was fine, then suddenly asked, "Rena, do you believe in the existence of demons?" The strange question left Rena bewildered, and she asked why he was so concerned about such things. "I believe demons exist in this world, do you?" Faced with Fernand's seriousness, Rena firmly affirmed that she did, as the empire itself was built after destroying the demons. Yet when Fernand pressed further, asking what she would think if they still existed on this land, Rena just looked at him with an uneasy expression. Fernand, did you hit your head during practice? Was he considered a madman? Fernand just whispered to himself that he should just forget about it. He realized that to convince others, he absolutely had to find concrete proof. But then he suddenly remembered an important event about to happen, exactly 1 month from today. During the sparring match of the first-year night class, Ention would defeat Varen Caden, who was currently ranked second. From that day on, no one in the academy would be able to match Ention. And while the winner was celebrated, the loser would have to taste the bitter sensation of loss many times over. I trusted him because of the Caden Knight name, because of his reputation and honor. Fernand pensively recalled the prophecies regarding Varen, realizing he had misjudged the man, as well as the powerful force backing him. The final outcome was tragic when Varen was possessed by a demon and lost everything. It was the simmering hatred for Ention that created the crack for the demons to crawl in. This was the first time a demon had revealed itself, even if only indirectly through a host. Fernand told himself that if he knew how to exploit this event, convincing others and getting help would be much easier. He once again calculated meticulously, determined not to be a beggar. With clear evidence in hand, he could use it as a foundation to expand his plan. However, the thorny problem was that Fernand still didn't know exactly when, where, and how Varen was possessed. He frustratedly wondered why this crucial piece of information didn't appear for him to see. Would it appear on its own when the time came, or did he have to satisfy some mysterious condition to be able to read it? The more he thought about it, the more annoying it was. He clicked his tongue in frustration while sitting in the carriage, with magical code flickering around him. Meanwhile, at the dormitory, Ention was intently reading the newspaper, reporting the irregularities in the recent joint class, especially the suspicion that Fernand was hiding his strength and the unexpected relationship between him and Rena Borche. He secretly praised, as expected of the Pellenberg family. He judged that although the Borche family had lost its military power, it was thanks to their reputation that the show-off Fernand acted the way he did. The soul of Anfin Fasten, floating beside him, remarked that he seemed to quite like the Borche family while despising the Pellenberg house. The old man barked, telling him not to compare those two houses, because the only knight who could stand beside him and the first emperor on the battlefield was someone from the Borche family. Anfin Fasten sighed, saying that people nowadays valued the Pellenbergs more, calling this the age of decay. This spirit sword is quite the instigator, huh? The old man shouted angrily, insisting that if not for their war treasury during the 1,000-Year War, he would never have bothered with those upstart nobles. Suddenly, Anfen Fazen told Ention to go ask Fernand for money because his equipment looked too old and worn out. Ention was stunned, asking why he would suggest that so suddenly, and wondered if Fernand was treating him unusually kindly. Anfen Fazen warned that the Pellenberg family definitely wanted to establish ties with the Amiens family, but they would never say directly what they wanted. They would build trust, catching the opponent off guard with golden bait, and then finally drag the victim into their vortex. Ention pensively looked at the soul of Anfin Fasten floating before him. He skeptically asked, "Do you mean Fernand is approaching me with pure motives?" He self-deprecatingly thought that his family had already fallen, with nothing left for Fan to desire. Immediately, Anfen Fasten barked, "Why are you so self-deprecating? Besides, his motives don't matter. What matters is that I can use him. See, the rat's tail is showing already. You criticize him, but you like his money." Despite the old man's urging, Ention still didn't believe Fernand would be kind just for gain. In the nostalgic memories that surfaced, Ention clearly remembered the first moment they met. It was that senior who frantically gave Mesmessen when he was injured by a monster. Fernand's face at that time was full of worry, and he shouted, "Drink this quickly." To Ention, the look in Fernand's eyes at that time was absolutely free of calculation. He was truly worried for him. Ention sighed. "I insist that asking others for money like that has no honor, because trust is not something that can be bought with money." Anfen Fasten was so angry his face changed color. He scolded, "You really are a difficult child." The old man didn't stop nagging that even the first emperor once said, "Having a wealthy sponsor behind you is very reassuring. Don't tell me you're siding with him just because you were treated to a meal." The Pellenberg family wasn't the type to be kind just for the sake of kindness. Finally, he decisively ordered, "Why keep arguing? Go meet him right now." The old man has no shame at all, but if I can get the money, I don't need that shame either. Anfen Fasten was certain that Fernand would give the money as if he were waiting for Ention to ask. Standing in front of the magnificent mansion, Ention hesitated when blocked by the butler Hai at the door. Hai coldly announced that young Master Fernand was currently busy, managing the family's merchant guild and studying, so he was very busy. If there was no appointment, it was hard to arrange time. He awkwardly asked Hai to report that the person who came wasn't a guest, but had come personally to meet him. But Hai turned back and was decisive. I told him the young master from the Amian family was here, but he said he was busy and invited you to return. Walking down the stone steps, he trudged away with a face full of disappointment. He muttered, blaming the guardian soul, for saying that Fan would be waiting with a bag of money in hand. Feeling regretful for bothering his senior while he was busy, which made Anfen Fasten furious and wanting to throw him back into the dungeon, he realized there was something very strange, because according to him, Fernand couldn't react so coldly. This was a bit suspicious. I thought the same thing, but it was all just a perfectly staged play. From the high window of the manor, Fernand Pellenberg smirked to himself. How surprising. I actually thought the bait this time wasn't enticing enough. To think he'd actually reach out first. Just then, Hai entered the room and reported, "As you instructed, I have sent him on his way." Fernand Pellenberg smirked slightly and replied, "Good, well done." Hai wondered why his young master had let Ention leave so easily after putting in so much effort to track him. Fernand pondered for a moment. He found it strange that Ention had sought him out so quickly. He knew Ention wasn't the type to go around begging, so he felt that this visit wasn't entirely because the boy wanted to. Fernand decided to take one step back to move 2 steps forward, waiting until he gained full trust before making his move to lure him in. Faced with Hai's skepticism about the value of a fallen descendant, Fernand asserted that Ention possessed superior qualities and would be an invaluable asset if completely won over to his side. Hai worried that letting Ention go would be a missed opportunity, but Fernand had already calculated a way forward. He ordered the butler to go to the main vault and bring back all the medicinal herbs. Hai was panicked, knowing these were the Duke's most precious treasures. But Fernand argued that if he gave cheap items that proved ineffective, the loss would be even greater. If you don't bait the hook, how are you going to catch any fish? To him, there was nothing in this world that couldn't be bought with money. If it hadn't been bought yet, it just meant he hadn't spent enough. He wore a sinister smile, confident in the absolute power of money. Meanwhile, at his room, Ention was holding a wooden box and a note. Anfen Faison asked curiously, "Did you just meet the butler from the Pellenberg house?" Ention shook his head and said the man had just left the items and departed immediately. The old soul clicked his tongue, thinking that a letter of apology from the Pellenberg house was at least a sign of a conscience. He opened the letter and read, "This is a medicinal herb I prepared especially for you. I hope you will accept it. Signed, Senior Fernand Pellenberg." As soon as he finished reading, Ention flared up at Fernand's arrogant use of the term senior. However, the moment he opened the box, both of them were stunned. Ention exclaimed in horror, "The Phoenix Heart, that's an ultimate medicinal herb representing light, the most perfect thing to pair with the Amian family's light sword techniques. How is anyone supposed to resist such a temptation?" Even though Ention scolded Fernand for his arrogance, he had to admit the trip was worth it. Meanwhile, Ention was deeply moved, tears streaming down his face, thinking that Senior Fernand Pellenberg valued a good-for-nothing like him this much. He resolved to work as hard as possible, not to disappoint his senior's expectations, making old man Anfen Faison sigh and call him a fool to understand the true ulterior motives of the wily fox, Fernand Pellenberg. Fernand sat leisurely in his study and asked about the results of the match that had just taken place. Hai immediately reported that Ention had defeated Varan Canbunder. Even though Varan's swordsmanship was slightly superior, it was Ention's overwhelming aura that turned the tide. Fernand exclaimed in surprise because, according to the prophecy, he was supposed to win by a hair's breadth. But thanks to the divine medicine he gifted, the victory had been much easier. Hai asked suspiciously, "Was it because of the young master's divine medicine that Ention won?" Fernand just replied nonchalantly, "It probably had a slight effect." Faced with the butler's question about whether he could have won even without the medicine, Fernand left it vague. No one can know for sure. Deep down, he was extremely excited because everything was playing out exactly as the prophecy said. Soon, Varenne would be possessed by a demon. This was the perfect opportunity for him to find evidence of the demon's existence. "I'm curious to see which hole those things crawl out of." He immediately ordered Hai to closely monitor every movement of Varan Canbunder. Faced with Hai's confusion as to why the target wasn't Ention, Fernand emphasized that he needed to know everything: the places Varen went, how the demon seduced him, and everyone he interacted with. He wanted to grasp how a demon from 1,000 years ago could return to this world to prepare for the coming upheavals. However, the subsequent reports from Hai gave Fernand a headache. Throughout 2 weeks of constant surveillance, there was absolutely no sign of any demon. Fernand sat deep in thought on his bed, his eyes glued to the surveillance reports with a look of suspicion. He thought to himself, something important should have happened by now, shouldn't it? Is Hai being lazy? All the information coming back is trivial stuff, like what Varen eats and why he goes to the bathroom so often. Is he meeting demons in the restroom? He scribbled his guesses. Could Varen be having digestive issues due to extreme stress from Ention? A surge of anxiety rose in Fernand's heart. If the most important part of the prophecy about the demon was wrong, he might have to reconsider the reliability of everything he knew. Just then, a new vision suddenly appeared in his mind. After his previous humiliating defeat, Varen Canbunder harbored resentment and met Ention again during the midterm exams. With all his fury, Varen frantically lunged to attack as if he wanted to devour his opponent alive. However, the outcome of this battle seemed to have been determined beforehand. Ention was not careless enough to lose to an opponent he had already defeated once. Under the guidance of the great spirit Anfin Fasten, Ention's strength was on an entirely different level. After making Varen collapse to the ground, he coldly turned his back and walked away, unaware of the horrific transformation taking place behind him. A stream of dark purple demonic energy began to spread, enveloping Varen's body and mind. He lay motionless, letting the darkness consume and absorb him into his very skin. So you finally decided to show your face, you little devil. Fernand woke up with a start, drenched in sweat, and breathing heavily from the shock of such a realistic dream. Seeing the bright sunlight shining through the window, he was startled to realize he had fallen asleep. Fernand brought his hand to his forehead, feeling the exhaustion as the prophecy now even haunted him into his sleep. However, his eyes suddenly flashed with a look of determination. He had found the exact moment Varen was possessed. It was right after he lost to Ention in the midterms. He jumped up, scrambled for the schedule, and froze when he realized that today was the practical exam for the first-year night division. Everything was happening faster than expected, because initially, Ention and Varen were only supposed to face each other in the summer exam. Fernand muttered to himself, Ention's victory wasn't just luck, it was clearly because of the presence of Anfin Faison teaching him, so I have to go catch the demon to support Ention. Just then, Hai opened the door with a tray of food. Young master, you're up early, please have breakfast. But Hai immediately froze when he saw Fernand already dressed in his attire. He was holding a staff and activating a glowing blue magic circle right on his desk. Beside him, his shield and sword were already ready. Faced with the butler's bewildered expression, Fernand just smirked slightly. Standing by with shield and sword at the ready, Fernand just smirked at the butler's confused expression. Oh hey, perfect timing. Fernand Pellenberg declared firmly. I'm heading out to observe the first-year knight's midterm exam. I need an escort, come with me. But the person immediately refused. Clicked his tongue in frustration. Damn it. Why today of all days? Fine, I get it. I'll just go with someone else. The butler scoffed. Someone else? Who? You don't have any friends at the academy, young master. Are you talking about some friend you bought with money? Fernand retorted bitterly. Who said I don't have friends? Well, honestly, it was a friend bought with money. The butler wasn't wrong. Suddenly, Rena appeared at the doorway and asked point blank, You need someone to tag along to collect some medicinal herbs? Rena hesitated. It's exam season right now. Does it really have to be today? Fernand insisted that the herbs would lose their potency if they delayed. That was why he absolutely had to go right now. Even though Rena complained about being swamped with exam prep, as soon as Fernand Pellenberg made an offer, if you come with me, I'll waive your debt for a few months, even after you graduate. She cut him off immediately. Why pass up a chance to make money? It was too good to pass up. On the way there, Rena asked about the location, and when she heard it was the Northern Mountains, she stopped dead in her tracks. What? That's where the first-year midterm exam is being held. If students from other years go in there, we'll be disciplined for breaking the rules. Fernand just shrugged it off with his usual philosophy. There isn't a single thing in this world that can't be bought with money. Rena looked at him with an exhausted expression, having realized he'd bribed his way in shamelessly. When she found out the recipient was Professor Grad, she silently cursed him for being so unscrupulous. Fernand Pellenberg, on the other hand, looked quite smug. Professor Grad is easy to deal with. That's what I like about him. As they were walking, Rena suddenly turned around. I'm going back to the dorms. Fernand was so shocked he turned pale. He shouted, running to block her path. Why? We're almost there. I told you we'll be fine. You're a knight. Are you going to break your promise? Facing his loss of composure, Rena calmly replied, It's not like that. I forgot my sword. The moment she said that, Fernand's tone softened immediately, urging her to hurry up and get it so they could leave. Once fully prepared, the two of them started sneaking into the northern mountain area. Fernand reminded her we need to stay hidden so the professors and TAs don't catch us. Crouched behind thick bushes, their eyes were glued to the action on the natural training ground, where Ention and Varen Canbunder were locked in a fierce sword fight. Sparks flew with every powerful collision. As the climax approached and everyone was focused on the fight, Fernand muttered, I might have bribed Professor Grad, but wandering around like this isn't exactly right either. Rena looked at him with utter contempt, remarking that it was even worse that he knew it was wrong and did it anyway. Fernand just coolly told her to keep living her exemplary life. He pulled out a map to check their positions and realized Ention was ranked second in the department, while Varen was third. Looking at the glowing dots on the map, Fernand Pellenberg panicked when he saw the two of them were getting dangerously close to each other. Don't tell me they've already clashed. He urged Rena to move faster, but she started scrutinizing the map in his hand. By the way, isn't this the professor's map? A student possessing this is a rules violation. Rena angrily asked how much money he'd spent to bribe Professor Grad. Fernand just sighed, silently regretting whether he should have brought this crazy girl along. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from far away, making Fernand jump in alert. Rena didn't hesitate. She knew that was the first-year zone and immediately took off to investigate. Despite Fernand shouting to stop her because it was too dangerous, she vanished into the trees. He had no choice but to chase after her in vain. Rena, where are you going, you idiot? Upon arriving, they found a student lying unconscious. Rena quickly checked the student and determined he had fainted due to a monster attack. Luckily, the defensive spell on the map had protected him from any physical injuries. Fernand stood scanning his surroundings with a worried expression. He sensed something was very wrong, because the monsters in this area were usually not this aggressive. In his heart, he panicked. Damn it, it started earlier than I thought. I haven't even had a chance to check on Varen yet. A terrifying sound rang out, making the ground shake violently. Rena trembled, her eyes wide with fear as she looked ahead. Fernand Pellenberg, what is happening? Before their eyes, an entire section of the forest was being ravaged by an immense power. Dust and debris filled the air amidst a series of deafening explosions. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps suddenly echoed, shaking the earth once more. Immediately, a giant monster with gray skin and fierce, bloodshot eyes stepped out from the brush, heading straight toward them. Without a second thought, Rena drew her sword and leaped into the air, unleashing a sharp strike that sliced through the monster's arm. But instead of falling, the monster became even more enraged. Rena gasped in shock. Why isn't it stopping? Its arm is severed. Its eyes glowed with murderous, crimson intensity. The monster roared and charged, ignoring the blood dripping from its wounds. In that split second, Fernand slammed his staff into the ground, activating earth magic that made the earth erupt. A barrage of massive razor-sharp rock spikes shot up from the ground, delivering bone-crushing blows to the monster's hulking frame. Under the pressure of Fernand's chaotic, flying boulders, the monster was cornered, leaving it unable to fight back. Fernand, what on earth was that? He explained it was called berserk, a state where a creature no longer feels pain and possesses strength far beyond its normal level. These berserk monsters were completely obsessed with killing every living thing they saw. Deep down, he remembered the prophecy that spoke of monsters going mad everywhere due to the appearance of a demon. While the professors and TAs were busy dealing with the unexpected anomalies, in another corner, Varen Canbunder was using the demonic power he had just received to attack frantically. Pushed to the brink, Varen had finally truly awakened his latent power. Witnessing all these troubles erupting at once, just like in the original script, Fernand couldn't help but crack a smug smile. Fernand began gathering glowing red magic into his staff and gave the order. Rena, let's take care of that clingy pest first. Watching Fernand Pellenberg's attitude, Rena silently suspected he definitely knew more than he was letting on. Just then, the magic map in his hand suddenly shattered and dissolved into ash, signaling that the defensive system had completely collapsed. On the other side, Varen was kneeling from exhaustion, but his eyes remained resolute. Seeing his opponent still trying to scream, "Do you think this is over?" Varen firmly turned his back and delivered the final word, "No, it's over. The match is decided. You're the one who lost." Varen Canbunder sank into the shadows of defeat. The screams of "I must win" echoed in his mind like a curse. He painfully recalled the look of disappointment in the eyes of the prince and the humiliation of failing his family's expectations. The pressure of potentially losing his inheritance caused Varen's mind to completely collapse, pushing him into a deep pit of jealousy and utter madness. "I cannot accept this cruel reality." Varen gritted his teeth, clenching his fists as he roared in resentment. "I have to defeat him." While Ention was nonchalantly turning his back to walk away, Varen suddenly lunged from behind like a madman. He gathered his last bit of strength and screamed frantically. "Stop right there!" Ention, facing the blind attack, his eyes maintained a terrifying composure, bordering on contempt. In stark contrast was Varen's twisted face, his veins bulging with rage. With a single decisive strike, Ention easily knocked his opponent down again, sending him flying. Looking at the defeated fool lying flat on the ground, Ention sighed in annoyance. "Why does this guy charge in like he's trying to die every time he sees me? He's so weak, and yet he still can't accept his defeat." The soul of Anfen Fasten floated beside him, relentlessly urging him with cruelty. "He is a pathetic coward who loses the dignity of a knight. Kill him. If you let him live, he will tarnish the honor of the knighthood." But Ention firmly refused because he understood that this wasn't a real battle. It was just an exam. He decided to leave Varen there for the instructors to take away. Observing the entire scene from afar, Rena remarked softly that Varen really wasn't that strong. Rena anxiously suggested to Fernand Pellenberg that they should forget about the medicinal herbs. Leave this place, and let the professors handle everything. However, Fernand was determined not to give up. He declared he would cut through the monster swarm to head west. To Rena's surprise, he calmly reminded her that she had just taken down a berserk monster, using that to prove they weren't invincible. Seeing Fernand so determined, Rena skeptically asked if he had planned everything from the start just to get an escort, which made him sweat as he scrambled to deny it. This girl is too smart, he thought, cornered. Even as Rena questioned if the herbs were more important than his own life, Fernand flashed a sinister smile and shouted about the herbs' value before taking off. Rena could only yell at him, calling him a lunatic, before chasing after him to an open field. Fernand cursed under his breath, realizing he had arrived late, and the battle might have already ended. Just then, Rena spotted someone lying unconscious ahead. The moment he realized it was Varen Canbunder. Fernand panicked and yelled at Rena not to get close. Rena wondered why someone as skilled as Varen Canbunder was in such a state, and insisted on helping, despite Fernand Pellenberg's desperate protests. She felt she couldn't leave him there amidst the berserk monsters, but just as she was about to touch him, a cold pressure made her freeze. Varen Canbunder's eyes suddenly snapped open, glowing with a weird, sinister red, causing Rena to stumble back in shock. She was horrified to realize that a dark aura, unlike anything she had ever seen, was engulfing Varen Canbunder's body. Fernand coldly stated that it was demonic energy. To Rena's astonishment, he confirmed that Varen Canbunder had been completely possessed by a demon. A dark soul is easy for a demon to guide, after all. Fernand felt something was wrong. According to the prophecy, Vets were supposed to attack as soon as he woke up after transforming. But it looks like the target has changed. Rena asked in shock, "You mean a demon has borrowed Varen Canbunder body to return to this world? How do you know that?" Fernand couldn't answer. He just silently watched Varen's glowing red eyes and realized that he had completely lost his sanity. Fernand decided he had to restrain Varen Canbunder first. He placed a hand on Rena's shoulder and instructed, "Rena, try to hold him off for just 10 minutes. Before she could react, Fernand suddenly used invisibility magic, becoming a faint shadow before disappearing. Rena could only shout in frustration, "Fernand Pellenberg, what are you talking about?" She gritted her teeth and cursed, "You jerk!" When she saw Varen roaring and charging straight at her, Rena had no choice but to draw her sword and fight. She screamed, hoping to wake him up, "Varen Canbunder, it's me, it's Rena." But the only reply was the inhuman roar of the demon inside Varen's body. Sword strikes laced with pitch-black demonic energy clashed violently against Rena's blade. Sparks flew as their weapons locked. Rena was stunned by her opponent's overwhelming strength. "He's too strong. At this rate, I'll be pushed back." Not letting herself fall into a weak position, Rena swung her sword with great force, knocking Varen back to the ground. Rena lunged, unleashing a powerful slash while shouting, trying to awaken his conscience. Varen Canbunder, wake up! But her efforts were met only with mad feral roars from someone completely consumed by the darkness. Varen's eyes burned with a weird red glow. Realizing her opponent was no longer himself, Rena quickly jumped back to keep a safe distance. Varen was now completely shrouded in a thick black fog, radiating an evil pressure that made it hard to breathe. Without a second's hesitation, Rena channeled all her magic into her sword, making it glow with a magical blue light. Varen shrieked like a beast and charged straight at her. Two streams of blue and purple energy collided violently. A massive, earth-shaking explosion occurred from the final clash. Both were sent flying. Rena landed, her breath hitching from exhaustion. She realized in horror that her energy was being drained at an alarming rate by the relentless dark magic radiating from Varen. Facing an enemy still drowned in darkness, Rena anxiously wondered what she could do to turn the tide when she was about to run out of strength. Then she realized she still had one final option. Where did that guy who lured me here to suffer disappear to? Rena panicked. Fernand Pellenberg, what are you? When he suddenly emerged from the shadows, he just called out coldly, "Come here, Rena." While Varen was roaring and going crazy, Rena suddenly kicked off his head to propel herself toward Fernand. She snapped angrily, "Why did you only show up now? No, why did you run away?" Fernand glanced back with mysterious glowing red eyes. Why? Because he's a demon, that's why. Rena didn't stop scolding him. You ran away just to save yourself? And you still dare to call yourself a person? Meanwhile, Varen was still chasing them closely. Fernand explained calmly, I didn't run away. I was setting a trap to take down Varen Canbunder, because he's not the type you can defeat with normal methods. As soon as his foot touched the trigger point, Fernand smirked. He should be in the trap now. A massive explosion erupted right under Varen, throwing him into the center of the magic trap. I thought he was just a coward running away, but he was actually setting a trap. Watching Varen get taken down amidst the rubble and swirling smoke, Rena shouted in panic. You didn't have to go that far. What if Varen Canbunder actually dies from that trap? Fernand kept a terrifyingly calm expression. He won't die. Look, if anything, he seems even angrier. Varen suddenly sprang up amidst a surge of dark purple demonic energy, emitting a suffocating, malevolent pressure. Fernand muttered to himself, After that fight with Canbunder, I've realized one thing. I really didn't want to use this. Under Rena's stunned gaze, he pulled out a glowing red crystal. It released a mysterious surge of energy as he began chanting strange incantations. Fernand poured all his strength into activating the red crystal. A massive pillar of fire erupted, engulfing Varen, who was still in his demonic form. The power from the high-level spell created a crushing pressure, incinerating everything around it in a blinding flash. The game's over. That devilish guy should be done for by now. Varen collapsed to the ground, completely unconscious. Fernand breathed a sigh of relief. It worked. The trap went exactly as planned. Looking at the debris, Rena asked skeptically. It was a success, but she felt heartbroken for her teammate's wallet after seeing him use such expensive gear. But the things you just used were so expensive. Don't you feel bad? Fernand admitted with a pained expression. I do. But in that situation, I had no choice. Rena clicked her tongue, suggesting that if they had coordinated from the start, they wouldn't have had to waste so much. But Fernand immediately countered. What are you talking about? He was possessed by a demon. Didn't you see his skin turn pitch black, his eyes go bloodshot, and that demonic aura swirling around him? He analyzed that while he looked exactly like an apocalyptic demon on the outside, at his core, he was still Varen Canbunder. Fernand recalled how he had struggled immensely before fully awakening his strength to defeat him. Suddenly, he froze as a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a second. Fernand was struck by the realization that he had been overthinking. Even though he was the one with the mission to save the world, at this moment, he was still just a first-year student who hadn't unlocked his full power yet. Meanwhile, Rena was a second-year student, obviously much stronger. He scolded himself, How did I make such a stupid mistake? Rena chimed in from the side. When I told you not to overdo it, you pretended not to hear me. Money, oh money, are you regretting it now? A small miscalculation, and a fortune goes down the drain. Fernand stood there looking like he'd lost his soul. He realized that by focusing too much on the demon aspect, he'd forgotten the most important factor. Rena's strength. He painfully tallied up all the treasures and high-end magic scrolls he'd thrown into the trap. Seeing Fernand standing there blankly, Rena asked worriedly, Your eyes look like you've lost your mind. Fernand, are you okay? In Fernand's head, all he could hear was his own voice mourning his wallet. Just how much money did I spend? How much, for heaven's sake? Just then, Varen, lying on the ground, began to growl and tried to sit up. In the midst of his crazed regret over the money, Fernand didn't care about being polite anymore. He put all his frustration into his fist and slammed it straight into Varen's face. How much money was it, huh? The punch sent Varen flying and collapsed him again. Fern still wasn't over it. He gritted his teeth, cursing the trashy demon that had forced him to spend a fortune. Rena stood to the side, only able to watch in shock as she called his name. Is that really me? Varen gasped in horror while looking at the recording orb. He couldn't believe his eyes as he watched himself in that disgusting demonic form, screaming and roaring. Fernand casually added that the recording orb had captured everything exactly as it happened, and absolutely could not be faked. Varen held his head in despair, because he couldn't remember a single thing after his humiliating defeat. Seeing this, Rena spoke up, saying that was exactly why Senior Fernand Pellenberg had to kindly explain the whole situation to him. She insisted that after losing the fight against him, Varen had been possessed by a demon and had gone on a rampage attacking them. Even though Varen stubbornly argued that he had never encountered any demon to be possessed by, Fernand just smirked and told him to look closely at the orb to understand the situation. He began listing a series of favors Varen had received from him. From taking a direct bomb hit and being pierced by dozens of magic arrows, to being scorched all over by a hellfire pillar. Fernand concluded that if it weren't for the demonic energy protecting his body, Varen would definitely not be alive to sit here, right now. Hearing that, Varen shuddered, admitting that he really was lucky to have survived that many attacks. Thank goodness I didn't meet my end. My ancestors must have really been looking out for me. Fernand began to complain about how much money and precious magic artifacts he had spent to stop Varen's demon-possessed form. Hearing talk of debt, Varen immediately flared up, demanding a refund for those magical items and also compensation for the significant emotional distress he had suffered. Fernand instantly switched to a tearful tone, clutching his head and whining about how he had faced death itself from just one of Varen's blows and could have lost his life in an instant. Fed up with his senior's acting, Varen snapped and asked what exactly he wanted from him. Fernand immediately returned to his smug self, pulling out a paper and declaring that what needed to be done was very simple. It was a slave contract clearly stating Varen Canbunder would, from now on, become a servant for Fernand Pellenberg. Just sign it, and everything would be forgiven. Fernand Pellenberg flashed an inviting smile, holding out the contract. Varen took the paper, his face turning pale. He screamed that this was clearly a slave contract, and that these terms were beyond what he could tolerate. Seeing the opposition, Fernand clicked his tongue, expressing disappointment that his kindness was being looked down upon while he was trying to settle things peacefully. Rena stood by, only able to look at Fernand with a worried gaze, as she saw him intentionally using fear to corner the other person. Fernand coldly threatened that if he didn't sign, he would have no choice but to hand this recording orb over to the Purge Squad to be dealt with according to regulations. The Purge Squad was an organization directly under the Emperor, with the main duty of hunting and eliminating demons. In the name of purging demons, they once held absolute power, ready to burn anyone suspected at the stake. But after 1,000 years, with demons seemingly vanished from history, they were now just a shadow of the past. Now, they were just looking for any opportunity to return to the political spotlight. And if they saw this recording orb, they would be as happy as if they'd struck gold. Varen Canbunder yelled in a panic. I told you, I have nothing to do with demons. Fernand calmly added that for the crime of colluding with demons, he would naturally be expelled from the academy. He stared coldly into the other's mind. And do you think Marquess Canbunder would accept a son who sold his soul to a demon? Varen completely collapsed, trembling in fear at the prospect of being disowned by his family. With nowhere left to run, Varen had to put his pen to the fateful contract. He bowed his head low before Fernand and resigned himself. From now on, I'll be in your care, Master. No, Senior. After resolving it, Fan and Rena quietly walked away. Watching Varen's lonely figure walking away, Rena asked worriedly, Are you sure we can handle this on our own? Shouldn't we report this to the professors? Fernand replied briefly. Now isn't the time for that. He really does as he pleases, doesn't he? I feel like he should have told the teachers. He explained that, whether Varen was possessed by a demon voluntarily or through manipulation, the true reason behind the control was still unclear. Fernand's eyes turned sharp. And if Varen really was being controlled by someone, that meant there was a traitor in the academy colluding with demons. He knew that if this went public too soon, they would immediately go into hiding, making it even harder to catch the mastermind. Rena looked at Fernand with suspicion. Are you planning to investigate this secretly on your own? She couldn't understand the real motives of the masterminds, but why were they targeting academy students? Fernand pondered and shared his theory. The academy brings together the elite talents of the empire. Attacking students here is no different than destroying the empire's future. Hearing this, Rena was filled with a sense of righteous purpose. She clenched her fists, declaring, I can't just stand by and watch this happen. If you need help hunting demons, just call me anytime. Such a kind and righteous girl. She's so lovable. Seeing Rena's determination, Fernand smirked with smug satisfaction. Perfect. From now on, I won't have to lend her money interest-free anymore. He inwardly mocked her, knowing she didn't realize what a foolish promise she had just made. And she would certainly regret it later. Meanwhile, at the academy, even though professors and assistants had been mobilized to suppress the monster breakout, the freshman night department's midterm exam had to be canceled halfway through. An emergency notice was posted on the board. Due to safety concerns, all practical midterm exams would be replaced with written tests. This news hit the students like a bolt of lightning, causing them to scream in despair. What? A midterm that's just a written exam? I'm doomed. Since the academy's grading system favored practical skills over theory, for students who only focused on combat training, having to take written tests for every subject was a massive burden. And of course, Ention was no exception. Speaking of writing, it really is torture for students. Even I hate exams. Under the flickering oil lamp, as he buried himself in piles of books, the soul of Anfen floated nearby, muttering, but no matter how I look at it, something still feels wrong. Exhausted, he asked, what's wrong? Anfen analyzed that the monster breakout earlier was clearly related to demons. He could feel the faint demonic energy lingering everywhere, yet the actual demon had never appeared. If you're asking that, doesn't it mean it wasn't caused by a demon? Anfen immediately snapped back. Impossible. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't you believe me? The demon will definitely reappear. That is exactly why the first emperor placed me here. Those demons will always be targeting you. Anfen warning still echoed in his ears as he studied late into the night. At the same time, at Revitus Hall, a blood-curdling scream rang out in the dead of night. Fernand clutched his head, shouting in despair, my head feels like it's going to explode. Alarmed, they rushed over to find the young master collapsed at his desk. Young master, what's wrong? In a delirious state, memories of the freshman field survival skills exam in the southern forest came flooding back. There, in a calm lake hiding a rare spiritual herb, a sinister plan was hatched to strip away all of his protective barriers the moment he stepped into the water. He ventured deep into the dark cave alone, a place where one would never find the exit without real intent. He held his breath, hiding himself, feeling an abnormal aura surrounding him before whispering, I found it. In front of him was a giant creature with a glowing sapphire heart crawling out of the cliffside, radiating a bone-chilling cold. The soul of Anfen panicked, realizing this was a holy beast, and urged him to run because this was far beyond their capabilities. Amidst the breathless chase, he accidentally discovered a rare Midrin mineral vein exposed in a crevice in the wall. The old man Anfen yelled in excitement, demanding he mine every last bit of it, not leaving even a small block behind. Man, that old man is so greedy. Though in this situation, I'd be greedy for money too. He explained that Midrin is a metal blessed by magic power, and the very sword he was holding was forged from this alloy, allowing his soul to reside within it. Back at the mansion, Fernand bolted upright with glowing red eyes, stunned by the information he had just received. What? A metal that can contain a soul. This is mine. His greedy nature took over, and Fan couldn't help but get excited about the prospect of claiming the mineral vein. He immediately sought out Rena to rope her into this new venture, but she called him out for lying about the medicinal herb last time. Even though Fernand promised to take care of all the missed lessons, and even offered to cancel the interest on her debt to get out of studying for a week to go find the spiritual herb, Rena firmly refused. I'm not doing it. What a cold beauty. Rena insisted she couldn't accept skipping school for a week just for a single herb and walked away. Fernand only clicked toes in defeat and looked for someone else to replace her in his plan. Just then, a figure with fiery red hair and solemn church attire appeared. Long time no see. Fan, I hope Mana blesses you today. Rena looked at the newcomer with great suspicion. You are. Her answer was the radiant smile of J. Venus, a saint with a holy aura. Jay greeted him politely. Greetings, Lady Rena Borch. May the blessings of magic power be with you. Seeing Rena with Fernand, Jay curiously asked if they were together, then turned to Fernand Pellenberg to ask how he was doing, very intimately. How have you been lately? Fernand calmly replied that he was doing fine and asked about Jay's life at the academy. So, they were acquaintances after all. Jay humbly admitted that he was still a freshman and had much to learn. Surprised by this sudden intimacy, Rena skeptically asked if they were truly that close. She couldn't believe a noble saint, praised by the entire generation, would be involved with a money-grubbing demon like Fan. Jay laughed, saying she didn't understand because she wasn't a mage. Jay began to explain the origins of the Dragon God Church. From the worship of the ancient dragon to becoming a powerful mage organization that holds the authority to recognize grand mages. Even knowing the society had immense power, Rena lost patience and asked what that had to do with them being close. Right. Who else could that guy hang out with other than money? Jay explains that the church requires massive funding to operate, and the Pellenberg family is their biggest benefactor. Countless magical artifacts from the church are funneled through Fernand's trading company, making the two sides as inseparable as roots in the soil. Jay smugly wraps up his point by saying that being rich makes you an elder, even going so far as to tease him. Being reminded that he was older than Rena left her face darkening in irritation. She looked at Jay with deep skepticism, wondering to herself, could this guy really be a saint? The way he pronounced the word saint just sounded so off-key and unserious. Seeing Jay putting on a heartbroken act, wiping away tears, and claiming that being talked to like that made him feel sensitive, Rena could only offer a sarcastic apology just to end the conversation. Immediately, Jay burst into laughter, saying he was only joking, which made Rena realize the strange nature of their relationship, and she firmly asked to take her leave. Even though Jay tried to hold her back, asking, "We just met, and you're leaving already." Rena firmly turned her back, not wanting to get any further involved in this mess. These two weirdos were definitely giving the beauty a headache. Rena muttered a word of regret before walking away. Fan still managed to call out, saying if she changed her mind, she could come back anytime. Jay didn't forget to offer a blessing, wishing that the power of mana would always protect the young lady of the Pellenberg family. Once the door slammed shut, Fernand immediately dropped the act and demanded to know why Jay had called him here in the first place. Jay revealed that during the upcoming first-year survival training, they would be gathering spirit herbs, and he needed someone to assist him. Hearing about spirit herbs, Fernand became intrigued but didn't forget to warn Jay not to even think about hogging them all for himself. Jay laughed, saying he wouldn't be foolish enough to ruin his relationship with the Pellenberg family over a single spirit herb, then asked why Fernand didn't just sneak in and grab it himself. It should be a piece of cake for him. Fernand replied pensively, "If I could do that, I already would have." He admitted that although, in theory, the information from the prophecy was enough to pinpoint the location, he still hadn't found the exact spot among the 7 lakes in the southern forest, where the first years would be having their field training. He recalled how, over the past few days, he had poured all his mana into the lake beds to find mana veins and underwater caves, but the results yielded not a trace of Midrin. "That lone wolf strategy of yours rarely works, you know," he muttered, realizing the cave had been hidden with incredibly sophisticated magic that couldn't be detected by conventional means. Fernand's eyes sharpened. He knew for sure he had to tail someone if he ever hoped to find that place. Jay was worried because the training area would be crowded, and students not participating in the training were forbidden from sneaking in. But Fernand just flashed a confident smile. He revealed he had already registered as a teaching assistant for the first-year training, which left Jay shocked and in disbelief, as the selection requirements for second-year students were notoriously strict. Fernand remembered the moment Professor Rosalia suspiciously asked why he was suddenly interested in his academic performance, and why his personality had changed. He just nonchalantly denied it. He insisted that what he was doing wasn't breaking any rules, so he had successfully obtained permission. Jay nodded in approval of Fernand's plan. He really was a born businessman. The plan was airtight and flawless. When asked if he would participate, this saint set his conditions with a meaningful wink. "As long as you promise to give me plenty of that stuff, I'll go all out." He even demanded a written agreement for compensation, making fans secretly marvel at how meticulous this kid really was. Meanwhile, at the first-year field training, they were focusing on scanning for targets to find spirit herbs at the Black Phantom Lake in the west. Just gotta find the bait for Fernand Pellenberg's fishing trip, take it slow. He told himself to make everything look like a coincidence to avoid suspicion, so he initially just pretended to wander around. While he was calculating, he suddenly froze upon hearing the whispering of the students. Look over there, it's Senior Fan. I think he's a teaching assistant too. The freshman couldn't help but wonder why a wealthy young master would work as a teaching assistant, assuming he was only aiming for extra credit. Just as he was about to call out to his senior, Professor Greet loudly commanded the teaching assistants to return to their posts to begin training in 30 minutes. Feeling saddened that he couldn't even say hello, the spirit of Enfen flared up in annoyance. What do you even like about that pampered rich kid? In a hidden corner deep in the forest, Jay had finished preparing his disguise and requested, "Now give me some of your blood and mana." As soon as Fernand Pellenberg agreed, Jay performed a transformation spell on him using a small drop of blood. Jay asked smugly, "See? Looks exactly like him, right?" He confidently boasted that he used to be at the top of his class, and often used this trick to sneak out without being discovered by the Pope. Regarding Fernand's doubt about fooling a legendary archmage, Jay admitted that while he couldn't fool him completely, it was enough to make the Pope take a few hours to realize the truth. Typical student, always finding ways to skip class and go play. Fernand silently marveled. Jay was a genius for being able to deceive even an archmage. He concluded that Jay would definitely be a powerful asset for him later. But the strange thing was, the prophecy never mentioned this guy. Why would such a talented person from the Dragon God Church be overlooked? Speaking of this church, everyone knew they hated demons to the point of extremism. It all started when a demon had arrogantly mocked them, saying their magic didn't come from a dragon, but was power born from demons themselves. That blasphemy enraged the church, turning them into a fanatical organization dedicated to hunting and exterminating demons without mercy. Fernand wondered if Jay would eventually become his ally, and considered investing early in this potential stock. Cutting his thoughts short, Jay reminded him to return within 5 hours. Fernand nodded trustingly, then silently donned his cloak and left. He secretly followed the trail into the forest, quietly observing every move the other person made from behind the ancient trees. He's starting to fish now. I wonder if he'll catch anything. Fernand realized the target was heading west toward the only Black Phantom Lake. He wore a calculating smile. He whispered, "It's your turn now. Just do exactly as I say." Immediately after, a small noise drew his attention, making the target startle and freeze. He was stunned to see a familiar figure standing and waiting in the deep woods. Seeing the tension on the other person's face, he exclaimed in suspicion, "Varen Canbunder, huh?" He stared intently at his opponent, speaking with heavy sarcasm. "What is it? Varen Canbunder, don't tell me you want to try again. You know full well it's impossible, right?" Before that look of contempt, Varen gritted his teeth in fury, cursing under his breath. "I know that, you bastard, but I don't want to look so pathetic." It all stemmed from the forced order Fernand Pellenberg had given him back at the mansion. When ordered to shadow Ention throughout the field training, Varen had been incredibly confused as to why he had to do something so meaningless. Immediately, Fernand radiated a terrifying pressure, his eyes glowing red as if he wanted to eat the other person alive. "Seems like you still don't understand the situation. Do I need to switch you over to hell mode?" Under the terrifying threat of his senior, Varen could only tremble and beg in fear. Back in the present, in the middle of the deep forest, Varen shouted with determination, "I cannot accept defeat." He asked calmly, "Are 2 times not enough?" Varen roared, insisting that even 200 times wouldn't change anything, because losing had completely buried his honor. He drew his sword decisively, his entire body radiating a burning aura, as he declared he would fight En again to reclaim his lost honor. "Stubborn, so incredibly stubborn. Do you only cry when you see the coffin? I should just go over there and give him a few hits." Witnessing that indomitable will, the spirit of Enfen exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, that unyielding spirit. Even though he failed, I didn't care at first, but now I see it. He truly is a magnificent knight. Accept his challenge." However, En kept a cold, calm expression. He reminded his opponent that this training session strictly prohibited duels between contestants. Varen brushed off all the rules, screaming in his agitation, "It doesn't matter. I'm fighting for honor. What rules? A knight must seek honor. Fight me." Enfen stood on the opponent's side as well. He kept berating En, telling him he was truly trampling on the courage of a real knight. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Fernand wore a sinister smile as he observed the chaotic scene. He felt satisfied, noting that no matter how much Varen complained, he was doing a great job stalling for time so he could carry out his own plan. Now I need to take care of my own business. Fan quickly separated from the group, leaping through the old tree canopy toward the lake. Standing in the quiet space, he carefully observed his surroundings and muttered to himself, "No one's here, and the barrier is already set. Now, even if I dig up this whole area to find Midrin, I don't have to worry about the noise." He wore an excited smile, thinking to himself that it was finally time to use this type of magic. Since there wasn't much time before En found him, Fan decisively placed his hand on the ground and activated a giant magic circle glowing with purple light. He muttered calculatedly, "I really want to try this out. Summon my servant." This was the essence of magic techniques, infused with the massive amount of money he had invested. An entity with overwhelming power gradually emerged from the intense electrical current. The glow faded, revealing a giant golem with a sturdy stone body and glowing purple eyes. Fernand cheered excitedly. "Whoa, it's a golem." Without hesitation, he pointed at the giant and loudly named it. "From now on, you're called James." Standing next to his first masterpiece, Fernand happily waved a flag to stake his claim and commanded, "Let's go, James. Time to find Midrin. He really has many talents. Plus, with lots of money, everything goes smoothly, doesn't it?" While Fan was rejoicing in his plan, on the other side, En was going through some extremely annoying moments. Varen had completely thrown away his shame by now, lying on the ground, hugging En's leg and screaming, "You shall not pass unless you defeat me. You heartless jerk. I've tried this hard and you're just standing there watching?" En could only hold his head in frustration at this leech-like clinginess. How annoying. "That's enough, Varen Canbunder. Stop acting like a child." Hit right in the gut by the insult, Varen gritted his teeth and snapped back, "You think I want to be like this? It has to be at least an hour. If you can't endure it, your life is over." Fernand's haunting threat still echoed in Varen's mind. Returning to reality, En couldn't help but be shocked by his opponent's bizarre words. "What did you just say?" Varen's face turned red, and he screamed with excitement, "I love doing this. I absolutely love the feeling of being trampled on and having my life ruined. I'm obsessed with it. Hurry up and attack me, you bastard." Witnessing the perverted expression, En just shuddered in disgust. What the hell is this? Was he possessed by another demon? This time, must be the money demon, right? "I can't take this anymore." En delivered a powerful kick, sending Varen flying away. What kind of pervert is this? Despite his body taking a hard hit, Varen jumped back up, shouting proudly, "That's right, I'm a pervert, so hurry up and attack." However, as soon as he was out of sight, Varen immediately changed his attitude, stealthily taking out his watch to check the time. "How long have I held out?" "Senior Fernand told me to hold out for an hour." Seeing the clock hand had passed the hour mark by 10 minutes, Varen collapsed in tears of relief. I'm saved. His mission to delay En had finally ended successfully. By now, En had ventured deep into a dark cave beneath the waterfall, even though the spirit of Anfen Faison wouldn't stop berating him. "Ention, can you really turn a blind eye to a knight's plea? Is that what you learned?" En calmly replied that the rules clearly stated no fighting during training. Anfen Faison continued to mutter, "This cave, huh? If you don't actively look for it, you'll never find it. That was obvious. If it were easy to find, it would have been stolen long ago. Be careful. You might have been stolen from a while ago without even knowing it." Stepping into the cold water in the cave, En felt a chill, but he sensed something. The spirit of Anfen Faison suddenly became alert too. "I can feel an energy that doesn't belong to the spiritual herbs. Shh, look down there." Standing on a high ledge, En cast his gaze down toward the rushing waterfall. In the dark space, spiritual herbs glowing with a magical blue light were blooming on the wet rocks. "We hit the jackpot!" En exclaimed excitedly when he saw the treasure before him. At the same time, deep in the cave under the lake, Fernand was laughing so hard his face turned red with joy. With the help of Golem James, who was constantly smashing the cliff walls, he screamed in a frenzy, "Found it! It's Midrin! Finally caught a big fish! Ha ha!" However, En's joy didn't last long when he realized the real trouble surrounding him. Even though he had seen the spiritual herbs right in front of him, he froze when he discovered a difficult problem. "We found the spiritual herbs, but how do we harvest them?" A giant sea dragon with emerald scales was curled up, guarding the area right in the middle of the lake, surrounding his target. The spirit of Anfen Faison also clicked his tongue in dismay. Not expecting a sea dragon to be guarding this place, he advised En to retreat and wait for another opportunity, because the current situation was too dangerous. However, With excessive overconfidence, En came up with a reckless idea to try and fight it. Immediately, he was scolded directly by Anfen Fossen, who said that if he did that, the dragon would get a taste of human meat today. He firmly stated that with his current strength, En absolutely could not deal with this creature. Just then, violent tremors began to echo, shaking the entire cave. It probably smelled the meat. Run, quickly. The vibration caused large rocks from the cave ceiling to collapse. A brilliant blue light suddenly flashed from the sea dragon's eyes, signaling that it had officially awakened from its long sleep. Anfen Faison panicked and shouted loudly, "This is bad. It's awake." The monster opened its mouth and roared with a deafening sound, radiating a suffocating pressure that made the surrounding space chaotic. He stood frozen in shock as the sea dragon's massive form towered over him. Facing the overwhelming power of such a legendary beast, he could only tremble, wondering how on earth he could survive this life-or-death situation. The spirit Anfen Fossen shrieked in urgency. At this point, just take him down. But as En gripped his sword, ready to fight, the old man panicked and changed his mind upon seeing the monster's colossal size. "I take it back, stop. It's way out of your league. We need to run now." "Ugh, your plans change faster than the wind. How am I supposed to keep up?" En yelled frantically. "Just run. Don't look back. Just run," and could only break out in a cold sweat as he replied. "Yeah, I don't think running is an option anymore." With no way out, he lunged forward with all his might, swinging his blade straight at the dragon's massive body. His eyes burned with determination, and he poured every ounce of mana into his sword, creating a blinding streak of light. Yet, the dragon's steel-hard scales completely blocked the strike. Immediately, the monster whipped its giant tail like a bolt of lightning, and En could only let out a pained groan before being sent flying. His breathing became ragged, but he kept a death grip on his sword hilt. He forced himself up, his eyes cold and sharp, as he tracked the legendary beast's every move. The sea dragon opened its maw, gathering a massive amount of water mana, and creating suffocating pressure vortices. Realizing the next attack would be the finishing blow, En began to activate a golden aura that covered his entire body, preparing for a head-on clash with the destructive wave of power. Will he survive this sea dragon's onslaught? The sea dragon unleashed a massive column of water like a cyclone. The extreme pressure drowned the entire cavern in the roar of crashing waves. Amidst the eye of the storm, En stood tall and unyielding. His sword glowed with divine light as he met the full force of the ancient dragon's breath attack head-on. Completely overwhelmed by the giant sea dragon, his body was repeatedly thrown around by the powerful, crushing tail swipes of the legendary creature. Hearing the tremors echoing deep into the cave, Fernand paused, suspicious. So loud. Did the sea dragon wake up? He muttered, confused. He knew for a fact he had fed it a pile of meat laced with heavy-duty sleeping pills. There was no way it should be awake this early. Clutching the glowing mithril block, Fernand started to worry. Ention, you better not have run into the sea dragon. He told himself that because he'd been busy dealing with that demon-possessed Varen Canbunder, he'd missed the chance to see En awaken as the prophecy foretold. This left Fan feeling deeply uneasy. Still, looking at the box of treasures in his hand, he reassured himself. "But I did give it the Saint Bird's heart, right? It'll be fine, probably," Fernand muttered, then turned to order his golem. "Did we mine all the mithril? Let's pull out." While Fernand Pellenberg was retreating with a bag full of mithril, on the other side, En was struggling with all his might to climb a slippery cliff face through thick dust and smoke. After finally escaping the danger, he collapsed, gasping for air. "I almost died back there." The spirit Anfen Faison, floating nearby, just nagged. "And that's exactly why I told you to run." En argued that he wanted to run too, but it felt like that sea dragon was dead set on devouring him alive. Anfen Faison scolded him for being a reckless idiot, insisting that if the ground hadn't collapsed due to the shockwaves of the fight to help him escape, En would be dragon food by now. Hearing En brag about holding his own, the old man had to admit, "Thanks to that rich guy's Saint Bird heart, your spiritual power really has grown." That was true. Looking up at the high cliff, En sighed in relief to see the spirit herbs were still intact, but then felt discouraged. They were so high up it might take a lifetime to climb back. What a waste, looking at it but not being able to reach it. Damn. "Ention, go over there. I feel something strange coming from that direction." Anfen Faison urged him suddenly. En asked blankly, "Huh? I don't feel anything at all." The spirit grew irritable, forcing him to move immediately. "Stop talking and just get over there." En trudged along gloomily. The sound of his boots hitting the dry stone floor echoed in the darkness. Deep in the corner of the cave, he was still skeptical. "Here? You said you felt something strange, but there's nothing here. However, Anfen Fossen insisted firmly that there was definitely something hidden. In was losing his patience. Fine, let's just grab the herbs and get out of here. Just then, Anfen Fossen spotted something unusual and shouted, "Look! There's light coming from there." A cracked rock wall suddenly glowed with a mysterious blue light, shocking En. "You were right? What is that? Dig it up. Fast, hurry!" The old man urged him frantically. En rushed to dig through the dirt and rocks with his hands, pulled out an object shining brilliantly, and cheered. "I got it!" Holding the treasure, En gasped. "This is..." The whole cave seemed to brighten with the powerful surge of energy, making the spirit Anfen Fason's eyes what he had been longing for. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest, Jay Veens, with his flaming red hair, wore a smug smile as he saw Fan return. He asked excitedly, "So, did you find what you needed?" Fernand nodded to confirm and asked about Jay's situation. The saint calmly replied that only a few monsters had gone wild, but it was nothing to worry about. Seeing Jay's satisfied expression, Fernand played his winning card. "Oh, my merchant group will be placing an order with the church today, just like the contract from before." Hearing about the lucrative deal, Jay cheered with excitement. Fernand calmly said his goodbyes. "See you later then." Jay waved enthusiastically, not forgetting to send his mana-filled blessings to his generous boss before leaving. Fernand sat perched on a tree branch, fiddling with the shimmering block of mithril he'd found, and whispered to himself, "I never thought I'd actually get my hands on mithril. It's a metal so rare most people won't see it in their entire lives. With its incredible ability to absorb and conduct mana, mithril was truly a priceless treasure. But used on its own, it can't reach its full potential. That's the business mindset. Everything has to be exploited to its fullest." He knew well that he needed to create an alloy to truly unlock its power, and, of course, no ordinary ore would be a match for it. The perfect partner for mithril was adamantite, the hardest of all metals. However, adamantite was just as rare as mithril, to the point where even money couldn't buy it. Fernand pondered whether the prophecy mentioned where this legendary metal was buried. Just as he was lost in thought, a shrill scream rang out, "Help me!" Yet, Fernand's mind at this moment seemed so filled with the name Ention that he remained completely still, even though the call for help echoed right beside him. Yet, Fernand's mind seems completely consumed by the name Ention, to the point where he remains calmly motionless, even as cries for help ring out right beside him. Beneath the tree, a girl with vibrant orange hair was sprinting for her life, desperately trying to outrun a pack of vicious hellhounds. Seeing Fernand still ignoring her, the girl shouted in frustration, "Hey, are you just going to keep ignoring me? I said I'd help you." Fernand shot a quick glance back and replied in a bored tone, "Obviously, if someone's in danger, I have to help. But seriously, an elf getting threatened by a hellhound?" The girl nimbly leaped onto the branch where Fernand was sitting, escaping the hellhounds that were still snarling hungrily down below. Thank goodness dogs can't climb trees, or she would have been done for. I hate dogs too. Just finish off these noisy mutts already, Fernand ordered nonchalantly, still lounging on the branch. Immediately, the elf girl performed a series of skillful hand gestures, conjuring sharp, blade-like winds that swept across the ground. In a blink, the hellhounds were completely wiped out. After cleaning up the mess, she turned to him with a smug look. "Satisfied now? By the way, were you following me on purpose?" Fernand gave her a cold stare, making her quickly laugh it off. No, it was just a coincidence." Seeing that Fernand was determined to send her away, she awkwardly admitted that she actually did seek him out, mostly because he was just so hard to get close to. Fernand smirked and countered, "Why? Because I'm a descendant of a great noble, you're looking to network." He figured he had seen right through her intentions. The girl was Arya Freydin, a real beauty with an enchanting appearance. Fernand didn't hesitate to call her out, saying he'd heard she often used her status to get close to heirs of other great noble families. Caught red-handed, Arya Freydin didn't look embarrassed at all. Instead, she pressed on. "Well, now that you know, let's be friends." Fernand flatly refused with a single cold, leaving her stunned as she asked why. He casually replied that he was older than her, which only made Arya Freydin whine, begging him not to be so uptight. She began arguing that it would be better for the future if the great noble families got along. "You're pretty selective about who you befriend, aren't you? Someone like me can't exactly afford to hang out with your kind." Fernand remained firm, insisting that being great nobles didn't mean they had to be close. Arya explained that since her family, the Freudians, had recently risen to power by replacing the old house, She really wanted to build good relationships with other nobles. She pleaded with Fernand to be a bit nicer and mentioned that his class had big shots like N. Looking at Arya's expression, Fernand secretly wondered if an elf could survive on a meat-only diet, only to be told she ate fruit too. Seeing Arya's radiant smile, Fernand sighed as he realized she didn't care at all about who would be footing the bill for those meals. He silently judged that Arya Freydin truly had nerves of steel. Just as Arya was enthusiastically declaring she wanted to be friends with all the great nobles, both of them were startled by a sudden crisis. A panicked student from below screamed, demanding that everyone find a professor immediately. A sea dragon just appeared in Payden Lake. Right after that, the surface of the lake exploded. A giant sea dragon, with glowing blue eyes and razor-sharp teeth, surged out of the water amidst massive, violent waves. Arya Freydin gasped in surprise. A sea dragon? That's strange. Why would it suddenly appear here? Fernand didn't answer. He immediately dove down from the branch, leaving her only enough time to reach out. Hey, are you actually going to run toward it? Deep down, Fernand's mind was a mess. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, something's wrong. He realized with a shock that there was a major deviation from what he knew. The prophecy never mentioned the sea dragon rising from the water and going berserk. And who caused it to go berserk, anyway? His mind was fixed on one person. What about N? In the distance, the giant sea dragon unleashed a powerful, glowing blue breath that shook the earth violently. Chaos erupted as the students scrambled to flee. The emergency evacuation order was shouted clearly. All first-year students retreat. Teaching assistants, protect the first years on the front line. Amidst the rubble, Enchen warned N that the monster was targeting him because of the elixir he had just acquired. He urged him to leave it to the professors and assistants. Let's retreat, N replied briefly. Understood, and quickly followed Enchen to find an escape route. Even though the old man had told him to be careful not to attract attention, the sea dragon's glowing blue eyes had already locked onto its target. Just as the monster was about to deliver the killing blow, Fernand suddenly rushed in and blocked the path in front of N. With burning red eyes and sheer determination, he activated a massive magic circle, releasing a wave of fiery energy that enveloped the entire area. He had arrived just in time to save the protagonist. Fernand chanted the spell, pouring all his mana into the decisive attack. Massive, jagged stone pillars erupted from the ground, piercing through the tough scales and slamming straight into the sea dragon's massive body. Watching the legendary creature fight back madly, despite its injuries, Fernand gritted his teeth, thinking, damn, is this beyond our capabilities? You held the line well, Pan. Now leave the rest to us. Professor Grass's authoritative voice boomed out. Immediately, he and the other mages unleashed powerful magic attacks, striking directly and forcing the sea dragon onto the defensive. Overwhelmed by their combined power, the giant monster roared and started to flee. The students cheered excitedly. Oh, it's running away. Let's chase it. Fernand exhaled in relief, thinking to himself, that's strange. Did my interference change the content of the prophecy a little? Still, he reassured himself that as long as the destined hero was safe, that was what mattered most. After all, if N died, all his investments would go up in smoke. Business is about profit, and he couldn't afford to lose his capital. Fernand stepped closer and asked, N, are you okay? Contrary to his usual casual demeanor, N looked at his senior with teary, touched eyes. Did you come to save me? Seeing the emotional expression on his junior's face, Fernand awkwardly explained that protecting students was just a teaching assistant's duty. Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Fernand told N to get back to work and started to turn away. But N suddenly held him back, looking hesitant. Actually, there's something I want to talk about. Do you have a moment? Faced with N's hesitation about talking there, Fernand nodded and agreed to find a quieter spot. They both stepped into a deserted corner of the woods. Fernand crossed his arms and asked straight out, Don't worry, nobody's listening. If you need to say something, just say it. What is it? N hesitated and asked if Fernand's merchant guild dealt in ores. Seeing Fernand confirm it, and honestly admitted that he was currently dirt poor and probably didn't have the money to buy anything. But, on the other hand, you have something to sell. Man, I pity the poor, miserable fate of a main character. Can't argue with that, but why does it sound so bitter? Fernand's careless remark deeply offended Ention because of his poverty. He immediately felt regretful for letting his true thoughts slip out. Looking at Ention's hurt expression, Fernand secretly reminded himself not to be complacent, because this seemingly obedient kid is the very person who will order his exile in the future. He told himself there was no benefit in pissing off his savior. If my words upset you, I apologize. I didn't mean it, please don't take it to heart. I was just joking. Fernand hurriedly backed down to ease the tense atmosphere. Faced with his senior's sudden sincerity, Ention just stared blankly and asked, huh? Meanwhile, the soul of Anfen Fasten, standing by, muttered and scolded Fernand, calling him a spoiled brat. This old geezer just loves to pour oil on the fire. Fernand quickly returned to the main objective and pressed him. So, you said you had something you wanted to sell me. Ention smiled faintly and nodded. Ah, that's right, it's this. As soon as Ention opened his palm, a brilliant, glowing blue crystal appeared, causing Fernand to freeze completely. In his mind, he was screaming in shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. Because he had just been tearing his hair out, trying to figure out how to find this legendary metal, and now here it was, just appearing right in front of him. Fernand tried to suppress his rising excitement, telling himself to stay calm. How on earth could his luck be this ridiculously absurd? Stifling his shock, Fernand asked to be sure. Adamantine? You intend to sell this to me? After Ention nodded in confirmation, he continued to press for the origin of the treasure, since it wasn't something you just find lying on the street. Ention scratched his head, looking troubled. He admitted it wasn't easy to say exactly where he got it, but swore it wasn't stolen or black market goods, so the senior could rest easy. He added one more line that nearly made Fernand fall over. I have so much that my storage space is already full. Man, he really lives up to being the main character. Whatever comes, just comes. Fernand was speechless, silently confirming there was no longer any doubt. Ention definitely must have found it in that underwater cave while he was busy mining mithril. He bitterly realized that while he had to struggle just to get some mithril, Ention had stumbled upon a massive hoard of adamantine. Fernand could only lament to the heavens at what's called Ention's true main character luck. He wondered what kind of cave that was, to contain two of the continent's rarest metals like that. Ention began to lay out his terms. If you're truly interested, my condition is... Immediately, the soul of Anfen Faison appeared with a guarded expression. The old man screamed, warning Ention to be careful because the Fernand Pellenberg crowd could steal the nose off your face in a heartbeat. He adamantly demanded that Ention not agree to any negotiations. However, Ention completely ignored the old man's advice. He told himself the terms sounded pretty reasonable. To the astonishment of both Ention and his guardian soul, Fernand firmly sealed the deal. All right, I'll buy it on those exact terms. There, see? The old geezer was just overreacting. The guy is a man of his word. Anfen Faison's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe his ears. What the hell? Did he just accept his terms? Even Fernand felt it was strange. He wondered why Ention wouldn't put it up for auction to get a higher price instead of selling it to him so readily. Ention pensively explained that he wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Because adamantine is so rare that if rumors spread, he would instantly become a target for countless greedy and evil people. Ention bitterly admitted that the Amiel clan currently wasn't strong enough to protect such a massive treasure. Fernand raised an eyebrow and countered. And you think I'm strong enough? He even joked half seriously, posing a dangerous hypothesis. What if I just killed you and took the adamantine? Ention just laughed it off. He reminded Fernand that he had once given him the heart of the phoenix, and had even risked his life fighting the sea dragon to save him, so he absolutely trusted that his senior would never harm him. Seeing Ention's radiant, trusting smile, Fernand suddenly felt a bit warmed, thinking that saving him and giving him those gifts earlier had truly yielded a profit in trust that was not small at all. This time he hit the jackpot. Gaining his trust means no need to worry about becoming a beggar. Heh. Fernand stepped closer, placed a hand on his shoulder with a friendly smile, and affirmed, That's right, I truly care about you. Seeing Ention nod in agreement, he played a psychological move, reminding him of the favor. Besides, I was the one who saved your life from the sea dragon, right? As soon as he replied, yes, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Fernand leaned close to his junior's ear, his red eyes revealing a clear threat. So listen, Ention, if one day you suddenly get the urge to turn me into a beggar, then remember today. Never forget that I risked my life to save you. Understand? Ention, overwhelmed by the terrifying pressure, could only stutter. Yes, of course. Fernand immediately returned to his usual friendly demeanor, laughed, and promised to prepare the contract to follow up later, leaving Ention still shaken. Whoa, scary, right? He just randomly threatened him about the future. Don't let him become a beggar. How terrifying is that? Standing dazed, watching his senior's back, he thought, what did he just say? The urge to turn me into a beggar. The kid told himself, This guy is crazy, he must be in shock after seeing that pile of adamantine. Meanwhile, at the manor, Hai had just returned from a trip to the Duke's estate. He walked quickly into the room and spoke. "I've returned, young master. You spent quite a long time at the Duke's. Did anything happen while you were gone?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hai froze and dropped his file folder when he saw the scene before him. Fernand was nonchalantly sitting perched on a pile of glowing blue crystals that illuminated the entire room. He took a sip of wine and greeted his butler. "Oh hi, you're back? Welcome. First time seeing mithril and adamantine in the same place, right?" Hai stuttered, unable to believe his eyes. "My lord, what is all of this? Wait, where did you get these rare ores?" Fernand coolly replied that he mined some himself and bought the rest, insisting he had been truly busy lately. He really had landed a huge deal. It was like wealth flowing into a rich man's house. Hai picked up a crystal to examine it, his face revealing clear astonishment. "Even with money, you could barely buy this stuff. If I sold all of this, our guild would exceed this year's revenue target." But Fernand firmly poured a bucket of cold water on that. "I don't intend to sell." Faced with the butler's shock, he lazily swirled his wineglass and revealed his true ambition. Fernand stared straight ahead, his eyes shining with ambition. "I plan to build a massive, autonomous golem that can move on its own and has its own will." Fernand pondered, still nursing a long-standing question in his heart. He told himself that knights have loyal warhorses always by their sides, and the elf clan has wonderful spirit companions. Why does a businessman like him have nothing of the sort? The more he thought about it, the more unfair it felt. Fernand roared in frustration. Why must a businessman live so alone? Standing behind him, his butler Hai could only look at his master with a mix of suspicion and speechlessness. "I thought someone like you would think a businessman's only companion is money. Haha." To dispel that absurdity, Fernand loudly declared his decision to create a sentient golem for himself. Looking at the young master's serious expression, Hai couldn't help but wonder if this was truly as unreasonable as he was making it out to be. Fernand enthusiastically explained that to build a golem, one needed top-tier magical engineering knowledge, along with a massive amount of capital. That also meant if you weren't truly wealthy, don't even dream of owning one. To Fernand Pellenberg, a golem was the perfect asset for a businessman, especially since the great war with the demon race was looming right before them. He believed that in this terrifying era where demons ran rampant everywhere, a giant golem would be the most reliable bodyguard to protect its master. Therefore, he was determined to create something truly sturdy and reliable to serve as his support. "If I end up a beggar later, at least it can be my friend so I won't be too embarrassed." Even hearing those heartfelt words, Hai still couldn't understand why a businessman would need a golem. Seeing the young master lost in extreme excitement, he told himself it was best to keep quiet. Hai curiously asked about the size of this sentient golem and received a shocking answer from Fernand. 10 meters. Hai was stunned by the massive figure. 10 meters? Why make it so big? Fernand casually replied with a reason that couldn't be more convincing. Why else? Because it looks cool as hell. As soon as he finished, a sudden intense pain tore through his mind, making Fernand clutch his head and groan. Damn it, a headache again. His eyes turned bright red with tension as he realized another cursed prophecy was beginning to invade his brain. Fernand's scream of pain echoed throughout the mansion, making Hai rush over in a panic. "Young master, honestly, ever since you were struck by lightning, your health has been so unstable." Hai anxiously held a thermometer and urged, "Please bite down on this, sir." Even though his body was trembling, Fernand stubbornly pushed the butler's hand away and whispered, "Ah, I'm fine, I told you it doesn't hurt." This stubborn attitude made Hai truly angry. He snapped, "Doesn't hurt? You even fainted. Do you have any idea how many times you've screamed in pain?" Ignoring his master's weak resistance, Hai firmly pressed the thermometer into his mouth and ordered, "I'm checking your body temperature. Just bite down." Hai muttered anxiously that this must be the after effects of being struck by lightning last time. While Fernand could only endure silently with the thermometer in his mouth, he had no time to rest as another prophecy arrived right on schedule. This time, the vision brought him to the middle of the cold, vast ocean, where Ention was standing on the deck, and a shadow of death was lurking behind him with a declaration. "Die, Ention." Ugh, his memory is really suffering. Every now and then it gets hacked and injected with info about the main character. At this rate, he's going to become a guardian. Sigh. It was a contractor, someone who sold their soul to the devil, stealthily infiltrating the yacht club gathering to assassinate Ention. This was an elite social group in the academy that only noble students were eligible to join, and Fernand had joined as well to expand his connections and frequently attended these parties. Ironically, it was Fernand himself who suggested turning the simple afternoon tea into a lavish gathering out at sea on a yacht with brilliant fireworks. Yet, just as he convinced everyone to head out to sea, a giant monster suddenly appeared from the depths of the ocean. Panicked screams erupted everywhere. A monster! Why is there a monster here? Turn the ship around, fast! Amidst the chaos, the contractors snuck onto the ship, and when Ention confirmed his face, he was shocked to realize it was an employee from Fernand's trading company. Why is every crime related to me? Are they trying to make me a beggar? If Ention's memory was correct, this guy was one of the crew members. A terrifying suspicion arose in the hero's mind. Could Pellenberg be involved in this? He silently concluded that if they actually knew, then they were traitors to humanity, and if they didn't know, then the Pellenberg family was much less competent than he thought. Back to reality, Fernand was going crazy with anger. He roared in his heart. Others pick up treasures by chance, while he bitterly realized he was bearing some extreme villainous burden, causing every incident to dump itself on his head. Fernand secretly realized why Ention thought he would be the cause of his downfall, because in this situation, anyone looking at it would think he had signed a contract with the archdemon. Hai saw his master's complexion worsening. He worriedly remarked that time was running out and tried to check his energy flow. Fernand felt suffocating pressure. He knew if he slipped up this time, everything would be truly finished. Hai firmly placed an ice pack on Fernand's head in a panic. "Duke, you have a very high fever. I must call the doctor immediately." Even so, Fernand stubbornly brushed it off. "I told you I'm fine. It's a heated situation and we're in deep trouble. It would be weird if I didn't have a fever." To distract him, Fernand mentioned that a guest had arrived at the company and planned to postpone everything else. Hai asked in confusion because he had no appointments scheduled for today. An unannounced guest appeared, making Fernand immediately smell money floating around him. He curiously asked who it was, and immediately the door opened to reveal the radiant face of Professor Grad. "Do you want to sell the carcass of the sea dragon that appeared in the freshman's practice session?" Fernand spoke up in surprise upon hearing the offer from Professor Grad. The professor casually admitted he had spent quite a bit of effort taking it down, while affirming he trusted Fernand wouldn't squeeze the price like others. In his heart, Fernand cheered because this was good news, as a sea dragon's carcass could yield countless precious parts. However, he still pretended to ask if it was okay to approach a student directly like this. He was immediately sarcastically reminded by Grad about how he had once bribed Professor Rosalia to be a teaching assistant. "This guy knows everything like a ghost." Grad laughed, saying Rosalia was too rigid. "Next time, just come to me because I'm much easier going. As long as you're sensible, it's a done deal." He affirmed that anyone could be a teaching assistant without needing bribes. At the same time, he revealed that this time it was an official purchase request sent from the academy to the Pellenberg family. Because Fernand's family designated him to negotiate directly, Grad was here as the academy's representative. Hearing that, Fern pondered. "I see. Actually, there is one part I am particularly interested in." But Grass firmly folded his arms and refused. "I'm not selling it by the piece. If you want it, buy the whole thing." Fernand took a slow sip of his tea, acknowledging that wasn't a bad idea, as the sea dragon was a treasure where nothing went to waste. Its teeth and bones were incredibly hard, perfect for crafting weapons. Its blood and eyes, rich in magical energy, were ideal for alchemy, while the scales would make for excellent protective armor. Whether he bought the whole thing or just parts, his trading guild would turn a massive profit. It was impressive how he'd calculated that if he were to buy it, not a single bit of the carcass would go to waste. However, Fernand kept up his act as a seasoned merchant, declaring that a merchant's pride was all about maximizing profit. Seeing Fernand trying to haggle, Grass grumbled and threatened to sell the dragon's remains to another family. Fernand calmly sipped his tea, launching a sharp counterattack, by reminding him that the profits from hunted items were supposed to fund the professor's research. He looked straight at Grass with a knowing smile, asserting that if it sold for a high price, the professor himself would be the one benefiting the most. Fernand smirked, striking at the professor's motivation by asking if he didn't want the best possible price for the items he needed. Graz was immediately swayed, and eagerly asked what his real conditions were. With a calculating glint in his eyes, Fernand spoke clearly. "I want the exclusive rights to sell boats to the academy." He demanded that if the Academy needed boats in the future, his Golden Turtle Trading Guild must be the sole supplier. Professor Grass couldn't help but be surprised. He wondered why the Academy would ever need boats and thought the request was way too simple. To him, it was a trivial matter that would also bring in decent profits. Fernand smiled smugly, silently confirming that while they might not need them now, they definitely would in the future. Based on the prophecy about the monster attack that would sink the cruise ship, the young nobles would be left drifting in the middle of the sea. This shocking event would make the Academy realize the importance of maritime combat training and lead them to open a series of related courses. By then, the simulated battles would result in frequent damage to the boats, leading to a massive source of revenue from repairs and new purchases. Fernand excitedly imagined money flowing into his pockets, like water from this long-term, super profitable venture. Hearing the potential of the plan, Professor Grass excitedly shook hands with Fernand and promised to propose it to the dean immediately. Meanwhile, at a busy bookstore in the city, Rena was looking for a basic cookbook. The bookstore manager, after checking the display area and finding nothing, guessed that the books were likely sold out. Was a cookbook really that hard to find? Seeing the customer's urgency, he suggested she wait a moment while he checked the warehouse. Stepping into the dark storage room filled with towering bookshelves, the manager mumbled as he searched for the basic cookbook among thousands of other titles. In the shadows of the warehouse, a dark entity with glowing red eyes bowed its head to report the situation. It confirmed that Ention had never crossed paths with Varen Canbunder, who had gone mad from demonic energy. According to the original plan, Varen Canbunder should have tracked the demonic energy trail of Ention after being defeated. But in reality, an unexpected variable had occurred. The entity insisted that someone had definitely intervened, throwing the plan off track, which made the gray-haired man suspiciously ask, "Intervened?" Climbing up a wooden ladder between the towering shelves, the man continued to listen to the shadows. The dark entity admitted it couldn't identify the culprit because every trace at the scene had been completely erased. Faced with that helplessness, the gray-haired man coldly questioned if his subordinate was trying to back out. Even though the shadow vowed to use every method to uncover the truth, he coldly ordered it to stop. Because if they'd had tried this hard and still had no results, there was definitely no other way to know. It looks like we have a thug posing as an intellectual here. Setting aside the failure, he ordered his subordinate to focus on the next step of the plan. However, deep down, the man couldn't stop worrying about the irregularities that had just occurred. He told himself, if Varen Canbunder had truly fought, there was no way such a massive release of demonic energy wouldn't have been detected, yet the Academy remained completely silent. Every trace had been erased so perfectly that he began to suspect whether this was merely a random coincidence or if there was another truth underneath. A terrifying hypothesis crossed his mind, making his gaze turn ice-cold with his dual-colored red and yellow eyes. He asked himself if there was some force quietly manipulating everything from behind the scenes, intentionally acting to hide the truth. How troublesome. So someone has already discovered our presence, the mysterious shadow asked, voice full of anxiety. But the man with the dual-colored eyes remained skeptical. He believed that if they had truly been exposed, the kingdom wouldn't be this quiet. He told himself it was likely just a coincidence, but didn't forget to warn his subordinate to be more cautious. Because their power wasn't strong enough yet. If they were exposed now, it would ruin all their future plans. These guys are also good at hiding, sneaking into the place people go most often. He insisted that eliminating him now was the most urgent priority. Because ever since enrolling, the growth rate of that kid had exceeded all expectations. He bitterly thought this was a product of the cursed bloodline of the first emperor. His eyes burned with ambition as he made his resolve. The next plan must succeed. If he gets any stronger, it will be very troublesome. We absolutely cannot fail again. After the shadow promised to remember the order, the man quietly stepped out of the dark library warehouse. As soon as he saw Rena waiting outside, he immediately regained the composure of a bookstore clerk and handed her a book. Objectively speaking, I have found the basic cookbook. He offered a mysterious smile as he handed her the item. The girl took the book and left with a thank you. A while later, during a lavish dinner at the mansion, Fernand sipped his wine and pressed for important information. You detected demonic energy? When and where? Rena calmly recounted the incident that happened around 7 p.m. 3 nights ago, right after dinner when she was walking with a friend. When Fernand asked to confirm if it was Bella Lahone, the 19th ranked student in the night department, Rena firmly affirmed, yes, it was Bella Lahone. Fernand curiously pressed, what exactly happened? Rena began to recall the event. The situation was like this. 3 days ago, Bella approached me and challenged me. Bella claimed her strength had improved significantly and wanted to test it immediately. Rena noticed something unusual. Normally they only used wooden training swords, but this time Bella Law insisted on using real weapons. Looking at the confident expression and burning gaze of the other, Rena privately wondered if she was using some kind of performance-enhancing drug. But honestly, she was incredibly confident. She had to be using something banned, right? And that wasn't just talk. Right from the start, Bella unleashed powerful strikes, surrounded by a burning red aura. Rena was shocked to realize Bella's sword was now much heavier and sharper than before, forcing her to put everything she had into parrying the blows. Bella's strength had clearly jumped up a level. It wasn't just about raw muscle. Bella's body had become unusually agile, allowing her to dodge Rena's sword strikes with ease. Facing this improvement, Rena couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are different now. Faster, stronger." She noticed Bella lately had been full of energy, and her control over her techniques was significantly better, hadn't it? Hearing such praise directly from her opponent, Bella looked extremely smug. "Hearing you say that makes me even happier." "All right." With a sinister smile, Bella declared, "Let's keep going." As the story reached its peak, Fernand rudely interrupted. "Aha, so who ended up losing?" Rena snapped, annoyed at being cut off. "Wait, I wasn't finished yet. How rude. People are excited to tell a story, and someone just jumps in and ruins the flow." She continued, explaining that Bella's swordsmanship was naturally built around leveraging the weight and power of her blade. Her swings dealt immense damage, easily crushing the giant rocks around them, and boasting damage output far superior to other styles. But precisely because it was so heavy and cumbersome, it had a clear weakness at close range. The moment Rena closed in to exploit an opening, Bella suddenly revealed eyes burning red with eerie, slitted pupils. At that exact moment, Rena felt something incredibly dangerous. The battle ended in a draw, with both sides pulling apart. Bella clicked her tongue in frustration. Damn it. She quickly regained her composure, gave a forced laugh and muttered to herself, "I guess I still haven't mastered controlling this sword style yet, huh?" Ending the flashback, Rena put down her fork and wrapped up the story. That's how it went. Now that she was done, she told him to say whatever he wanted. Fernand pondered for a moment before asking, "You're certain it was demonic energy?" Rena was adamant. "There is no way I could forget that freezing, disgusting aura I felt at Baryon. It was just a flash, but I'm certain it was demonic energy." She added that Bella's current condition seemed completely normal, with nothing strange even after the fight. Unlike Varant Canbunder, she didn't have any physical mutations, nor had she lost her sanity. It was because of that normalcy that Rena had once doubted whether she'd misjudged the situation. Hearing Fernand ask if she wanted to double-check, she was firm. "Yes, because this involves demonic energy. Besides, Bella is my closest friend. We grew up together since we were kids. I can't just stand by and watch her turn into a monster." Trusting in his abilities, she hoped Fernand could help. Fernand nodded, promising to investigate in his own way, before suddenly looking her straight in the eye and asking, "But seriously, I have to ask, is that stuff actually edible?" He received a nod from Rena. "That's right. It's delicious." After that evening, he began digging through the investigation files on Bella. From dorms and lecture halls to the training grounds, library, and cafeteria, this girl lived by a standard schedule so precise it was shocking. Not unlike that jerk Varen Canbunder before. There wasn't a single sign suggesting she had suspicious contact with anyone. Furthermore, unlike others who suffered from psychological trauma, Bella was always cheerful and maintained good relationships with everyone around her. Theoretically, there was no reason for demonic energy to infiltrate someone with such a stable mind. But if what Rena said was true, that Bella actually used demonic energy, then there was only one thing she and Varen Canbunder had in common. Neither had encountered a demon, nor had they signed any contracts. Fernand was shocked, wondering if demonic energy could infiltrate on its own, without them even realizing it. Was it even possible to be haunted without direct contact with a demon? Or was Rena wrong, and that thing wasn't demonic energy at all? While he was lost in thought in the library, a splitting headache suddenly struck him, making Fernand cry out in pain. "This is bad." Another horrifying vision appeared before his eyes. A place with a sky stained, red like blood, thick with the metallic scent of iron and suffocating demonic aura. The place was teeming with monsters and people driven insane. From academy students to the island's residents, everyone was falling into a tragic demise. Amidst the ruins, Fan saw the anxious face of the one he knew. This desolate landscape looked so familiar. It was a place where everyone was acting in bizarre, inexplicable ways. Demonic energy had silently infiltrated and hidden deep within the students' bodies for who knows how long. And then, when the demon Andromalius officially descended, they all started to awaken at once and destroy everything. Fernand realized in horror, could this be the moment right before Andromalius descends? Evil energy. They've all been infected with evil energy. Looking at the devastated scene, he asked in shock, "You mean those students signed contracts with demons?" Anfin Fossen immediately denied it, because if that had happened, he would have discovered it long ago. To clear things up, he followed Anfin Fossen's advice and began using his magic to check the unconscious students. Through that, Anfin Fossen slowly grasped the horrifying truth. Those filthy demons had acted extremely cunningly this time, secretly planting evil energy into the students' daily lives. Because the methods were so subtle, not a single person had noticed anything unusual. Anfin Fossen noted that injecting evil energy into human bodies requires a lot of time and isn't easy, so perhaps most of it had been wasted. Even continuing to transmit the evil energy now might be meaningless. He pondered the students infected by the evil energy. Meanwhile, Anfin Fossen insisted that to make them break out like that, there had to be a catalyst. Suddenly, he pointed ahead and shouted, "There's definitely something amplifying the demonic energy over there. That magic circle. It's the one activating the evil energy. We have to destroy it now." He rushed forward, getting closer to the magic circle. The summoning process began to accelerate, making Anfin Fossen scream as he realized its true nature. It's been weaving into them, taking away their will. Just as he stepped into the center of the glowing red magic circle, Anfin Fossen panicked and called his name. At that moment, Rena appeared, struggling to block an attack from a familiar face. Realizing in horror, "Bella, she's been infected with evil energy." Anfin Fossen urged him to destroy the magic circle immediately to help Bella return to normal. He finally realized that Rena's suspicions about the evil energy inside Bella all this time were completely correct. However, when he looked closely at the structure of the magic circle under his feet, he shuddered as he realized an even more terrifying truth. My God, that's not a magic circle for amplifying demonic energy. A jet-black surge of dark energy erupted from the center of the circle. Fernand realized this was a summoning ritual. The demons weren't just looking to infect others, they were trying to summon an evil entity from hell into this world. The presence of Andromalius, one of Solomon's 72 demons, was starting to manifest. It was a sign that the end of the world was approaching as he prepared to return to this realm once more. Waking up in a cold sweat from a terrifying nightmare, Fernand realized that the fragmented memories about demonic energy, Andromalius, and even Bella were piecing together into a true catastrophe. There was no time left. He roared in a state of absolute urgency, rushing out of his room and shouting for Rena Borch. Fernand decisively pushed open the door and stepped out, his mind now focused on a single goal: stopping the tragedy to come. Meeting Rena in the academy hallway, she anxiously asked, Is she safe?" Fernand pondered for a moment. He understood that if Bella had truly been infected by dark energy, and it was exposed, she would fall into unimaginable danger without even knowing it herself. Being possessed is dangerous, but the real trouble is what happens next. Facing Fernand's worry, Rena offered a confident smile and asserted firmly, "I won't let her be falsely accused of being a demon and killed. Don't worry, thanks." However, deep down, he still had his own pragmatic calculations. He needed Bella to live, not only because she was the most important evidence to protect Rena, but also because he wanted to win the heart of the Borch heiress, and beyond that, ensure the safety of the entire continent. Fernand told himself, "First, I have to prove that the dark energy really exists inside her." Just then, Bella, with her radiant pink hair, appeared. She smiled and asked, "Rena Borch, have you been waiting long?" The lecture ended a bit late. Rena replied casually, "No, we just got here ourselves." Seeing the unexpected presence of the Pellenberg heir, Bella asked in surprise, "Wait? Fernand is here too." Rena immediately explained that she was the one who called him, while Fernand suddenly pointed straight at Bella's forehead and declared clearly, "Because there is a demon inside your head." With eyes glowing red and intense pressure, he added in an indisputable tone, "I have to destroy it, so from now on, you will do exactly as I say." Shocked by the baseless accusation and his arrogant attitude, Bella flatly refused. "What? No. Despite her resistance, Fernand coldly forced the issue. You have to come with me, whether you want to or not. Bella could only look at him like he was a madman and snapped, What the hell? Is there something wrong with your head? Fernand, walking up to someone and saying they're possessed, he's lucky he didn't get a punch in the face. Fernand looked at Bella with a stern gaze, insisting he wasn't joking. If the dark energy wasn't dealt with, sooner or later, she would lose her mind. And when that happened, the church's inquisitors would certainly not let her be. Bella gritted her teeth in anger, questioning if Fernand was trying to threaten her. He coolly replied that he was just stating the truth. Bella turned to Rena and snapped, thinking her friend had actually gone crazy, as she felt perfectly normal. Seeing the tension, Rena quickly grabbed her friend's hand and called out, Bella, Rena pleaded. Bella, please, just listen to Fan this once. Bella was still reeling, shouting at Rena to ask what on earth this demon business was about. Looking at her best friend's sincere eyes and gentle smile, Bella finally sighed and gave in, not wanting to upset Rena. Fernand watched them, thinking to himself that if she had kept refusing, he was ready to knock her out right then and there. Bella firmly declared she would follow Fan's instructions, but on one condition. If he proved she wasn't possessed, he would have to apologize to her and Rena properly. Fernand was baffled, not understanding why he had to apologize to Rena too. Well, girls can be so unreasonable. Bella glared and shouted, believing Fernand had dragged her innocent friend into this mess. Fernand thought to himself that Rena was actually the one who dragged him into it, but he just sighed and let it go. He demanded that Bella take him to the places she frequented to find traces of where she might have come into contact with the dark energy. Bella retorted sarcastically that he had already investigated everything, so what good would that do? She also got angry, realizing he had secretly dug up her background. Fernand walked on silently, mentally retracing the places Bella had been that he had already screened, but nothing seemed suspicious. As they entered the dojo, Fernand remarked that the place was too gloomy, making Bella snap at him to shut his mouth. He had already scanned everything from the dorms, lecture halls, and the library to the cafeteria, but everything was normal, even the cafe had no strange traces. Just then, at a bookstore, a man with purple hair and heterochromatic eyes was smiling sinisterly, while holding a notebook detailing how the Mad Duke kept seeking him out at night. Back at the library, Rena and Bella were absorbed in a stack of romance novels. Bella shyly admitted this was her personal hobby. This might be the suspicious point, everyone. Even though Bella tried to clarify that reading romance novels was just a normal hobby, Fernand didn't stop calculating. He told himself that if the traces were this easy to find, it wouldn't be worth mentioning, but it had to be hidden somewhere nearby. His eyes turned to the bookstore manager, who was handing Bella a book with illustrations that made her cheer with excitement. A question flashed through Fernand's mind. What if it wasn't a place? What if it was an object? Just as he was deep in thought, the manager unexpectedly spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Fan. Startled, he asked in surprise. You know who I am? He received a nonchalant reply. Of course, I am a merchant. The manager explained that his shop frequently imported goods from the Pellenberg family guild. Fernand thought to himself, a client. Seeing this, the man enthusiastically offered to recommend a book that he claimed would be perfect for Fan. However, Fernand firmly refused, claiming he already had enough books at home. The manager just gave a regretful smile. I see. What a pity. What's so pitiful? The guy is filthy rich, he's got plenty of books. As soon as Rena called for Fan to leave, he followed her, completely unaware of the eerie gaze of the bookstore manager behind them. He watched Fernand's retreating figure with a sinister smile and glowing red eyes filled with malice. Whispering to himself, See you later, I'll be waiting for your return. A moment later, Bella asked in confusion as they stood before a luxurious building, Isn't this cafe run by your guild? Fernand replied casually that he had never been here because it was reserved only for VIP guests. Approaching a room, Fernand asked Rena, Is this where you wanted to go? She nodded, confirming this was the best place to avoid prying eyes. The moment the door swung open, a blinding, holy light erupted, followed by a voice. I've been waiting a long time for you. It was Jay, radiating a brilliant aura. He started rambling on about how the faithful would be blessed by mana. Facing Jay's overly religious inquiry, Fan simply replied, Oh, I believe. Better to just say I believe than to keep listening to his silver-tongued nonsense. Getting straight to the point, Fernand asked if Jay had brought what he needed. Jay confirmed with a smile but didn't forget to remind him that once the goods were used, they couldn't be returned, and demanded payment in cash. Seeing this shady transaction, Bella panicked and snapped. A transaction? Fernand, what are you doing? Why is he even here? Fernand smirked mysteriously. He insisted that Jay's presence was here to prove a terrifying truth. That Bella was actually harboring demonic energy. Bella crossed her arms, challenging him. She didn't believe she was infected, and pressed Fan on how he planned to prove such an absurd claim. Jay smiled confidently, cradling a small box, and explained that the church was always prepared for the return of the demon race, as prophesied by the founding pope. He asserted that nothing was more accurate than the church's holy artifacts when it came to detecting demons or demonic energy. Bella stared curiously at the glowing jewel emitting a mystical energy. After Bella introduced herself as a second-year night student, Jay happily greeted her as his senior. Jay asked Bella to hold the jewel with both hands so the mana could flow into her body and inspect her deep within. Rena anxiously asked Fan if this item was actually effective. He calmly replied that if the church's holy artifact couldn't detect it, nothing else in this world could. Seeing that Bella seemed tense, Jay leaned in close to her ear and whispered some friendly reassurance. He confessed, "Don't worry, I'm only here for the money." Bella firmly placed her hands on the jewel. She declared, "Check me quickly so you can apologize to me." Jay closed his eyes to focus and activate it. Immediately, the jewel burst into a brilliant white light, enveloping her hands with a powerful swirling energy that made the surrounding space go deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, watching the transformation. Seeing the color of the jewel change, Rena naively asked if that was a sign that Bella didn't have demonic energy. However, Fernand's expression suddenly turned extremely serious, as he insisted the truth was the exact opposite. Fernand coldly declared that the jewel changing color was the clearest proof that it had detected demonic energy inside her body. Bella screamed in terror. She couldn't believe this harsh reality, and assumed the holy artifact must be broken. Fernand tried to reassure Bella to stay calm, because he wouldn't do anything to her right now. However, Jay suddenly changed. He cried out to the great dragon god, as he sensed a dark power beginning to rise in a threatening way. Jay suddenly activated the holy artifact. A blinding light erupted, accompanied by a murderous invocation. "Oh dragon god, take this clearance stock, please take care of your people." "That's it," Fernand shouted in a panic. "Wait." Meanwhile, Rena could only call out Bella's name in worry, as she saw a flash of fire engulf her poor friend. A massive explosion followed immediately. Smoke and dust filled the room. The holy artifact box rolled on the floor. Rena hurriedly shielded Bella, who was curled up and trembling in fear. Fernand grabbed Jay and scolded him harshly. "You maniac, why are you using restricted goods?" But Jay hadn't snapped out of his fanaticism yet. He roared threateningly, "I will kill you, you demon!" Once the situation stabilized, Fernand sarcastically asked Jay, since when he became a prophet who decided others' fates. He began connecting the dots and realized a terrifying truth. Students were being infected with demonic energy from some mysterious source spreading throughout the academy. Jay suspiciously asked why Fernand was so certain Bella had never come into direct contact with the demon race. He calmly admitted he had been secretly following her for the past few days, without seeing any suspicious signs. Jay pondered, admitting that if Fernand Pellenberg was right, this was a matter of extreme gravity. Rena worriedly suggested seeking help from the guild to save Bella, but Jay immediately shot it down, fearing the demons would eliminate everyone if their actions became public. Fernand pulled Jay back, warning him to keep it absolutely secret, so the demon race wouldn't know they had been discovered. He flashed a calculated smile and made a proposal. "I have a plan. If you help me, we can wipe them all out in an ambush." Hearing that he could wipe them all out, Jay's fanatic nature surged and he gritted his teeth excitedly. "Fine, tell me what to do, I'll do anything." Rena worriedly asked Jay if he could remove the demonic energy from Bella. Jay confirmed he could and asked Bella to reach out her hand. Seeing the murderous look on Jay's face, Bella panicked and asked if he intended to kill her. Jay wore a creepy smile, reassuring her that he only wanted to cleanse the demonic energy. But that expression only made Bella more terrified as she shouted, "You're lying. Your eyes look scary. I want to go home." Fernand stood by, only able to sigh in annoyance at the holy man's dramatics. Fernand immediately corrected him, threatening to cut his payment in half if Jay didn't drop that scary face. Immediately, Jay became obedient and apologized profusely. Money talks, he became compliant right away. After coaxing Bella that the church only purged the wicked and the demons, and wouldn't harm innocent people, Jay began to deploy a brilliant purification spell. Bella was surprised to see that such magic actually existed, and Jay claimed it was a mandatory subject everyone in the church had to learn. Bella La hesitated, asking if she would be all right. Jay confirmed it was harmless but would sting a little, because the magic would burn deep inside to purge all the demonic energy. Harmless, but it made people faint. A wave of extremely powerful energy enveloped Bella La, causing her to pass out right after, amid Rena's cries. Looking at the scene, Fernand silently marveled that the building was so sturdy, because he thought Jay's magic had just brought the whole place down. Rena explained the building was designed to withstand large vibrations and noise. Then, Fernand Pellenberg proactively used his coat to cover Bella's face to preserve her reputation. After Rena sent her thanks, Fernand calmly sipped some wine and told himself Bella's matter was finished. Now was the time he had to use Jay to find and cleanse all those infected with demonic energy to minimize the chaos. His ultimate goal was to prevent the appearance of the demon race, even though he hadn't yet found a specific method. Sipping his glass of wine, Fernand began to prepare for what would happen at the upcoming yacht club meeting. He revealed he had investigated and discovered a suspicious person had snuck into the merchant guild to become a staff member on the ship. Even though he didn't know if they were cooperating with the demon race, this was the most natural scenario for Fernand to prove he was completely unrelated to the demons. He believed that if everything went according to plan, he will trust him 100% and soon consider him a close friend. The next day, the luxury yacht was ready at the harbor under the radiant sun. Fernand stood looking at the massive ship with a calculating smile. He told himself it was time to catch his fish, leaving the two standing next to him confused and clueless. This fish is a bit too big, careful not to capsize the boat. Hearing the report from Professor Grad, the dean of Ention Academy couldn't help but ponder Fan's proposal. He admitted that the price offered to buy the sea dragon's carcass was excellent, but Fernand's demand for an exclusive 20-year contract to supply ships to the Academy was a bit excessive. As the branch manager of the Golden Turtle Guild, Fernand sat calmly opposite the powerful dean in the book-filled office. To reach a final agreement, the dean added one more condition. The Academy must have the right to purchase any byproducts from the sea dragon's carcass at a reasonable price upon request. Sipping his tea, Fernand secretly calculated, knowing that magical beast carcasses usually hold the most value when sold intact. Buying high and then selling byproducts at a low price was clearly a losing move. Usually, Fernand would never agree to such a disadvantageous deal, but in this situation, he knew he had to take one step back to take 2 steps forward. He firmly set down his teacup and declared, "Done deal. Losing a little bit is fine." Fernand flashed a calculating smile, knowing for sure that the Academy's future shipbuilding industry would bring massive profits, far exceeding these minor losses. The contract was quickly signed with clear terms regarding the purchase of the Sea Dragon's carcass, and the exclusive right to supply all types of warships and yachts to Ention Academy for the next 2 decades. Standing at the harbor looking at the massive ships anchored there, the two couldn't help but admire the young master's sharp instincts. While Fan told himself this was only the beginning of a series of grand plans. Even though the plan had taken shape, the two still wondered why their master was so insistent on demanding exclusivity for these ships. Fernand explained that this required support from the Pellenberg family. Even though he knew his father, the cold-hearted duke, would never agree to a contract he deemed unprofitable. He worriedly asked if it was okay to sign without consulting the family head, but Fernand only smiled confidently. Not yet, but the opportunity would surely come soon. He immediately moved on to the main point, asking them to provide the list of the yacht's crew members. Hearing them confirm there was no one suspicious, Fernand squinted suspiciously. He knew well that if demons were that easy to spot, they wouldn't be terrifying at all. He told himself he would have to handle everything himself this time. He just felt a little regret if that beautiful yacht were to be destroyed in the upcoming battle. However, that price was still cheap enough to pay for catching the monsters and making future business even more prosperous. The most important thing for Fan right now was to completely win them over. He wore a smug smile, secretly thinking it was time to cast the net to catch the fish that had been swimming freely for so long. Meanwhile, in another corner of the academy, he suddenly shuddered, feeling a bone-chilling cold run down his spine as if someone were secretly targeting him. In the quiet library, the spirit Anfin Faison softly asked, "How is your condition?" Ention calmly replied, "Not bad." Thanks to the spiritual herbs obtained from the underwater cave, the holy bird's magical power had now been completely absorbed by him. Anfen Faison was satisfied and urged them to replenish their magic soon and sell the existing Ada for money. He smiled slightly, telling himself that having a wealthy ally was truly reassuring. He suddenly had an idea. What do you think about inviting Fan to be an ally? The question made the old man, Anfen Faison, jump up and shout, why that filthy rich guy? He calmly explained that war always requires money, and having a rich ally on their side would be better, wouldn't it? He believed that Fernand and his family weren't stupid. Once they realized the severity of the situation, they would surely be willing to spend. He came up with an idea. In that case, it's best to show Fan the demons directly. Even so, he was also worried because he had never seen a demon or monster, so he didn't know what to do. Anfen Faison firmly asserted that demons were real and that they would surely reveal themselves one day. However, he sternly warned that even if he wanted to invite the Pellenberg family as allies, he should absolutely never trust him. When he asked for the reason, Anfen Faison revealed a dark secret. The Pellenberg family once traded with demons. They were the type of people who didn't care if the other party was a devil or not, as long as there was profit. He growled, asserting that they were the primitive ones who could sell anything to demons, and only by playing their cards cleverly were they able to keep their territory. Hearing this, he flatly refuted. No, Fan would never do that. Once you're smitten with a rich guy, whatever anyone says is useless. In his eyes, Fan was kind, generous, upright, and noble, someone who would never abandon those in need. Anfen Faison could only scold him for being a fool, blinded by that rich guy. Suddenly, he stiffened upon noticing something unusual. Someone is coming. Hide quickly. Anfen Faison's whispered warning sounded panicked, telling him to crawl under the table. Just then, a man approached and called his name. It was Velosi Viengdach, the top student of the first-year night department and heir to the prestigious Viengdach family. Velosi smiled. Found you. Want to go party on a yacht with me? When he asked if Velosi was looking for him, he revealed that he had just received an invitation from the yacht club. Velosi suggested going together as guests, because the club allowed members to bring one person. Before he could express his surprise at the gathering place of the nobility's descendants, Velosi confirmed he needed a recommendation from a current member to join, and, with his status from the Amiens house, he was fully qualified. Ention pondered the invitation to join the yacht club. Immediately, the spirit Anfen Faison appeared, screaming in opposition. If it's a club for noble descendants, surely Swaben is there too, right? That guy is clearly trying to drag you into trouble. Everyone has kept their distance from you because they fear Swaben. The old man insisted that Velosi Viengdach was just pretending to be his friend to lure him into a trap, and urged him to refuse immediately. Listening to the advice, he hesitated and turned to Velosi. Thank you, but maybe it's better if I don't go. Suddenly, Anfen Faison froze and then shouted loudly. Wait, hold on. The old man realized that if it was the yacht club, the whole group would have to go out to sea, where he just remembered there was still an important installation left behind by the Holy Emperor. Anfen Faison immediately changed his tone. You must go, so you're going, right? Swaben will give you a hard time, but you won't lose anything. Just tell him you'll go. Faced with the sudden change in his guardian spirit, he had to nod in agreement. Fine, I'll go. Just let me know the date and time. Velosi smirked, looking incredibly smug. Deal's locked. See you on the ship. As soon as Velosi left, Anfen Faison laughed triumphantly, thinking if their routes aligned, they could exploit the Emperor's secret hidden there. He let out a weary sigh, realizing the ancestor had left behind far too much trouble. Meanwhile, Anfen Faison remained pumped, encouraging him to use this opportunity to deal with the demonic beasts. At that same moment, in a corner of the Academy Park, Ention approached the bench where Rena was sitting and held out an envelope. Take this, Rena asked, looking confused. What is this? She was stunned to find an invitation to the yacht club. Rena stared at the invitation in disbelief. Getting an invite from the guy who tried to block me from joining. How surprising. Ention smirked mysteriously. So you already knew. He casually mentioned that he was also a member of the club, then admitted to a harsh truth. Ah, right, I'm the one who stopped you from joining at first. Initially, I wanted to put pressure on you quietly using your debts as an excuse. However, Ention looked Rena straight in the eye and affirmed that, in reality, few people were as deserving of club membership as she was. Still suspicious, Rena pressed him. Why the sudden kindness? Trying to scam me. Ention's gaze turned icy. I detected traces of a demon. I received word that something is going to happen at the yacht club, so I've set a trap. He insisted that if he had a reliable ally like Rena, the plan would be even more perfect. Instantly, Rena's aura flared up. her eyes burning with rage. Good. I absolutely cannot forgive them for what they did to Bella, for tainting her. We have to get revenge this time. Ention was secretly satisfied by her fierce attitude. He suddenly remembered and asked about Bella's condition, but Rena replied sadly that she hadn't woken up despite a full day passing. Ention pondered, thinking of the St. J, wondering how much firepower that guy had used to cleanse the demonic energy from Bella. He could only reassure Rena that she would surely wake up soon, while both prayed for their friend's safety. Ention quietly prompted Rena, "It's lunchtime, let's go eat, my treat." She nodded in agreement. "Yeah, let's go." The two wandered off, leaving the academy park in silence. Just then, Varen Kanbunder slouched over and collapsed onto the stone bench they had just vacated. "Why is my life such a mess?" Varen painfully recalled his glorious past as the proud heir of the Varen Kanbunder house and a promising second-year knight cadet. But now, all of that was just history. All his glory had shattered completely, since he was defeated by Ention, the very person his family demanded he surpass if he were to become the family head. Not only humiliated by the loss, Varen was bitter about being coldly discarded without mercy by the second prince, whom he had considered his strongest backing. But what drove him to the brink of madness was that Ention received an invitation to the yacht club from Veloci. Someone Varen had always longed to befriend. "That spot should have been mine. It's so infuriating," Varen cried, teeth grinding in extreme jealousy. He couldn't accept that a scion of a fallen house had stolen all the glory that was rightfully his. The person given that invitation should have been me. Everything was going so well. Ention, that bastard. Varen screamed internally. Just as he was drowning in despair and loneliness, a figure quietly approached the stone bench. A gentle voice suddenly called out, "Hello, Varen." Ention stepped in front of Varen, who was sitting dejectedly on the bench, and offered, "Do you want to have lunch with me?" The sudden invitation stunned Varen, who then snapped, "What? Lunch?" Ention calmly explained that he just thought the other looked lonely, but that acted like fuel on Varen's rage. He jumped up shouting, "And whose fault is that?" Before Ention's bewildered expression, Varen screamed in resentment, "That's right, who else would it be? It's because I lost to you that the second prince abandoned me. Ever since then, no one wants to be my friend, do you even know that?" Varen suddenly stopped, realizing he had accidentally revealed the secret about his backer. He feared that the deep-seated feud between the Swaben and Amian families would make his life even more miserable if Ention knew. Yet, Ention calmly admitted, "Oh, so you were playing with the second prince? Then I guess it really is my fault that you have no friends left." He firmly apologized and once again invited Varen to lunch. Varen froze in shock, unable to understand why Ention wasn't bothered by that at all and what he was planning. Varen flatly turned his back to leave. "Get away from me. This isn't a fairy tale." Even though Ention kept calling out to him, he yelled back, demanding not to be humiliated further. Watching Varen's retreating figure, Ention could only sigh wearily. The soul of Anfin Fasten floated by his side, smugly saying he had told him it wouldn't work. Ention pondered whether they really had to go this far. While Anfin Fasten acknowledged that Varen, despite the loss, was a man of real capability. The old man Anfin Fasten didn't forget to boast that if not for him, Ention would never have beaten his opponent. The old man added a stinging remark. Regardless, the important thing was that Varen had no talented friends, just like the person currently eating and calmly responding to his words of thanks. He bitterly admitted that his own isolation was also due to the stifling control of the Swaben family. Anfin Faison finished by saying, if Ention had friends, he wouldn't be sitting there eating lunch alone. Both looked in one direction, secretly thinking that gathering all the losers to form an alliance of losers might not be such a bad idea. Anfin Faison advised him to try approaching Varen once more, because he would need a companion to search for what the founding emperor had left behind. However, the most headache-inducing issue right now was whether he could bring his sword to the club meeting. Looking at himself in his luxurious suit, yet clutching his sword, Ention couldn't help but worry about being mocked by the nobles as a freak. He planned to store it in his inventory, but the soul of Anfin Faison immediately objected because he didn't want to be locked inside without knowing what was happening outside. Mentioning the current royal family, Anfin Faison flew into a rage, claiming the treacherous Swaben bloodline had stolen the throne from the AN family, leaving Ention only able to sigh at the old man's noisiness. To solve the problem, Anfin Faison revealed a stunning capability of the sword. It doesn't just absorb souls, it can do many other things. Instantly, the sword erupted with a brilliant blue light and began to change its shape, according to the old man's will. The sword had now shrunk into a compact toy that fit snugly in the palm of his hand. Ention exclaimed in shock. That's crazy. The sword suddenly turned into a toy. Anfin fastened smugly suggested he wear it like a necklace. Because back in his heyday, that was the ultimate trend that left countless ladies swooning. Watching the old man narcissistically reminisce about his past allure, Fan could only deliver a cold, blunt shutdown. The poor guy having the youth of today, for not knowing what cool really means. It forced Fan to silently tuck the tiny sword into his pocket just to end the conversation. Meanwhile, at Hai had already deployed knights in secret red armor throughout the academy, ready to strike the moment any demons appeared. Fan adjusted his attire while questioning Hai about the recording orbs. Hearing Hai confirm they were scattered all over the cruise ship, Fan flashed a calculating smile, convinced this was the perfect way to monitor and corner the demons. As Hai helped Fan put on his luxurious formal wear, he asked anxiously, "Are you sure they've really infiltrated the trade association? I know you wouldn't lie, but it's just so hard to believe. Demons appearing in this era? Where did you even get this information?" Fan just calmly replied that he had his own methods, leaving Hai feeling a bit dejected, thinking he was the master's only spy. The butler couldn't help but speculate. Could it be Jay? The dragon god's decree knows so much about demons, and you've been meeting with him so often lately. Fan neither confirmed nor denied it. He just drove home the point that the most important thing right now was wiping out the demons. Hai still couldn't let it go. What were they going to do after catching the demons? Fan fell silent, his crimson eyes reflecting deep contemplation. I will find out how they infiltrated this place, how they mask their identities, what their true objective is, and who is pulling the strings behind all of this. In his mind, a terrifying vision surfaced of a demon presiding over a mountain of white bones, signaling that a world-ending conspiracy was slowly coming to light. Fan affirmed that he would carry out this plan with Ention. Seeing Hai looking confused and asking what that had to do with anything, Fan quietly picked up the exquisite masquerade mask from the table. Putting on the mask, Fan wore a calculating smirk. I gave him the heart of the holy bird. In exchange, he must prove his worth. Tonight, I'm putting my faith in you, Ention. Night fell, and the luxury cruise ship, ablaze with lights, glided across the sea. Nobles in magnificent evening wear began the party. Fan stepped onto the deck, looked around, and sighed slightly upon seeing a familiar figure. Looks like I was wrong. I should have just paid for your outfit beforehand. Rena appeared completely out of place at the extravagant party, still wearing her stiff academy uniform. Fan mocked. I didn't think you'd show up in your school uniform. Rena stubbornly retorted, asking if there was some rule against it. That just made Fan click his tongue, assuming she must have been too stingy to buy a formal gown. Rena indignantly protested that she had gone shopping, but nothing caught her eye. To smooth things over for his companion, Fan insisted she at least put on a mask. After Rena reluctantly agreed, he extended his hand with gentlemanly grace. Let's go. Seeing Rena look bewildered, asking what he was doing and if they really needed to hold hands, he insisted that as her companion, escorting her was the bare minimum of etiquette. Even though he said that, Fan had other motives in his heart. He told himself there was no need to be that formal, but to ensure his own survival, after investing so much into the Rena stock, he had to keep her within a certain range. The couple's appearance immediately drew the attention of the nobles nearby, causing them to whisper nonstop about this unexpected closeness. Fan was smug. He wanted to flaunt this friendship to warn others, not to even think about stealing Rena away from him. As they entered the hall, Fan teased, I'll call you my lady, shall I? Rena flatly rejected it. Cut the cheese, just call me normally. The speakers blared an urgent announcement, calling for everyone to board, as the ship was about to set sail. Vibrant fireworks began to burst in the night sky, signaling that the cruise party had officially begun. Amidst the opulence, Fan asked if Bella Law would run out of steam this time. Rena affirmed that she certainly wouldn't, because Bella was currently overflowing with resentment toward the demons. She recounted how, upon waking, Bella had been absolutely furious, even wanting to settle the score with that jerk Jay for daring to burn her spiritual power. However, thanks to Rena's cleverness, that rage had been completely redirected toward the demons. Hearing that, Fan curled his lip in satisfaction. Good. The director is pleased because the supporting cast is performing so well. Suddenly, some murmurs from the crowd caught Rena's attention. What's going on? Fan looked toward the center of the hall and mused to himself, how interesting. Perhaps everyone here has been waiting for this destined moment for a very long time. In the middle of the magnificent room, two figures carrying royal blood stood facing each other in an atmosphere thick with tension. It was the inevitable meeting between a descendant of the current Swaban dynasty and the person carrying the blood of the fallen Amian royal house. Anfen Faison's spirit shrieked in rage upon recognizing Luer Swaban, the one from the royal lineage that had usurped the throne from the Amian family. Contrary to the guardian spirit's agitation, demanding the other side kneel, Fan remained incredibly calm. He bowed with perfect decorum. "Greetings, your highness." Greeting him with respect, but his mind was full of calculations, you see. He began analyzing the powerful figures present at the party. There was the hostile second prince. Next was Fernand Pellenberg, the man who possessed enough wealth to turn a regular club into an influential cruise society. And finally, Veloci Viengdach, the heir to a prestigious family, who always hid his ambition behind a kind face. Over on the deck, talking with Fan, the guy suddenly mentioned that Fan was the one who blocked him from joining the club, even though he was perfectly qualified. Facing the probing question from the second prince about whether he had grown close to and developed feelings for Rena, Fan just casually adjusted his glasses and replied, "Why bother? I'm going elsewhere." That dismissive action made the second prince grit his teeth in frustration. Returning to the party, Fan was chatting with Rena when he saw Fernand Pellenberg return. At this point, he excused himself, leaving Fernand Pellenberg to face Rena's annoyance for making her search all over for him. Fan smiled apologetically while standing at a distance, secretly observing, and realized the relationship between the two of them was truly special. He tried to reassure himself that they were close, probably just because they were classmates, but was immediately exposed by Anfen Fason, who said he'd fallen for Rena at first sight. The old man didn't stop nagging, claiming this sappy mindset would lead to his failure in the fight against the demons. The old man kept grumbling Fan for being so distracted by women instead of looking for the founding emperor's relic. Fan could only explain that it wasn't like that at all. The old man keeps grumbling at E for being so obsessed with chasing women instead of searching for the founding emperor's relics. E can only try to explain that it's not what it looks like. In reality, Ention had already secretly calculated everything. According to the prophecy, demons and monsters would ambush and sink the cruise ship. And all of that was part of his plan. He would end up stranded on the island containing the ruins of the founding emperor, besieged by the demons. Fernand and Rena would seize the chance to hunt down the demonic energy, encounter him there, and shift the flow of the prophecy. Just then, a waiter approached and asked, "You are Ention, right?" The moment he confirmed it, the waiter suddenly dropped his tray, shattering the glasses on the floor. He lunged forward with a knife, catching Ention completely off guard. What in the world? The protagonist really is a magnet for trouble everywhere he goes. With sharp reflexes, Ention dodged the strike and drew his sword to counterattack fiercely. Ention was stunned by his opponent's strength. He felt a bizarre aura he had never sensed before. Looking at the waiter's distorted face and terrifying grin, the old spirit warned that it was demonic energy. The man was a demon. Ention was shocked, wondering how someone belonging to the Pellenberg Trade Guild could turn into a demon. Suddenly, the sea exploded violently, and a giant sea serpent, with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth, burst out of the water. "It's a sea serpent!" Desperate screams echoed across the churning ocean. Thousands of hideous creatures emerged, surrounding the luxury cruise ship and sending the nobles into a complete panic. Ugh, this is gross. Where did all these monsters come from? The giant sea serpents began slithering onto the deck, attacking anyone in sight. Amidst the chaos, a noblewoman tried to use fire magic to strike back, but was immediately stopped. "Don't use fire, you'll burn the ship down." A terrifying fireball explosion followed immediately, making the situation even worse. Through the smoke and fire, Ention had to face the assassin with the freakishly distorted face. The creature grinned sinisterly, revealing the true nature of someone consumed by demonic energy. Ention's eyes glowed with vigilance as he realized the imminent danger. Their blades clashed with a screeching sound, sending blinding sparks flying into the night. The spirit, Anfen Fason, kept shouting warnings in Ention's mind. "This guy is a professionally trained assassin. Look at how he moves. He's stronger than you." Ention gritted his teeth, parrying the enemy's dangerous and powerful strikes, clearly feeling the gap in their combat skills. Sensing an opening when the enemy faltered, Anfen Fason urged, "Throw him into the sea." Ention channeled all his strength into a lightning-fast kick, knocking the assassin off the ship's railing. watching the enemy fall straight into the nest of squirming sea monsters below. Ention wondered, is he dead yet? Anfen Faison said firmly, he fell right into the nest, he's definitely dead, but the sense of unease lingered. Ention asked himself in shock, but what exactly is going on? Anfen Faison said solemnly, the demons are targeting you, they've finally started making their move. The nobles on the ship shrieked in terror as a massive creature rose from the water, a sea serpent. Orders were shouted immediately. Apprentice knights to the front, magic students, provide support from the back. Anfen Faison realized the enemy's sinister plot with horror. A sea serpent? The demons are really out to kill you. Facing a life-or-death situation, Ention gritted his teeth, determined to take down the monster before it destroyed everything. Suddenly, the assassin from earlier reappeared and attacked him from behind, leaving him stunned. Damn it, I thought he was dead. Anfen Faison shouted a warning. Ention, watch out. But it was too late. The sea serpent opened its jaws and swallowed him in a flash of blinding light. He fell into the deep ocean, unconscious, despite Anfen Faison screaming in despair, calling for him to wake up amidst the freezing water. The giant sea serpent thrashed its body, directly crushing the luxury cruise ship into splinters amidst towering waves. Waves lapped gently against the white sands of a deserted island, where Ention was staggering ashore, coughing up mouthfuls of salty seawater. Anfen Faison asked anxiously, Ention, wake up, kid. Did you get all the water out? Ention shakily remembered the moment the sea serpent attacked, and he fell into the sea as the ship sank. Anfen Faison explained that it was the sea serpent's breath that had frozen his body and paralyzed him temporarily. Thanks to the guardian spirit having timely neutralized the freezing effect and kept his body temperature stable while he drifted, Ention was able to stay alive and regain consciousness. Ention looked in awe at the glowing sword in his hand and asked, you can even do that? Anfen Faison explained that the sword wasn't just a vessel sealing his spirit, it was also a comprehensive magic tool for the heir to the Amen dynasty. Looking around the desolate beach, Ention wondered where he was, only to receive an excited answer from the old guardian. Anfen Faison cheered that this was where the founding emperor had left a treasure for him, and that drifting here was guided by his ancestors. He urged Ention to retrieve the item quickly before the rescue team arrived, even though Ention was still worried about the safety of the other students on the ship. While Ention secretly thought the sea serpent must have sunk to the bottom of the ocean, he suddenly sensed killing intent behind him. Dodging the blow, his face turned deathly serious. Tisk, these demons are persistent. I didn't expect them to follow me all the way here. I tried to run away from the demons, and they followed me to an island. Before him were not just one, but two assassins surrounding him. Ention shouted in shock. Wait, there was only one. How did another one pop up? One assassin replied that there was indeed only one at first. Ention gritted his teeth. How would I know? Anfen Faison shouted a warning. Be careful. They aren't easy opponents. Ention drew his sword firmly. I know. The fierce battle erupted. The speed of the clash was so fast that only flashes of light could be seen colliding as they tried to find an opening to destroy the persistent demons. Suddenly, one demon grabbed Ention by the collar, putting him on the defensive. At that exact moment, the other one dove from above with a sharp dagger aimed straight at his head. In the nick of time, Ention unleashed a massive surge of purple energy from his body. After the all-out counterattack, Ention stood firm among the debris, his body bleeding from wounds. He realized in horror that the enemy's weapons were problematic. They were poisoned. The toxin spread quickly, making Ention's body tremble, sweat pouring off him as he fought off the dizziness. Seeing the critical situation, Anfen Faison shouted, Stay calm, don't panic. Use your battle chi to fight the poison in your daze and exhaustion. Ention wondered if he could even survive, but the roar of the old guardian pulled him back. You must live. You are of the Amen lineage. Looking at the two shadowy figures with glowing red eyes approaching, Ention gritted his teeth, determined not to die at the hands of these demon monsters. Anfen Faison continued to urge him on in desperation. Using aura, but Ention had completely reached his limit. He wheezed, I'm out of juice. You take this one. Just as the assassin grinned wickedly and raised his blade for the final blow. Suddenly, massive tornadoes of earth and stone erupted violently, sweeping away everything in their path and hurling the demons backward. Amidst the swirling dust and suffocating magical pressure, Ention covered his eyes, staring in awe at the stream of light becoming clearer. Who's being such a show-off? The silhouette emerging from the eye of the magical storm was none other than Fernand Pellenberg. With crimson eyes full of killing intent, and a cold, noble poise in his formal attire, Fernand stood tall amidst the terrifying magical pressure, tossing his attackers away in an instant. Immediately, Rena also charged in like a cyclone. She leaped into mid-air with her glowing blade to assist. The two clashed violently, creating magical explosions that shook the entire area, causing the ground to shatter under the suffocating pressure. A demon wailed in agony. Ugh, what kind of girl fights this brutally? By now, Ention was completely exhausted. And the other demon, intending to take advantage of the situation to end him, was met with Ention slumped over, watching as the demons began to transform with glowing red eyes and pitch-black clawed hands. The assassin approached with a gruesome grin, ready to deal the finishing blow to the dying hero. Ention stifled a groan of pain as the poison began to seep deeper into his body. Just at the moment of death's doorstep, a massive magical stone pillar suddenly erupted, crushing the enemy in the blink of an eye. Fernand walked up leisurely and asked calmly, "Are you okay, Ention? You're wounded." Seeing his savior, Ention could only manage to wheeze, "Yeah, I'm fine." Fernand quickly produced a small vial and commanded, "This is the antidote, drink it." Seeing Ention still hesitating as he intended to purify himself with his own aura, he firmly added, "This will speed up the process." Just then, Rena appeared with a majestic air, dragging the other unconscious assassin by the collar. Seeing the demon under Rena's feet battered to a pulp, Fernand couldn't help but marvel at her strength. Rena hesitated, asking if he was still alive. Fernand confirmed the target was merely unconscious because he knew she wanted to capture them alive. Hearing the words "capture alive," Rena was stunned by Fernand's meticulous planning. Looking at the enemy lying flat on the ground, Fernand gritted his teeth in fury. Those damn demons. I finally caught them. This truth left Ention completely shocked. He never expected both of his seniors to have known about the existence of the demons so early on. Suddenly, the assassin began to convulse and roar in pain, making the air heavy with tension. Rena hurriedly drew her sword in caution, while Fernand observed coldly. To the question of whether he knew the identity of this person, Fernand flatly denied it. He asserted that he had thoroughly investigated the background of every employee in the Merchant Guild, but absolutely no one could have stopped lost progress. Fernand grabbed the collar of the transforming demon and roared, "Who are you?" Fernand's eyes were sharp, as if wanting to peer into the very soul of the traitor. He pressed, "Why did you infiltrate my trading company?" The demon could only groan in agony as his body began to undergo bizarre mutations. Suddenly, purple tumors emerged all over his face and neck, radiating an unstable energy. Ention realized something was wrong and shouted, "Get away, he's about to blow." Thick smoke engulfed the area, leaving Ention helpless and worried for his comrade's safety. Amidst the dense smoke, a crimson magical barrier appeared, protecting both Fernand and Rena. Rena asked in surprise, "A protective shield?" She looked at Fernand with admiration, asking if he had anticipated that the demon would self-destruct. Fernand replied casually that he was just staying on high alert, but in his heart, he boasted that having seen the prophecy, how could he possibly die from such a small, trivial piece of trash? Seeing Fernand save her, Rena blushed slightly, shyly saying she was very touched. However, Fernand immediately poured a bucket of cold water on her. "If you die, who's going to pay me back?" Rena could only glare at the money grubber before muttering a thank you. Just as the dust hadn't even settled, Rena suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Right, I forgot about Bella." Fernand signaled quietly, "We've captured the demons, tell her to come out." From the hazy mist, Bella stepped out, looking elegant in a deep blue formal gown, carefully holding a brightly glowing magical orb. Fernand immediately pressed, "Did you record the demons?" After receiving Bella's nod of confirmation, he took the orb and triumphantly declared, "Now I have the evidence." Looking at the green light swirling inside, Fernand smirked with calculated intent. "Isn't this a bit unfair?" Bella blazed with rage. She shouted, asking if Fernand Pellenberg was just treating her like a journalist there to film. While she was dying to get revenge on the demons, the god of war who was out of juice had been made into a cameraman. Fernand calmly explained that because the demonic energy inside Bella had just been extracted, her aura hadn't recovered yet, making her unable to join the battle. Seeing Bella still seething and trying to recklessly charge forward, Fernand firmly reassured her, "Don't worry, Bella, I didn't bring you here just to be a journalist." Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar echoed from the ocean, making everyone's face change. Amidst the violent waves, a giant sea serpent suddenly emerged from the water. Faced with the legendary creature, Fernand quickly made a decision. "It came all the way here?" "Rena Borche, I'll leave you to deal with that first." He firmly led the injured Ention away from the scene. and promised to return after taking him to a safe place. Watching Fernand's silhouette fade behind the trees, Bella asked if it was okay to let him go like that, fearing he might run away. But Rena remained firm and held absolute trust. She asserted that Fernand wasn't that type of person. He would come back. Heading deep into the forest, Fernand carried Ention on his back and silently calculated that he would bring him near where the founding emperor's item was hidden, just as the prophecy stated. Seeing they were far enough, Ention suggested he be put down. "All right, put me down. This is embarrassing." Fernand casually agreed and instructed, "You'll be safer here. Get some rest." He didn't forget to mention that the sea serpent out there was extremely difficult to defeat and asked for its weakness. Ention wheezed, responding that he would come to assist as soon as the poison in his body was completely purged. Fernand nodded slightly. "That's good. I'll leave that duty to you, Ention." He quietly turned and walked away, thinking to himself that using aura to detoxify required extreme concentration, and in this secluded spot, no one would bother Ention. But Fernand's footsteps halted when Ention suddenly called his name in a serious tone. "Fernand, tell me the truth." Amidst the silent, thick woods, En locked eyes with his senior and asked a question that made the air feel suffocating. "Come on, tell me the truth. You read the script beforehand, didn't you?" En's gaze was razor-sharp, clearly demanding the truth behind Fernand's strange behavior all this time. When it came to the prophecy, Fernand stood frozen. Under the moonlight, his deep red eyes flickered as he faced the realization that his biggest secret was being laid bare before the fated hero. En gasped in shock. "What? You know about the prophecy too?" He couldn't believe that Fernand seemed to have had everything figured out from the start. Despite his junior's stunned expression, Fernand calmly countered, "What do you mean?" He explained in a serious tone that the founding emperor had indeed left behind a prophecy about monsters once again flooding the world. En bitterly admitted that even as a direct descendant, he had only just learned about it, so he couldn't grasp how a noble like Fernand would know. Fernand turned away slightly. "I don't know anything about that, seriously." En fell into deep thought. He wondered if Rena knew about this early on too, and were the families of the imperial candidates secretly hoarding the founding emperor's prophecy all these years. He looked at Fernand with admiration, thinking to himself, so he's been secretly preparing for this all along. I'll uncover the truth. Seeing En's look of absolute trust, Fernand thought, that sounds reasonable. Should I tell him he's right? En looked so convinced, as if he had just discovered the ultimate truth, that Fernand felt it would be a sin to correct him now. He quickly made up another excuse. "I only found out about these monsters when I tracked some suspicious spending in the Merchant Guild's quarterly reports." En asked blankly, "Wait, so you don't know about the prophecy?" Fern nonchalantly confirmed, "Nope, I didn't even know it existed." The answer left En completely stunned. He stammered, "Then how did you know they were monsters?" Fernand explained that he had encountered them a few times while hunting, and every single one gave off an incredibly foul aura. Though he acted calm on the outside, he was certain in his heart that it was demonic energy. Sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse, En worried about the situation Rena and Bella were in. Damn it, they must be fighting on their own right now. He urged En to hurry up, complaining that all these questions were exhausting. The two of them then moved quickly through the dark forest. At that moment, the spirit Anfen Fossen announced that the toxins in En's body were almost gone. He guided him toward the left side of the island's center, insisting that was where he would find what the founding emperor had left behind. Seeing that the location wasn't too far, Anfen Fossen was excited. "You accidentally drifted onto this very island, and just happened to walk right toward that place." Everything was going suspiciously well, and the old spirit cheered with joy. "Today must be your lucky day." Ian was speechless, recalling how he had just nearly died at the hands of monsters and demons. "Lucky? Really? I almost became fish food," he thought, still full of skepticism. Anfen Faison remained cheerful, convinced that the founding emperor was guiding them. Ian curiously asked his guardian spirit, "But why were you so quiet when Fan was talking? You're usually such a chatterbox." Anfen Faison explained that he was just silently observing, because Fan appeared at such a convenient time, and he even suspected the guy was up to no good. But he had to admit, he hadn't expected Fernand to have been secretly hunting monsters all along. The old spirit mused, "Maybe the monsters have started acting sooner than I thought." Not only that, but Anfen Faison also praised Rena's ability. "Besides, I knew the girl was talented, but I didn't expect her to be this strong." Anfen Faison compared them bluntly. "She takes down monsters with ease while you're still struggling with them." Ian could only bitterly admit, yeah, she's only a year older than me, but the gap in our strength is terrifying. Deep down, Ian told himself that if he could have allies like Rena Borch or Fernand Pellenberg, fighting monsters would be much easier. But Anfen Fasten immediately poured cold water on that idea. He warned Anne not to easily trust the Pellenbergs, given the tragedy in the past where they once sold items to demons. Anne retorted, "You always say that, but that happened 1,000 years ago." Even so, the old man insisted that it changed nothing. "Stay away from that redhead, his family is full of snakes." Still stubbornly defending him, Anne argued that they had fought alongside humans, which was why they became one of the most powerful families. "Why do you keep bringing up the past and hating on Fernand for no reason?" Anfen Faison flared up. "Hey, are you his lawyer or something? You kids never listen to your elders." Seeing the old spirit get angry, N softened his tone, explaining he just didn't want to hold such heavy prejudices against others. Furthermore, he felt that if he became an ally now, he'd just be a burden because Fan was so much stronger. Anfen Faison quickly brushed it off. "Don't worry about that, we're here." N looked around, confused. "Here?" The old spirit was firm. "That's right, you'll become much stronger if you eat what's here." N panicked as he looked at the massive glowing ancient tree. "Eat what?" "That whole tree." Before N could turn into a herbivore, Anfen Faison clarified that the thing to eat was the divine medicine hidden inside it. Following instructions, N slammed his sword into the tree trunk. Instantly, a blinding radiance erupted, releasing an incredibly powerful source of energy. Anfen Faison proudly declared that this was created by the founding emperor himself. A divine medicine of a completely different class, compared to all others. Swallow it fast. Take a bite and you'll be a superhuman in no time. Meanwhile, out in the open sea, the ocean suddenly exploded, and a giant sea serpent rose from the violent waves, roaring menacingly at the presence of intruders. Fernand didn't flinch. He slammed his staff down, activating a blazing red magic circle that enveloped the area in preparation for the decisive battle. The monster lunged madly, but Fernand had already cast complex ancient magic runes, summoning pillars of crimson energy that struck directly at the sea serpent's massive body. The consecutive attacks made the water shake violently, kicking up dust and giant waves everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Rena was ready to join the fray with a powerful leap from above. Seizing the opportunity, Rena poured all her magic power into her sword. She flew like a lightning bolt, unleashing a decisive slash aimed at the sea serpent's neck. However, her blade stopped dead the moment it touched its steel-hard scales. She clicked her tongue in frustration. I can't cut through it. Its shell is too hard." Fernand, standing nearby, mused that even throwing massive boulders at it wouldn't make a dent. He gazed up at the massive body of the sea serpent. "Forget it," he thought. "Beheading it at this point is impossible." The monster stood tall and proud, its eyes burning with raw power as it glared down at Fernand's group. "So what now? Is there really no other way?" Bellala cried out in desperation as she saw the monster stubbornly advancing. Fernand watched it intently, realizing something was wrong. The monster had clearly sustained fatal wounds but simply wouldn't die. He wondered if it was the influence of demonic energy, silently affirming to himself, "I still need Ention to truly take this thing down." Just then, a massive pillar of light shot up into the sky from far away. Both Rena and Bella gasped in shock. "My God, who turned on the spotlight?" In the midst of the blinding radiance, Ention's figure emerged with regal majesty, his eyes glowing intensely. Fernand smirked triumphantly. "See that? My stock has officially hit the market." He knew the secret behind this power. The founding emperor had created a special panacea, specifically for cases where his descendants lacked talent for the light element. That elixir would restructure the body, forcing the host to assimilate with the light element so they could learn the Amian family's secret sword techniques, which relied on light. However, if someone who already possessed a talent for light drank it, it would simply push their aura to its absolute limit. That was exactly what had happened with Ention. Now he could almost perfectly execute the legendary sword skills of the Amian clan. The ancient texts described the founding emperor's swordsmanship as the hope of humanity, capable of dispelling all despair and darkness. It was a radiant blade that illuminated the entire world with power capable of reaching the very depths of the soul. A massive cross made of light appeared, crushing the sea serpent's enormous body amidst the raging waves. Witnessing that heroic scene, Fernand Pellenberg and Rena couldn't help but marvel, truly miraculous. He realized that the historical accounts of the old dynasty weren't exaggerated at all. Looking at the figure standing proudly amidst the brilliant golden light, Fernand wore a devious grin and firmly declared, Ention, you are my trump card in the war against the demons. Looking at the giant sea serpent's carcass lying motionless on the sand, Ention looked down at his own hands, utterly stunned. Truly incredible. The soul of Anfin Faison laughed triumphantly, asserting that this was indeed the power from the relic that the founding emperor had left for his descendants. Ention marveled to himself that the Amian family's swordsmanship was indeed as formidable as the rumors had suggested all this time. Right then, Fernand, Rena, and Bella approached. He voiced his recognition of his junior's achievement. You saved us? Ention, shy and blushing, modestly replied that he only delivered the finishing blow, and that this victory was only so easy because of the vital support from everyone. Fernand quickly regained his composed persona as a teaching assistant, announcing that he had sent a signal and that help would soon arrive to take the group off the island. While everyone was worrying about how to get back to the academy, Fernand immediately shifted his focus to a more important objective. He stared at the giant entity at his feet and asked, "If nobody wants the snake carcass, I'm taking it to sell." While Rena and Ention naturally declined since they had no use for it, Bella La flew into a rage, demanding a share since she had contributed quite a bit. Fernand coldly reminded her that she was still in his debt and that he was the one who purified her energy, making Bella La, despite her frustration and calling him a cheapskate, have to concede. Seeing no one else objecting, Fernand smiled with satisfaction, having monopolized the priceless commodity. Suddenly, Ention stepped forward with a serious expression and pressed him on whether he too was secretly hunting demons. Before Fernand could confirm, Ention's eyes glowed with determination. He asserted that if those infected with demonic energy had appeared, it was only a matter of time before the real demons surfaced. Therefore, he loudly declared, "I want to help you add another voluntary stock to the market." Witnessing the prey walk right into the trap, Fernand cheered inwardly because everything was going even better than he could have imagined. He had been racking his brain over how to recruit Ention, and yet here the kid was, voluntarily offering to be an ally. Fernand happily shook Ention's hand to officially establish the demon-slaying alliance. Everything was proceeding exactly according to the three-step plan he had devised. Catch the demon infected, clear his own name of any association with demons, and finally, bring Ention into his camp. Shortly after, at the academy, Hai reported that the wave combat class had been officially established and the trading firm was constantly receiving new orders for ship construction. Fernand was sitting at his desk, feeling extremely exhilarated as he looked at the ledger. I'm making a lot of money. Good, very good. Hai, standing nearby, couldn't help but wonder, young master, are you really not cheating by using a script? Fernand calmly replied, how would I know? Hai clicked his tongue, thinking that even if he didn't know, everything was coinciding with unbelievable precision. Setting that aside, the butler asked what the young master was so focused on. Fernand explained he was finalizing a Golem's design. He said he had been too busy before, so he finally had some free time now. Hai reported further that he had found how the demons were infiltrating the firm. It seemed they had slipped in a few days before the yacht club meeting. Hai recounted the investigation results, saying that when they asked other employees, they didn't see anything strange. Even though new staff suddenly appeared without any announcement, they casually accepted it because they thought those people had worked there all along. Hai suspected this was the effect of mental-type magic. Fernand pondered, concluding that these demons were top tier at psychological manipulation. Looking at the pen in his hand, Fernand began to question his own experience of being possessed by a strange soul earlier. Was that also a trick of the demons? He admitted they were fully capable of that, but this still wasn't enough to explain the origin of the prophecy in his head. Turning back to the captured demons, Hai asked if there were any new findings, but Fernand shook his head in disappointment. The confession spell was completely ineffective on them, so he ordered them all locked in the dungeon and gave Hai permission to torture them if necessary. While busy, Hai announced an important message from the Duke. This time, the Fredian family would supply spirit stones and world tree leaves to the academy. These items were inherently precious and always transported by the penthouse, but this time the Fredian family had personally chosen Fan to be in charge. Fernand was stunned and asked back, the Fredians want me personally in charge. He crossed his arms, contemplating with suspicion. Wait, why me? Why did the system choose a money-obsessed guy like me again? A bad premonition about this mission began to stir in Fan's heart. Meanwhile, at the academy, Rena and Bella were walking together. Bella admitted she was genuinely shaken by the appearance of the demons. Even though she witnessed the demonic energy infection with her own eyes, Belle remained skeptical about whether demons actually exist in this world. Rena munched on a donut and pondered. Nom, nom. He told me not to talk, so I'll just eat my donut for now. She told herself that since she couldn't be sure who was an ally and who was an enemy, staying quiet was the best play. Seeing Rena so trusting, Bella curiously asked if Fernand Pellenberg had a plan yet. Rena firmly asserted that he always had a plan, and she trusted his abilities completely. Bella narrowed her eyes, noting that ever since they became a pair, Rena seemed much more deeply involved in this than usual. Bella flatly declared that there was no way Rena actually wanted to be friends with someone like Fernand Pellenberg. She assumed the rumors about Rena approaching him for money were just a cover, and her real goal was to use him to hunt down demons. Bella didn't stop praising Rena as a true knight, willing to cooperate with someone she despised for the greater good. Watching the conversation from afar, Ren quietly judged that she was a bit eccentric, but deep down, a profound sense of respect for Rena welled up in him. Walking away with a lighter step, he felt the heavy burden on his heart finally lift. If he had previously felt stuck, not knowing how to deal with demons, now he knew that just by consulting with Fernand, everything would be sorted out. He thought to himself that having the Pellenberg family as an ally was much better than being at odds. And more importantly, it would give him more chances to see Rena. However, he quickly cleared his mind, as the demonic threat was the top priority. Remembering what Fern said about humans being corrupted by demonic energy, Ren shuddered at the thought that Bella might have actually been infected. He knew full well that anyone infected with demonic energy would sooner or later turn into a monster and bring disaster upon everyone. Ren resolved to stop that tragedy at all costs. The spirit of Anfen Fasten also agreed, urging him to gather as many allies as possible to prepare for the future war. Following the recommendation of the guardian spirit, he set off to find another important figure. As soon as he saw a familiar silhouette ahead, he called out loudly. Hearing the call, Varen Kanbunder quietly turned around with a look of surprise. The moment Ren saw Varen, he immediately snapped, annoyed. Move aside. Who wants to be close to you? Yet Ren kept a bright smile and insisted. Yeah, I'm exactly the person you need to see. Fernand sent me. Hearing the name of the master of his slave contract, Varen gasped. What? Before the other could react, Ren got straight to the point. I'll be blunt since you probably already know. I'm helping Fernand exterminate demons, and he said you could help me. Seeing Varen still fuming, Ren added a compliment. You're actually a pretty good fighter. Those words were like a fuse on a time bomb inside Varen. He pointed his finger at Ren and shouted, I don't want to hear that from the guy who beat me. Are you mocking me? Even as Ren tried to explain that he was being completely serious, Varen resolutely turned his back and walked away. I'd rather die than help you. Watching that stubborn back, Ren could only sweat drop and whine. I knew it. He doesn't want to help. Recalling his conversation with Fernand earlier, Ren had wondered if Varen was truly the senior's friend. Fernand had just replied nonchalantly that it was a coincidence, but he insisted that having someone from their class provide support would be a huge advantage. With a calculating smile, Fernand remarked, the kid is useful. Bring him onto the team. Although worried that Varen hated his guts, Fernand had already prepared a psychological trump card. He instructed that if Varen refused to cooperate, he only needed to say one thing. Following Fernand Pellenberg's instructions, Ren stepped forward and pointed straight at Varen's face. To the other's shock, he loudly declared, You're a demon, aren't you? The sudden accusation left Varen frozen, his face turned pale, and sweat poured down his forehead in extreme fear as his darkest secret was exposed in broad daylight. Ren continued to corner Varen, bringing up the horrific memories he wanted to bury. He pressed him, asking if that was the day during the midterm exams, the day Varen suffered his second humiliating defeat at Ren's hands. Looking at the pale expression of his opponent, Ren asserted firmly that Varen had passed out during the fight, and that was exactly when he transformed into a monster. Varen's desperate cries erupted when Ren mentioned that without Fernand Pellenberg stepping in to save him, the consequences would have been dire. Ren wondered if Fernand had ever said that Varen didn't remember what happened that day, because according to the senior, Varen was actually just a pawn being used by a demon. Panicked that his secret was out, Varen hurriedly covered his mouth and hissed, demanding Ren shut up immediately for fear of being overheard. In the crowded hallway, Varen gritted his teeth and demanded to know what Ren wanted from him. Contrary to the other's intense tension, Ren just nonchalantly made an unthinkable offer. Are you going to go eat rice with me or what? Varen furiously lunged at Fernand, clinging to his senior's shirt while sobbing. Why did you tell him my secret? Looking at the person sobbing at his feet, Fernand could only sigh, exasperated that a knight could be so fragile. He clarified that he had only promised not to hand Varen over to the authorities, but never said he would keep it a secret from Ren. Varen indignantly asked if Ren was trying to blackmail him, but Fernand secretly affirmed that Ren wasn't that type of person. Varen felt even more humiliated having to eat lunch with Ren, who not only acted friendly, but was also enthusiastically sharing his food with him. Witnessing the endless sobbing, Fernand started to find it annoying and worried that everyone would misunderstand and think he was actually friends with this weirdo. He coldly teased Varen, "What on earth is there to cry about?" leaving Varen to just sob and wonder why he became a demon. Fernand firmly gathered his junior's resolve. He explained that introducing Varen to Ren had a clear purpose. If Varen kept close to Ren, who was hunting down demons, he might eventually find the mastermind who turned him into this state. Fernand looked Varen straight in the eye with a challenging gaze, asking if he intended to sit there crying forever or stand up and act like a real knight. Varen Canbunder shouted with determination, "Give me a chance to get revenge." Seeing the sharp, determined glint in his eyes, Fernand silently marveled at that bravery. Even though he didn't know when Varen would get his revenge, Fernand knew the opportunity would come because Ren's main goal was also the demons. He nonchalantly announced he had class and turned to walk away, secretly satisfied in his mind with the plan to collaborate with one enemy to destroy another. Varen gripped his sword hilt and loudly swore, "I'll ride the same boat as that annoying guy." Looking at his allies around him, from Rena to Varian, all fired up to slay demons, Fernand Pellenberg couldn't help but sigh, wondering why all these knights were cut from the same cloth. The class on monsters and other magical creatures began with a strict roll call by the professor. Carrillo stepped up, followed by the second prince, Luer Swaben, both clearly and loudly confirming their presence. Meanwhile, Rena kept glancing around nervously. Searching for that money grubber, she thought, did he ditch class again to go count his late gold? This was a crucial practical session, and she was worried he would try to cut it. The professor was starting to lose his patience when he called out Fernand Pellenberg's name, but he suddenly appeared right behind Rena and answered, "Present." The director almost failed him for being late. He was scolded harshly by the professor for being late and affecting his grade. Fernand could only offer a sheepish smile and quickly apologized to Aya too to focus on the lesson. The professor activated a glowing magic circle and announced that today's topic was cooperation. She explained that some monsters are so powerful that you can't face them alone, like those with rock-hard skin that's nearly impossible to pierce, or those with high magic resistance that renders mages useless. That is why teamwork between mages and knights is a matter of life and death. Pointing at the giant entities radiating energy, the professor introduced them as the dummy golems used by the academy. Fernand quietly asked Rena if this was her first time seeing them, and she replied that she had only heard about them. The professor warned in a stern voice that, although they weren't as agile as the real thing, underestimating them would lead to failure, before firmly ordering them to begin. The top pairs began to show off their superior strength. Carrillo Dinev and Alia Tortega finished the test in 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Witnessing the performance of the elite students, Professor Grin nodded in satisfaction, checked his watch, and called the next pair. Fernand Pellenberg and Rena Borch, you're up. The opponent they had to face was a Goliath, a rock-encased entity standing 3 meters tall with overwhelming power. The students below couldn't help but worry for them when they saw the terrifying, hulking appearance of this rock monster. Professor Grin warned that the Goliath possessed extremely high resistance to both physical and magical attacks. But he didn't forget to remind them that there is always a way to win if you know how to exploit the weaknesses. Fernand quickly identified its death spot at the neck and suggested, "I'll bind its feet, you go in for the kill." But with the pride of a knight, Rena immediately objected, "No, I'll hold it." Despite its massive size, the Goliath possessed astonishing speed. It suddenly launched a heavy attack, creating a terrifying impact. Seeing Rena pushed back instantly, the crowd murmured, worried that the Goliath might be too much for second-year students. Rena snapped at Fernand Pellenberg, thinking he was underestimating the opponent. "And you think you can just act as bait?" In response, Fan gave a mysterious smile, calmly asserting that he never intended to be bait, but rather to truly force the monster to stand still. A giant bright red magic circle erupted beneath the Goliath. Instantly, a barrage of massive rocks rained down from above like a meteor shower, crushing the Goliath's hulking frame. In the blink of an eye, the students watching could only gasp in shock at the destructive power unfolding before them. What? Amidst the towering pile of rubble, Fernand casually urged Rena, who was standing there stunned. What are you staring at? Get over there and slash it. Professor Grin looked at his stopwatch in surprise. He admitted that the method of using a massive amount of magic power to crush an opponent was incredibly difficult. But, well done, he loudly announced the results. Fernand Pellenberg and Rena Borche, 53 seconds. First place. While Fernand wore a smug, arrogant grin, Lou and his teammates could only grit their teeth in frustration at being pushed down to second place yet again. The crowd couldn't help but marvel at the unimaginable amount of magic power Fernand had exerted, silently confirming that his choice to partner with Bella La was carefully calculated. Fernand felt secretly satisfied, thinking he had scored bonus points with Bella La, but then he froze, noticing something unusual in her expression. He realized with concern that Rena didn't look happy with this victory at all. Her face was solemn and full of hidden thoughts. You were really impressive back there, Rena whispered as they both walked down the academy hallway. She admitted that every time she looked at Fernand, she saw a new, surprising side of him. Fern smirked. Rena firmly confirmed, of course, because of you, I got first place. However, seeing the pouty, grumpy expression on the young lady's face, Fan couldn't help but wonder. Then why are you making that face? Did I get caught? Rena immediately snapped. What's wrong with my face? What are you talking about? Just say it. Rena hesitated, then explained that it was really nothing big. It was just that since it was her first time fighting a dummy monster, she really wanted to fight a bit more. Fernand suddenly froze, his heart filled with regret. If I'd known, I would have let it bite you a few times. He remembered that the runner-up pair took 2 minutes and 15 seconds, while he finished so fast that Rena felt disappointed. He told himself, even if you do good 100 times, people only remember that one time you messed up. Seeing Rena was still happy about the first place ranking, Fernand offered an invitation. I have a few dummy monsters at my place. Do you want them? Rena's eyes instantly lit up with excitement, but she tried to play it cool. No need, that's too much to ask. Her mouth said no, but her eyes were shining. Looking at her, wanting to say yes but feeling shy, Fernand casually told her that his family didn't use them anyway, so she should feel free. Rena happily accepted and hurried off to make it to her next class. I have to get to class now, I won't do that again. As soon as Rena was out of sight, a finger poked him in the back, followed by a voice. Fernand Pellenberg. It was Arya Frieden, the cheeky elf girl with a radiant smile and a request that couldn't be more blunt. Buy me a coffee. Fernand coldly brushed her off. He told her she needed to make an appointment if she wanted to talk. If you have something to say, make an appointment. Arya Frieden was rebuffed and whined, You're so cold. She immediately mentioned a message from the Freudian family, making Fernand pause as he realized she was referring to the transport of important items he was in charge of. Arya Frieden pointed at him triumphantly and asserted, You forced me into this path, didn't you? The World Tree sapling? Are you really planning to give it to the Academy? Fernand couldn't help but be shocked by Arya's suggestion. She casually admitted that that was exactly why she chose him. Because if the heir of the Pellenberg family was responsible for the transport, the burden and the guarantee would be entirely different. Arya Frieden enjoyed her dessert while reminding Fernand of the infinite value of this item. It was an extremely rare sprout that the World Tree produced only once every 100 years, carrying within it the essence of the ancient forest, and the deep source of mana exerted an endless, far-reaching influence. Fernand fell into deep thought. He truly hadn't expected the Freudian family to be so generous as to gift such a priceless treasure to the Academy. Arya Frieden continued to sip her meal. She promised to provide full support and, seizing the opportunity, she made her proposal once again. Since we're doing such big business together, why not be friends? Faced with her excessive enthusiasm, Fernand coldly asked for her reasoning, as he still held the view that families involved in elections had no reason to be close to one another. Seeing how stubborn Fernand was, Arya Frieden put on a pouty face, telling him that he wouldn't lose anything by being friends with her. Fernand began to show interest in the schedule. He asked if he would have to take time off school, only to be confirmed that the Academy had already agreed to replace practical sessions with theory for both of them throughout this trip. So, when do we leave? Fernand pressed. Arya Fridon replied that they would start preparing everything to depart in 2 weeks. Fernand took a small sip of his water, telling himself that as long as they reached the Freudian territory, everything would be fine. But just as he thought about how peaceful life had been lately, an unexpected incident occurred. The glass in Fernand's hand suddenly shattered, and a violent headache struck him, dragging him into a terrifying vision of the future. Before his eyes was a scene of hell on earth. The sky was dyed a deadly shade of crimson. People were screaming and running in chaos as demonic energy swarmed everywhere. Amidst the ruins of the academy, standing dazed before the corpses scattered about, he realized in shock that this was the day the demon Andromalius would descend. A massive crack in the sky was widening, revealing the silhouette of a powerful demon descending to Earth, with a demonic serpent coiled around its body. And the most terrifying thing appearing right at the center of the disaster. The source of this annihilation was the World Tree Branch. See that? That's the culprit triggering the magic circle. The guardian spirit's voice echoed with horror in his mind as he looked toward the World Tree Branch, emitting a bizarre, wicked energy. He asserted that the object was the energy source for the summoning circle, and ever since it had been brought to the academy, it had been corrupted by demonic energy, making it impossible for it to grow any further. Faced with this brutal truth, he realized in shock, wasn't it brought by the Golden Turtle Merchant Guild? He bitterly linked it to the yacht incident from before, and concluded that the Pellenberg family was definitely involved. With eyes burning with hatred, he roared, "I knew it! That nouveau riche bastard is a traitor to humanity. If what you say is true, I will never forgive the Pellenbergs." In that vision, Fernand's soul desperately tried to clarify. "No, I don't work with the demons. Hey, wait, listen to me first." The helpless inner voice of the vessel. Suddenly, Fernand snapped back to reality and instinctively grabbed Arya Fridon's hand, startling her. "Fernand, are you okay?" Fernand's eyes turned blood red with intensity. He blurted out the terrifying accusations from his prophecy regarding the corruption of the World Tree Branch and his family being branded as traitors to humanity. Fernand stood up decisively and announced a shocking decision. "I'm canceling the order. I'm not playing delivery boy for this thing anymore." Returning to the mansion, his assistant worriedly warned him that this was the Duke's decision, and things wouldn't end well. Fernand pondered, admitting he knew the consequences, but his mind was still clouded by the mysteries of the prophecy. He told himself that the oracle didn't specify how or when the branch would be corrupted, but since both the Academy and the Freudian territory had strict security, the disaster had surely happened during transport. His assistant reminded the young master that he had already been summoned once just for helping reduce the debt for the other house, so backing out now would cause even more trouble. Fernand clutched his head in frustration. The system showed an error, but refused to give an error code, making him realize that even if he successfully brought the World Tree Branch back safely, he still couldn't stop Andromalius's descent. He understood that if they couldn't use the World Tree Branch, the demons would simply choose another vessel. The risk was high, the success rate low, but the final outcome wouldn't change. Fernand gritted his teeth and made up his mind. The best way was to withdraw, even if he had to take a small loss. Because they had volunteered for this mission, if they were involved any deeper, everyone would assume the entire family was conspiring with demons. Realizing this was beyond his ability to handle alone, he gave a firm order. "Bring me the orb containing the demon." Before his puzzled butler, Fernand insisted he would show this item to his father immediately. Under the silent night at the Pellenberg mansion, the magic orb emitted a gloomy purple light, revealing the silhouette of a demonic entity screaming inside. Witnessing the terrifying truth, Fernand's father couldn't help but gasp in shock. Is this really a demon? Fernand began to explain that the demons had infiltrated the Merchant Guild and posed as staff during the recent yacht club meeting. He revealed he had captured one alive and was keeping it in the Academy's underground vault, ready to take his father to inspect it if he wished. Before the Duke's skepticism, his assistant firmly confirmed he had personally verified the incident. Duke Pellenberg's gaze turned cold as he realized the presence of a demon within his own organization. He shouted loudly, "And you didn't report this sooner. Fernand, you're in deep trouble now." Facing his father's fury, Fernand calmly admitted he had ordered his assistant to stay silent to gather more evidence. However, realizing the situation was now critical, he warned, "From what I know so far, I believe the demons are plotting to bring our family down." With eyes glowing with determination, Fernand asserted that the demons were targeting the prosperity of the Pellenberg house to carry out their dark ambitions. Ivan Pellenberg nodded slowly, admitting he understood his son's intentions. He knew for sure the commotion at the yacht club was caused by demons, and their target this time was none other than the branch of the world tree. Ivan Pellenberg mused, noting that if the Pellenberg family didn't act now, the public would surely come to damaging misunderstandings about the family's reputation. However, Ivan Pellenberg also warned that Fernand seemed too quick to conclude that the demons were intentionally trying to eliminate their family, as it could very well just be a coincidence. Fernand listened thoughtfully, admitting he had initially thought it was just bad luck, since the Pellenbergs had long been hated by the other house, and the demons had targeted his own life directly at the yacht club meeting. But Fernand insisted the reality was not like that. He analyzed that them targeting the other house might seem more logical, but why would they target the entire Pellenberg family? He recounted the history from 1,000 years ago, when the war against demons first broke out, and humanity was completely overwhelmed by dark power. It was exactly when the head of the Pellenberg family decided to side with the founding emperor that a massive amount of wealth was poured into the war, causing the entire situation to turn around. Fernand believed that this was exactly what made the demons always stay cautious and vigilant. The demons had experienced firsthand how money could turn the tide of battle, so they certainly did not want to repeat that mistake again. Fernand realized they were digging a sophisticated trap to cast suspicion on him. If the Pellenberg family was involved, they would be branded as traitors to humanity, and if not, they would simply be viewed as more useless than the demons had anticipated. In the prophecy, it was cruelly declared that Fernand Pellenberg would never be forgiven, and he had nearly become a scapegoat. Fernand was horrified to realize that his demise was not just a coincidence, but a perfectly orchestrated trap to wipe the Pellenberg family out of the game entirely. In the shadows of the library, the mastermind was flipping through pages of a book to reanalyze their entire plan. He realized the sinking of the cruise ship had succeeded in pushing the island to the brink, but the unexpected presence of Fernand Pellenberg had changed everything. Not only that, but Rena Borch-Breff and Ben were also there. He realized that after fighting demons together, the relationship between the four of them had become closer than ever. He suspiciously wondered how just 4 people could have killed the giant sea serpent, only to realize the secret lay in the gift from the founding emperor on that island. He had run into a group of game hackers. Ention had retrieved that gift and destroyed the sea serpent, ruining the demon's original plan. The mastermind told himself that if he couldn't kill a man, at least he had to make him grow suspicious of the Pellenberg family. Yet, that plan seemed to have completely backfired. Standing amidst the dark bookshelves, he muttered, "This isn't good." Still, with eyes glowing with ambition, he believed that the new plan involving the World Tree branch would help him turn the situation around. He knew Arya Freyden had just contacted Fernand Pellenberg, and even though he hadn't confirmed if Fernand was participating in the transport, he ordered that at any cost, Fernand Pellenberg must be involved. If Ention was the sharpest sword, then Fernand Pellenberg was the gold coating wrapped around that blade. The combination of the fighting power of a royal descendant, the massive financial potential of the Pellenberg house, was the greatest threat to the demon's plan. That was why he was determined to bring Fernand down, no matter what. Returning to Fan, he was trying to use tricks to back out of this risky transport mission. When he suddenly announced he was quitting the transport job, he demanded that his partners complete it 1 week earlier. Fernand told himself, "I know the request is both sudden and rude, so I thought they would get angry and refuse, allowing me to easily back out." He tried to find an excuse to break the deal, but ran into the most persistent client ever. Facing the intense reaction from Arya Freyden, he couldn't just keep saying that. Fernand was still convinced his plan would succeed. However, a reply letter from Arya Freyden's father left him frozen, as the man completely agreed to his request, and even added that Arya Freyden wanted to get closer to him. What? Is he an idiot, or just stupid? Fernand roared, slamming his hand on the desk upon receiving the reply from the Fredian family. He couldn't believe it. They had accepted his absurd request, as any normal person would surely have been furious and refused immediately. Hai stood nearby, pondering as he observed, then hesitantly asked, "Do you think he is being influenced by demons? It must be those demons messing with his brain." He leaned his hands on the table, darkness engulfing his face, which was full of helplessness. He wondered how much influence the demons really had, that even when he knew exactly what they were doing, he still couldn't stop this spiral of fate. Despite holding the largest fortune in the empire, and being a member of the Electoral Council, Fernand still felt so small and helpless before the enemy's schemes. A surge of anger made him crush the tabletop, inwardly cursing the reality that was driving him insane. But then, Fernand took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with a resolute red light. Fine, I'll play along with you guys to the end. Seeing his master's sudden change in attitude, Hai quickly asked, "What are you planning to do?" Fernand walked away silently with a wicked smile. He declared clearly that he would confront the demons head-on, instead of hiding. He opened the door and stepped out with a confident demeanor, asserting that if there was a problem, he would just solve it. To Fernand, a true merchant never lets himself be swayed in unpredictable situations. Watching the door slam shut, Hai only thought to himself that he would see who would be the winner this time. Although he acted tough on the outside, looking at the crack in the table, Hai knew his young master was truly shaken by the series of events. 6 days later, the transport convoy left the Fredian estate exactly as planned. The scale of the convoy was magnificent, with 10 horse-drawn carriages protected by 100 guards from the Kim Kwai Trading Guild, 50 spirit warriors from the Fredian house, and 100 workers following for support. Leading the entire powerful convoy was none other than Fernand Pellenberg. The World Tree branch was carefully hidden by him in the 4th carriage, and outside of the most important people, absolutely no one knew of its existence. The chest containing the treasure was wrapped in dozens of layers of sturdy protective magic that only Arya Freyden and Fernand Pellenberg could open. Facing this strict level of precaution, Fernand couldn't help but ponder to himself. How could it have been exposed to demonic energy in this situation? Celebrating too early, are we? A thought flashed through his mind, making him narrow his eyes in suspicion. Could Arya Freyden be a demon? But Fernand immediately dismissed that as impossible. According to the prophecy, Arya Freyden was supposed to be Ention's friend, a loyal comrade who would stand by the future hero's side. Interrupting Fernand's train of thought, Arya Freyden excitedly asked, "How long until we reach the academy?" He replied indifferently, "About a month." Arya Freyden smiled and explained the upcoming route, noting they needed to cross 2 territories to the east before boarding a ship. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something important. Arya Freyden looked at Fan with expectant eyes and asked, "Would you like to invite me to join the cruise club?" The only response she got was a sharp and cold no from Fan. Arya Freyden was so shocked she stood frozen, her face pale because she couldn't believe her ears. She immediately flared up, questioning, "Why? I'm a good student, and my family has high status." Fernand indifferently explained that there were people in the electoral families who didn't like her because the Fredian family were just nouveau riches. Even though Arya reminded him that he once acted as a mediator for their house, his stance remained firm. Mediation is one thing, but joining the club is out of the question. Arya Freyden complained indignantly, "You are so cruel." Meanwhile, in a magnificent hall, crucial negotiations reached a smooth conclusion. Thanks to Fernand Pellenberg proactively sharing information about the demons with the guild through Jace, the partnership has made significant progress. The old butler stated clearly that they would soon receive aid and wipe out every last demon hiding among them. Money spent early is money spent wisely. At the mansion, Yvonne Pellenberg pressed Hai. "Well, any news from the escort team?" Hai reported that while the young master was supposed to have reached the academy by now, they only just set off today. Yvonne Pellenberg slammed his hand onto the table, filled with anxiety. It was clear this was a trap set by the demons. Yet he realized he had no choice but to walk right into it. He gritted his teeth, thinking about how his opponents were demons. If the shipment failed, not only would the Merchant Guild's reputation collapse, but he would also lose his only son. In a fit of rage, Yvonne Pellenberg roared, "No, gather the Red Spirit Squad at once." Hai hurriedly urged his master to calm down, warning that such a move would only make things worse. He reiterated Fernand's instructions to handle this quietly so the demons wouldn't discover that the family was already aware of their plot. Taking a cup of tea from the butler, Yvonne Pellenberg slowly regained his composure. Hai reassured him under his breath, "Master, don't worry." The young master actually knew about the demons and their plans long before they did. Even though he admitted that was a good thing, Yvonne Pellenberg still felt something was off. He began to piece together a series of strange events, from the sudden change in professors, the mysterious negotiations, to how Fernand found a magic stone vein that no one knew existed. Even his son's intelligence reports were terrifyingly detailed. From the corruption of the world tree branches to the demonic rifts rising in the crimson sky. He felt as if Fernand Pellenberg had come from the future and seen everything happen already. Still anxious, Yvonne Pellenberg questioned why they didn't hire more mercenaries to accompany them. The butler smiled confidently, asserting that young Master Fernand would be fine, as he always exceeded everyone's expectations. Meanwhile, under the pouring rain deep in the forest, Fernand was silently observing his surroundings with glowing red eyes, full of determination. Hai was certain his master would do a great job this time too. Trust the young master, he's the ultimate comeback king. The heavy rain poured down as if to drown the entire convoy in the pitch-black night. Arya Fredan covered her forehead, assessing the situation. I don't think we can continue our journey today, she said. We have to camp here and have the guards watch the carriages. While Hai quickly obeyed, Fernand stood silently, observing the rain. He muttered with suspicion, "Why does this rain smell like demonic energy?" Arya Fredan approached him, revealing a terrifying piece of information. I asked the spirits and they said other regions are sunny. Only this area is raining like this. Fernand's expression changed as he retorted, "Wait, are they using a rain-making machine?" Arya Fredan pondered and admitted, perhaps someone wanted to play a trick on them. Although Fernand tried to reassure himself that it wasn't possible, and Arya Fredan laughed it off, assuming it was just bad weather, his heart was churning. He told himself, if this rain was artificial, it was definitely caused by the demons. The prophecy had said they would reach the academy safely, yet this incident occurred. Watching Arya Fredan dancing innocently in the rain, Fan was shocked, wondering if someone had snuck into the group and corrupted the world tree branches without anyone noticing. Before he could figure out the purpose of being trapped in this rain, a giant bolt of lightning with earth-shattering power suddenly struck down. The ground shook violently, sending the carriages flying and shattering into pieces. Amidst the flying debris and dirt, Fernand Pellenberg and Arya Fredan were blown away, losing control. In the split second of life and death, Fernand gritted his teeth and channeled all his magic, activating a glowing red energy barrier to protect himself and his companions. The crimson light formed a shield, blocking the giant boulders raining down from above. Fernand lay flat on the ground, his red eyes showing pure horror as he thought of his treasures. Damn it! The world tree branches. He cared more about his wallet than his life, completely disregarding his own safety. He shouted his orders. Arya Fredan, make sure the carriage doesn't break, despite her panic as she asked which carriage he meant. Fernand yelled decisively, all of them watching as giant rocks continued to collapse as if to bury the entire convoy. Arya Fredan could only cry in despair, sobbing because she couldn't stop the massive destruction. The deep, dark chasm felt like it wanted to swallow everything. Fernand Pellenberg and Arya Fredan realized they had fallen about 40 meters deep from the surface. Fernand gritted his teeth and cursed the damn demons. He guessed their plan was to create an explosion to separate the carriages from the group. Even though the situation was terrible, Fan calmed himself down when he saw that the carriage carrying the world tree branches had also fallen with him, and fortunately, there was no serious damage yet. Arya Fredan anxiously urged Fernand Pellenberg, "Let's go, sir. This place is terrifying." But their steps halted before a new variable. From the thick darkness, a series of glowing red spots like sinister demonic eyes began to flash threateningly. A giant entity with a bizarre shape, carrying dozens of blazing eyes, loomed out from the cliff. Fernand gave a cold grunt. He had already predicted things wouldn't go so easily. The monster suddenly launched a powerful attack, forcing Fernand to use all his strength to defend himself amidst Arya Fredan's terrified screams. Faced with her confusion about this freak of nature, Fan coldly identified it as a seize. Seeing Arya Fredan still bewildered even after having studied at the academy, he snapped, explaining that sea were no ordinary monsters, but dangerous magical entities. He began to analyze the core difference. While monsters are natural creatures that have existed on the continent since the dawn of time, magical entities are things brought directly from hell by the themselves. They are completely different because their bodies are always overflowing with dense demonic energy. Arya Fredan was horrified as she realized the terrifying truth. Oh no, the demons are actually back? Fernand looked straight at her with a serious gaze and firmly confirmed that it was indeed the demons who brought this evil here. Arya Fredan gasped, "Demons actually exist. How do you know?" Fernand Pellenberg replied flatly, "I'll explain later." He ordered her to quickly move the carriage out of the danger zone, while he would stay behind to deal with these monsters. Facing Arya Freden's hesitation as she claimed she didn't think she could do it, Fernand flared up, scolding her for her cowardly attitude. He harshly lectured her that she couldn't say she couldn't do it before even trying, and reminded her of the hierarchy, of how when he was a student, he would never dare to disobey his elders, leaving her to stammer in fear that she really wanted to listen, but had unavoidable reasons. Arya Freden trembled as she pointed forward, crying out for help. That monster looks terrifying. A massive, shadowy figure with a suffocating presence was looming out from the deep darkness. Fernand's face went pale, and sweat poured down his brow as he identified the terrifying entity blocking their path. It was a Bakga. The monster's blood-red eyes glowered, radiating a dark pressure that left even Fernand stunned and shocked. The Bakga opened its maw and let out an earth-shattering roar. In this life-or-death moment, Fernand shouted a name. The surrounding rocks exploded into fragments under the monster's devastating power. Dust choked the air, engulfing both Fernand and Arya Freden as they struggled to hide behind their staves to block the attack. Through the dust, two figures appeared imposingly, sword and shield in hand, standing right before their master, and calmly asking, "Are you all right, young master?" Seeing the butler's incredibly cool entrance, Arya Freden couldn't help but stare in awe, her eyes shining. Fernand regained his composure, recalling the information from his curriculum about the Baka. It was a magical beast with skin as hard as metal, claws sharper than most swords, and teeth capable of piercing anything. The monster before them was a Tier 4 magical beast, in a completely different league compared to the weak Tier 8 monsters. Fernand pondered, suspicion rising within him. They brought a whole Baka just to steal a branch of the world tree. His eyes flared with a sharp red light as he realized the enemy's true ambition. Those bastards don't just want to bankrupt me, they want me dead. He turned to his loyal butler. "Hi, can you kill it?" Hi replied calmly. "It won't be easy, but if you give me some time I can do it. So cool and so reliable." Fernand decisively ordered, "Then I'll buy us time, kill it." The butler's silhouette instantly vanished into the night. Fernand leaned in slightly, his voice serious. "Arya Freden, listen closely. While I fight, protect me and the World Tree branch from the other pests." When she asked in shock if he was actually going to fight that thing, Fernand barked, "If you don't want to die, just do as I say." Arya Freden replied, trembling, "We can't win. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve?" Fernand focused intently, sweat beading on his forehead as he played his trump card. "I'm summoning James." Without wasting a second, Fernand stomped his staff down, activating a glowing purple magic circle that released a massive surge of energy. Arya Freden's eyes widened in horror. She stuttered, unable to believe what she was seeing. "My God, since when were you hiding a giant robot?" Looming right behind Fernand Pellenberg was James, a massive purple golem with glowing, authoritative eyes, ready to crush the Baka in an instant. Arya Freden watched in astonishment, thinking to herself that while creating golems was difficult, for a second-year student to control them in combat, this smoothly was truly a miracle beyond her understanding. Fernand focused deeply, his entire body radiating purple mana to maintain a tight link with the golem. Arya Freden couldn't help but admire him, realizing he was far more capable than she had ever imagined. Immediately, James lunged into the attack. But the Baka was just as agile, swinging its claws with lethal power, creating a fiery clash. Standing behind, Arya Freden nervously called out to James. Meanwhile, Fernand gritted his teeth, cursing as he saw the situation turn dire. He wondered in shock what the hell was wrong with this monster that it could withstand such terrifying attacks. Just as Arya Freden felt a sense of relief, seeing Fernand Pellenberg summon more golems for support, her face paled in terror. Out of the deadly red shadows, countless eerie eyes of more pests suddenly appeared, surrounding them. As they were encircled, Arya Freden panicked and screamed, "No!" She was swarmed by evil shadows and could only worry about the safety of the World Tree branch. Trapped in the suffocating encirclement, Arya Freden summoned all her strength, screaming, "Let go!" while trying to fight off the pitch-black claws grabbing at her. The situation became increasingly desperate. She began to lose her bearings, muttering that it was impossible. She activated a bright blue magic circle for defense, but it seemed she had reached her limit. Arya Freden sobbed in helplessness. "It's too much. Who can handle this kind of babysitting?" Even though she was exhausted to the point of collapse, she still tried to maintain the barrier. Just then, Fernand's voice rang out, praising her. "You're doing great. Keep carrying the team." Hearing that, Arya Freden immediately flared up. She shouted, reminding Fernand that she had already saved his life countless times. She demanded a proper reward, at least an invitation to his yacht club, not just empty words of thanks. While she kept screaming for her dues, Fernand Pellenberg was completely focused on controlling the golem. He realized bitterly that a mage is utterly helpless when controlling a golem because they have to feel the world through the golem's body, not their own senses. Through this connection, Fernand realized he had absolutely no talent for swordsmanship. He saw firsthand how his golem became slow and weak in the face of the Baka's overwhelming strength as it lunged forward to tear them apart. Fernand coughed up blood. His body had reached its absolute limit. He slumped down, having to lean on his staff to stay upright, and could only curse in frustration at the current situation. The savage Baka had crushed the third golem, making their situation even more perilous. Fernand realized bitterly that controlling a golem in combat was infinitely more difficult and focused than during mining. Despite being drained, he gritted his teeth, determined not to die here. Fernand had only 2 golems left. With his mana reserves running low, he told himself he had to hold on at all costs until Hai could return to support him. While hugging the lane and waiting for the jungler to save him, Fernand decided to change his tactics. He realized using swords for the golems was just getting in the way since he wasn't good with them anyway. He decisively poured all his remaining focus and senses into the golems. Fernand's eyes glowed with powerful purple light. He tried to synchronize his soul so he could feel and control the golems as naturally as his own body. Successive mana explosions caused the rocks to crumble, and dust engulfed the entire battlefield. Fernand struggled to maintain the defensive barrier amidst the debris. He realized in a panic, at this rate of destruction, the whole cave might collapse and kill us all. James landed a massive bone-crushing punch directly onto the Baka's head, making the ground shake violently. The force from the giant stone arm crushed the monster's defenses and sent it flying into the rubble. The Baka shrieked in pain as its body was ravaged by the overwhelming power of Fan's golem. Fernand gritted his teeth, battling the throbbing migraine. Right now? Seriously, he growled, frustrated. With everything hanging by a thread, he bellowed for his butler. Hai caught the signal and darted forward like a streak of crimson lightning. With eyes burning blood red and filled with killing intent, Hai poured every ounce of his strength into a decisive strike. He slammed his attack directly into the creature's head. "You're too slow. You just cost me 4 golems." Fernand snapped in annoyance as he looked at the corpse. The headless monster lay motionless on the ground. Despite the victory, his heart ached looking at the damage report, mourning the loss of his 4 precious red earth golems, James, Henry, William, and George. Under his master's scolding, Hai could only break into a cold sweat, stammering that he really had given it his all. Just then, Arya Fredin rushed in, looking furious. She screamed in anger, having been left waiting for nearly 20 minutes. Arya Fredin urged Fernand to hurry up since the job wasn't actually finished. But suddenly, Hai froze as he noticed the monster's severed head starting to undergo a bizarre transformation. "Young master!" Hai managed to shout a warning, but Fernand had already yelled, "Look out!" Instantly, the monster's corpse detonated violently. Fortunately, Fernand had managed to activate a magical barrier just in time, shielding all 3 of them from the danger. Gazing at the smoking ruins, Hai anxiously checked on his master. Fernand replied calmly that he was fine, though he couldn't help but sigh, realizing that these demons used the same self-destruct trick every single time. Hai stared grimly at the devastated scene, frustrated that there wasn't a shred of evidence left to prove what had happened. However, Fernand flashed a calculating smile and pulled out a sparkling magic orb. "Don't worry, I recorded the whole fight in crystal clear quality." He handed the orb to Hai, telling him to keep it safe, and ordered him to collect whatever was left of the monster's remains. When his butler looked puzzled, Fernand insisted that this was a rare level 4 monster. It would definitely be useful for future business ventures. A true merchant through and through, never wasting a thing. He began to worry about the state of the World Tree branch, but Arya Frieden sprinted over, beaming with a chest in her arms, and delivered the good news. The mother tree was completely safe. Arya Frieden explained that although the box was slightly cracked, the protective charms on it had kept everything inside intact. She let out a sigh of relief that at least the treasure hadn't shattered like everything else in the explosion. Arya Frieden reached to open it to prove it was fine, but Fernand immediately stopped her with a grave expression. He coldly stated that you couldn't tell just by looking if something had been corrupted by demonic energy. Fernand began inspecting the box and revealed that this was exactly why he had commissioned the guild to craft this special magical artifact. Even though it was incredibly expensive, Due to the licensing fees, he was determined to use it. Arya Freydin was stunned to see that Fan had even prepared for that. She wondered if he could actually see the future. Fernand didn't answer. He needed to check if the branch was truly corrupted first. He placed the Holy Cross onto the World Tree, branch, and prayed that the worst hadn't happened. But immediately, a strange light flared up, making Fan's face pale. A pitch-black demonic aura swirled around the branch, confirming the harsh truth. Both Fernand Pellenberg and Arya Freydin were struck silent by horror. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, we're screwed. Fernand was absolutely furious, realizing the treasure was truly tainted. He couldn't accept that all the effort put into protecting it had ended in such a disastrous way. In desperation, Fernand decisively used his hands to snap off the blackened parts. Ignoring Arya Freydin's panic, he insisted that as long as they removed the corrupted parts, the branch could be saved thanks to the mother tree's immense vitality. Seeing Arya Freydin still doubting, Fernand explained that breaking off the black parts was painful, but it was the only way right now. Arya Freydin could only nervously remind him not to be reckless, and to remember to wash his hands with holy water after touching that evil substance. Fernand immediately called for Hai to help speed things up. The two began frantically trimming away, while Arya Freydin stood on the sidelines, shouting and urging them on, terrified that the demonic energy would spread and ruin everything. Finally, the World Tree branch was saved and began to glow again, causing Arya Freydin to cheer with excitement. However, looking at the now stripped branch, Fernand worried that anyone could tell it had been trimmed due to a problem during transport. Arya Freydin smiled deviously. She retorted, asking if Fernand Pellenberg was trying to find a way to cover this up. Arya Freydin suspected Fernand Pellenberg wanted to hide it to protect the Pellenberg family reputation, but he insisted he just wanted to keep the monster encounter a secret. Faced with Arya Freydin's question about why the public needed to know the truth about the demons on the loose, Fan started a long, persuasive explanation. Finally, it clicked for Arya Freydin. So, you want to be a silent hero? Fan confirmed her guess. If the truth got out, the demons would immediately go into hiding, so a cover-up was necessary. He wore a calculating smile and proposed, "You will become our ally, and together, we will fight against the demons." Thinking about sharing a secret with another noble house, Arya Freydin couldn't help but excitedly ask if they would meet often and become closer. Fernand nodded, and Arya Freydin immediately demanded a token of their alliance. The sly girl teased that her tongue was prone to slipping, and she might spill the beans at any moment, but if she had proof, she'd take the secret to the grave. Never miss an opportunity to extort someone. Realizing he'd been cornered, Fernand clicked his tongue. "I'll get you an invitation to the yacht club." Satisfied, Arya Freydin cheered, "I love it." When Fernand asked about today's events, Arya Freydin immediately grinned, insisting that nothing had happened. The cleanup went quite smoothly as all the supplies and broken carriages were replaced, and new guards were arranged to replace the injured ones. Thanks to the miraculous medicine Fernand gave the World Tree branch, it recovered at lightning speed and looked exactly as it did when they first set out. A month later, the Pellenberg merchant caravan arrived safely at the academy. Arya Freydin excitedly held the invitation in her hand, beaming with joy. This meant the merchant guild's reputation hadn't been affected at all. "I'll keep the secret," Fernand thought to himself. Now there was no reason for anyone to suspect his family of colluding with demons. However, looking at the ridiculously long damage report from the transport, 4 golems, 8 carriages, over 500 items of cargo, and 131 injured staff, Fernand painfully realized that while the branch wasn't corrupted, the cost of making that truth a reality was laughably high. "You demons, you're paying for my robots." Meanwhile, in a dark space shrouded in demonic energy, a mysterious entity speaks with heavy, pressurized blame. "Another failure? I'm truly disappointed." The entity reasons that while the first couple of failures could be blamed on bad luck or poor timing, by the third time, it's clearly an issue with the subordinate's competence. "I don't even know what to say, but I'm certain I've contaminated it." The entity coldly concludes, being unable to find traces of contamination means the subordinate has failed completely. The failed minion begs desperately for mercy, but only receives a lethal, glowing gaze and a retort. "You want to apologize to save your life?" The minion hurriedly reveals that Fernand Pellenberg survived the swarm of basilisks by possessing 5 golems at once. This information causes the dark entity to pause in suspicion. "What? Where did he get so many robots? Could it be that from the start, Fernand knew our entire plan?" But then, the entity brushes it off. thinking Fernand perhaps prepared so thoroughly out of pure cowardice or extreme caution. The entity assumes the subordinate failed simply because Fernand was too meticulous. Just as the minion manages to thank the entity for being understanding, the entity strikes him down. But that doesn't mean I'll spare your life. Watching the corpse gradually dissolve into black smoke, the entity mulls over the name Fernand Pellenberg, realizing that toppling his family isn't enough. The entity decides Fernand is now more of an obstacle than Ention, and the ambition to kill him burns even brighter. However, the entity decides there's no need to rush. With a sinister smile visible in the deep shadows, the entity mutters confidently, "If this play fails, I'll just set up another, no need to worry. Welcome back from your long journey." As soon as Fernand returned, Jay greeted him with a radiant smile. Sitting in a luxurious room, the saint notes, "There must be a reason you came to see me even while you're so exhausted." Not wasting any time, Fernand speaks firmly. "I'm quite busy, so I'll get straight to the point. On my way here, I encountered some demonic creatures." Hearing the words, demonic creatures, Jay's face shifts instantly to one of severity. Fernand grinds his teeth, clenching his fist with indignation. The demons aren't even bothering to hide their existence anymore. Jay erupts in anger, shouting, "How dare they touch a valued guest of the church?" Seeing the other party overreacting, Fernand coldly pours cold water on him. "If you destroy this place again, I'm sending you the repair bill." The wealthy man immediately backs off at the mention of money. Jay instantly dims his burning aura and laughs it off. Of course. Fernand continues the story, explaining that although he handled them, unfortunately, something of his was contaminated with demonic energy. Taking out a small wooden box, Fernand suggests, "I felt it would be a waste to throw it away, so I wanted to ask you to purify it." Looking at the object inside, Jay looks skeptical. "It just looks like a piece of wood." Fernand calmly explains it's a cutting from the World Tree. Hearing the name World Tree from the Freudian region, Jay cannot help but be shocked. He realizes this is exactly what the demonic creatures were targeting throughout the recent journey. Fernand confirms this and says he had to use the artifact Jay gifted him to keep it safe. Before the question of whether he can handle it is even finished, Jay regains his usual confidence, laughing loudly and declaring it as easy as turning over his hand. Jay brings up the time he purified Bella with holy light and boastfully declares that everything is a piece of cake. However, just as Jay prepares to cast magic, Fernand firmly stops him. "Stop using such overkill moves, you'll burn my goods." Jay asks in confusion why. Because this is a verified demonic purification spell, but Fernand worries its power is too strong and will turn the fragile branch into ashes. He demands Jay use a method other than holy lightning. Even though Jay grumbles that it's holy light, not holy lightning, he has to accept it. He has no choice. So the only way is to use holy water. Jay stares thoughtfully at the piece of wood and adds that one bottle certainly won't be enough. Hearing about the money, Fernand frowns and retorts, asking if Jay is certain it will be expensive, and whether this stuff will actually work. Jay can only scratch his head and laugh, saying he'll have to try it first to know, because even he has never used holy water to purify demonic energy before. Fernand takes a sip of tea, his heart churning as he realizes he is about to spend a mountain of money on something even the seller doesn't dare guarantee the effectiveness of. He silently curses, thinking this guy is trying to make him pay for something no better than plain water. Seeing Fernand starting to get angry, Jay hurriedly reassures him, "Don't worry, if it doesn't work, you don't pay." Fernand stares intensely at the glowing red cup of holy water and coldly declares, "I trust you, Jay." However, he immediately launches a psychological attack, expressing his worry for the church's reputation if it gets out that the holy water is useless. Fernand's words leave Jay speechless, knowing only how to stutter that he has to try it to find out. Fernand leans close to Jay's face, his eyes glowing threateningly. "What if you're wrong? And what if the church's image is ruined because of you?" The immense pressure causes Jay to completely collapse. He bursts into tears, admitting he was too arrogant, as a mage should only speak the truth. Jay clasps his hands in repentance, weeping, blaming himself for being too conceited, crying as he kneels. Jay slumps to the floor, bitterly admitting that although the church is always prepared to deal with demons, they haven't appeared for 1,000 years, so they truly lack practical experience. He laments that if only there were a test specimen, how good that would be. Fernand smirks, smiling deviously as he raises a vial and clearly declares, "Jay, I will bring you that test subject." Jay kneels and looks closely, his expression one of total shock as Fernand introduces it. This is the corpse of a level 4 demonic creature, a basilisk. Jay exclaims in astonishment. A basilisk? So that's what you encountered on the way back. He realizes joyfully that this is a golden opportunity to verify the effectiveness of the holy water in purifying demonic energy, while also collecting detailed data on the demon race. Jay heaps on the praise. Fernand Pellenberg, you truly are my benefactor. But Jay's smile fades as he remembers something, and he narrows his eyes suspiciously. Wait a minute, don't tell me you intend to pay for the holy water with just this. Fernand smirks deviously. Of course not. He explains that level 4 demonic creatures are so rare that even during the Great War 1,000 years ago they were nowhere to be seen, so the price to be paid is by no means cheap. Fernand laughs loudly, declaring, "It's rare merchandise. If you want it, pay up." Fernand continues to sweet-talk Jay with a persuasive tone. Jay, think about the future. You know how valuable this opportunity is, right? He shakes the sample vial, while analyzing that they need to study demonic creatures before the monsters become even more ferocious. Seeing Jay still hesitating, Fernand delivers the final blow. If you really don't want it, I can just give this to another mage in the order. Fearing he'd lose the deal, Jay hastily snatched the potion and shouted, "No, this is enough to pay for the holy water." Jay's eyes suddenly turned frantic as he growled, "I'll find a way to kill them in the most painful way possible to witness this terrifying transformation." Fernand just sweated, reminding him, "That's not necessary. What I want is for the world tree to be purified." Jay regained his composure and accepted the mission. "Ah, right, leave it to me." He curiously asked about the condition of the world tree, receiving confirmation from Fernand that it was temporarily safe. Jay pondered, asking why the demons were targeting it, to which Fernand had to admit, "I don't know." Jay analyzed that because it was a tree carrying immense magical power. Everyone saw its value, then suddenly offered a chilling theory. Maybe they planned to use it as a vessel to summon a demon. A blind guess hitting the mark perfectly. This remark startled Fernand, as he realized this guy had accurately pinpointed the enemy's true conspiracy. Jay anxiously reminded him that the World Tree's identity was a closely guarded secret. That meant a demon had infiltrated their ranks from within. He eagerly asked if they should start investigating immediately. But Fernand blocked him instantly. He analyzed that they shouldn't be hasty, because if they brought the Order's forces into the academy now, things would easily escalate into a political conflict. Furthermore, aside from him and Arya Freydin, the only others who knew about the existence of this treasure were high-ranking figures within the academy. A reckless move would only put them at a disadvantage. Yes, the Pope was currently very worried now that the demons had infiltrated the Empire's top educational institution. Fernand reassured him that he hadn't been sitting idly by. He had secretly stationed guards around the World Tree with extreme strictness. He understood that as long as the demons hadn't given up on the summoning, they would try every possible way to corrupt that tree. Fernand's eyes turned cold as he told himself, "If I'm lucky, it won't be long before the identity of the true traitor to humanity is brought to light." Time passed, and the final exams concluded. Meeting Rena in the academy forest, she asked about his exam performance. Fernand calmly replied that everything was fine as usual, causing Rena to click her tongue. "Can you even study? You look totally wiped out." Fernand smiled smugly, boasting about having top-tier study materials, but Rena sarcastically called it just taking a shortcut. He immediately retorted that it was a treasure left by his predecessors, leaving her to just click her tongue in dismissal. When asked about her results, Rena confidently asserted, "It's so annoying. I carried the team but still lost first place." Rena wailed, holding her head in frustration. "I thought for sure I'd be first this time." Seeing how disappointed she was, Fernand just sweated and comforted her. "Who knows? Just winning first place today is what matters." The sound of thick heels rhythmically tapping on the ground cut the conversation short. Professor Rosalia approached and asked, "Is everyone here?" She began explaining the final exam rules to the students. Accordingly, the class would be divided into 4 teams. The winning team would be the one that took down the most pairs of opponents or captured the most enemy flags on the map. She smiled and announced, "You are Team 3. Make sure you get to know each other well." The professor stated that each team needed a leader and asked if anyone wanted to volunteer. The space in the forest suddenly turned unusually silent, making the professor click her tongue. What kind of team is this, acting like such cowards? Fernand glanced at Rena, thinking to himself, "Rena Borch, I thought you would volunteer." But then he quickly pushed aside the idea of stepping up to take charge, because he told himself that it was truly useless. Fernand worried that if he became the leader and the team lost, all the insults would be heaped upon his head. Seeing no one volunteer, Professor Rosalia decisively singled someone out. Let's vote for Rena Borch, everyone. To her surprise, she smilingly suggested that the whole team should vote to decide. The countdown began. 1-2. The result was exactly as predicted, but it made Fernand want to faint when Professor Rosalia clearly declared that the leader of Team 3 this time was Fernand Pellenberg. She smiled triumphantly, saying he was truly well-liked since he received every single vote from everyone. Fernand panicked and tried to refuse. "Professor, wait," but the chant of his name echoed everywhere. His classmates surrounded him with eyes sparkling in admiration. They insisted that no one was smarter or more deserving than him. Even though Fernand tried to be humble, saying his scores weren't the highest, the whole team still firmly believed in the management skills of this wealthy young master. Even Rena joined in on this sweet, forced nomination. She looked at him with starry eyes and placed all her trust in him. "I believe in you, Fernand." Facing such high expectations from everyone, especially Rena, Fernand could only sigh helplessly. He told himself that even though he didn't want to, it seemed he had no choice but to accept this burden. Fernand regained his composure, declaring clearly that he would try his best to lead the team to first place, while also calculating that this was a perfect opportunity to make Bella La like him even more. Team 3 erupted in joy. They were certain that under Fernand's lead, victory was already within reach. "All right then, I'll carry the team this round." The students began chanting Fernand's name enthusiastically, making him feel embarrassed and asked them to stop. Meanwhile, on a high cliff overlooking the scene, Professor Grad wondered why someone who hated trouble like Fernand Pellenberg would agree to be the leader. Professor Rosalia smiled mysteriously. She explained that it was because the team members themselves had trusted and voted for him. Rosalia remarked that the situation was very interesting and asked Grad which team he thought would win. Looking at the tactical map, Professor Grad predicted that the team with the highest chance was Team 1, led by Luer Swaben. With his experience commanding armies as a prince, Luer possessed an overwhelming advantage in leadership and tactics for this exam. However, Professor Rosalia had a different, more insightful view. She predicted the other teams would soon ally to take down the second prince's team, and it was very likely that Team 1 would be eliminated sooner than anyone imagined. The ganging up scenario was about to unfold. Team 2 had Carrillo. Team 3 had Fernand and Rena Borche. Professor Grad pondered the balance of power between the groups. He noted that Team 4 also possessed many talents, making this training session look like a war between the three strongest factions in the academy. What puzzled Grad the most was the mysterious combination of Fernand Pellenberg and Rena Borche. At first, many mistook them for dating, but Grad firmly denied that. He believed there must have been some agreement or deal between these two families. There is some hidden undercurrent beneath this unusual alliance. After all, neither the Pellenberg nor the BCH families are small-time players to be taken lightly. The financial power of the Pellenberg family is beyond question. As for the Steppe family, though they once stood on the brink of collapse and had to give up their position as an imperial candidate family, they have fought tooth and nail to survive. Currently, the Steppe family is gradually restoring their former glory with every ounce of effort. This powerful resurgence means the scales of power among the 7 imperial candidate families are about to undergo earth-shattering changes. Gray admits that even though he says it's unrelated, he can't help but worry about these underground political shifts. He turns to question, "Right?" Professor Rosalia Winner responds with a cold expression, as she insists she has no interest in the power struggles between the families. Gray sarcastically calls her a liar, but suddenly, their attention is drawn to new developments on the magic map. The battle has officially begun, and just as Gray predicted, the remaining teams are joining forces to take down the second prince's team, Team 1. At the Team 1 camp, a scout reports in a panic that members from other teams are heading their way, with the intention of forming a coalition for a total offensive. "We're toast. The mob is coming to settle the score." Luer Swaben immediately realizes that Fernand Pellenberg is the leader of Team 3, and guesses that this entire plan was orchestrated by him. Facing his subordinates' anxiety about being at a massive disadvantage due to their numbers, Luer suddenly wears a sinister and confident smile. He reveals that he had his own plan all along and had secretly spoken with Team 2 and Team 4 beforehand. They're just pretending to be on Fernand's side so they can stab him in the back. Luer's subordinate can only gasp in shock. "What?" Luer smirks, recalling how Fernand once topped the midterm exam, leaving Carrillo nursing a deep grudge. He proudly reveals that Carrillo was thrilled to receive the offer to stab Fernand in the back, and even Team 4 quickly changed their minds to cooperate as soon as they heard the two strongest teams were teaming up. Faced with the subordinates' confusion about teams 1, 2, and 4, allying to destroy Team 3, Lure confirms it, but suddenly orders his men to head to Team 4's base and seize their flag immediately. This leaves the subordinate completely stunned, as Lure just claimed they were Team 4's allies. Lure coldly states that in this game, only one team can win, so once Team 3 is eliminated, that alliance will surely fall apart. Why wait? Let's backstab them first. Lure's plan is to take down Team 4, then cooperate with Carrillo's team to launch a full-scale assault on Team 3. When asked if he knew Fernand would form an alliance with other teams, Lure confidently asserts that he understands his opponent perfectly. He admits Fernand is smart, but this time, he will act faster. Meanwhile, in a corner of the forest, Fernand uses a telescope to observe, and notices that the strongest players from Team 2 and Team 4 are heading toward Team 1, exactly as predicted. Seeing Rina wonder why he told the rest of the members to head back to base, Fernand calmly reveals the real plan. While Teams 2 and 4 are busy fighting Team 1, they will take the chance to sneak into the other team's bases to steal their flags. Rina is shocked. Wait, you're the one who asked them to form an alliance. Fernand explains that the weakest members should stay behind to guard the base, and for the flag heist, just the two of them are enough. Rina pauses for a moment, then suddenly jumps up, full of excitement. She declares she loves this plan, and asks whether to attack Team 2 or Team 4's base first. Even when Fernand asks if she thinks he's cowardly for betraying the Knight's code, Rina firmly insists that because he is the leader, she will follow him. Because the most important thing is for them both to take the top spot. The goal is to do well on the exam, not to use these cowardly tactics. Rina snaps, holding on to the last bit of dignity as a knight. Fernand just glances at her, inwardly mocking her for always standing on the sidelines, because she's too preoccupied with justice and hollow loyalty. He tells himself he would rather be a cowardly winner than a righteous person who tastes defeat. Watching Rina struggle internally between the angel reminding her of noble values and the devil asserting that the world only remembers the winner, Fernand Pellenberg calmly asks, "Are you sure? You look like you're in pain." Caught off guard, Rina denies it in confusion, then just sighs and admits, "Fine, I'll admit I'm the naive one." Fernand looks at her dejected expression and clicks his tongue, telling himself he doesn't even like this pragmatic personality of his own. "Rina, you'll become a joke if you keep prioritizing honor and justice in this exam." Fernand sighs. Facing her blank stare, he douses her with a bucket of cold water, confirming that Team 2 and Team 4 have definitely betrayed them. Fernand knows full well that the second prince, Lure, must have made preparations beforehand. When Rina wonders how he can be so sure, Fernand just smirks sinisterly. "Because that's what I would do if I were him. I know him too well." He analyzes that Lure must be thinking that teaming up with Team 2 is enough to easily eliminate Team 3. And to pave the way for an absolute victory, Lure's Swaben will definitely attack Team 4 first. Just then, a massive explosion occurs at Team 4's base. Just as Fernand predicted, he confirms Lure must have sent his strongest ace to steal the flag to ensure total success. Most likely, that is Elan Dones. This means that Lure and Elan Dones are currently separated. The announcement of Team 4's elimination echoes through the forest, signaling the collapse of a temporary alliance. Elan Dones walks silently according to his instructions, full of smugness as he thinks about the betrayal of the other teams. He tells himself he won't let the second prince down. Just as he's feeling confident, Rina's voice suddenly rings out from behind. "Hey there. Your time's up, honey." Elan Dones is stunned to see Rina appear here instead of participating in the total offensive as he had expected. Hearing her say that Fernand had predicted his every move, Elan Dones just smirks with contempt. He mocks her, saying that if Rina gets eliminated, it won't affect the second prince at all, and challenges whether someone like her is capable of making him fail this exam. Elan Dones grips his sword hilt, ready to fight. "Bring it on, I'll take on all of you." In response, Rina's gaze remains steady as she asserts that the outcome of a battle is unpredictable. A high-level confrontation officially erupts deep in the forest. Rina dashes off with whirlwind speed. Elan Dones is no slouch either. He swings his sword to create streaks of burning red energy to deflect every high-speed attack. The two blades clash violently, creating magical explosions that shake the entire space around them. Utilizing the mountainous terrain, she poured all her strength into a mid-air dive, slamming a thunderous strike straight down at Alon Dones's head. Alon Dones quickly raised his sword to parry, triggering a massive collision that sent dirt and rocks flying. Both of them locked their weapons, eyes burning with a fierce will to fight in a breathless standoff where neither would yield. As their blades clashed with sparks flying, Alon Dones unleashed a fiery, powerful strike that shook the ground violently, sending billows of smoke and dust into the air. Rena quickly leaped onto a tree branch to dodge the treacherous blow. She silently marveled at how incredibly strong that attack was. Alon Dones's eyes blazed with determination. He kept the pressure on, forcing Bella La to struggle to defend herself amidst continuous magical explosions. As the dust began to settle, Alon Dones looked at the panting Rena and asked coldly, "You still want to keep going? You talk a big game, but you're about to walk right into a trap." He smirked arrogantly, asserting that his opponent looked completely exhausted. Alon Dones began to taunt her, claiming that Rena knew exactly how it would end if they went one-on-one. Yet she still insisted on fighting honorably like a knight. He insisted that she valued honor more than victory, but found it laughable that she tried to cling to that honor when she wasn't even strong enough to protect it. Rena didn't flinch. She looked her opponent straight in the eye and retorted defiantly, "You say that like you've already won." Just as Alon Dones was gloating, a cold voice suddenly rang out, reminding him that the outcome of a battle is never set in stone. Alon Dones turned around in a panic, but it was too late to react. A 1,000-pound blow from above suddenly crashed down, sending debris flying everywhere. Alon Dones gasped in shock. I didn't sense anyone's presence. He gritted his teeth, realizing he'd been too careless, allowing his opponent to wait for the perfect moment to land the deciding blow. Am bitterly admitted, "Playing dirty, huh? Calling for backup to ambush me." Just behind him, Fernand Pellenberg appeared with a mysterious smile, nonchalantly retorting, "You've never lost to Rena, have you?" Fernand Pellenberg asserted that if Alon Dones had been certain she was alone, he would have lowered his guard immediately. Fernand laughed out loud, admitting he had exploited Alon Dones's complacencies to easily take down Luer Swaben. He coldly declared that, even if they had fought together from the start, the result would have been the same. The match would just have lasted a bit longer. Rena nodded in agreement. That's right. Fernand decisively turned his back and walked away, not wanting to waste any more time or energy on just Alon Dones. Rena reminded them that they still had to take care of the first and second teams. Before leaving, Rena told herself that from now on, she would live more realistically and flexibly because, in war, victory is the only glory. Meanwhile, at the first team's base, Luer Swaben was fuming, convinced that the third team had discovered their plan and fled. He realized that returning to the base now would be pointless and began to panic, wondering where Fernand was. Glancing at the magic tracking screen, he was stunned as the truth hit him. He gritted his teeth and crushed the item in his hand, knowing Fernand had already taken down Alon Dones. He bitterly admitted, "Damn it, I got burned by that capitalist." At the same time, Carrillo noticed the abnormal situation and guessed that Fernand Pellenberg had captured the captain of the first team. With his immense pride, Carrillo resolved that only he had the strength to stop Fernand Pellenberg. He immediately led his team straight toward the third team's base, dragging along the remaining members of the first team who were boiling with the desire for revenge. Their momentum was as fierce as a revolutionary army. Nothing could stop that fervor. However, a shocking announcement rang out. The entire first team had been disqualified for failing to protect their flag, leaving onlookers frozen in astonishment. The announcement echoed throughout the forest, confirming that the first and fourth teams were officially out. Now it was only a battle between the second and third teams. The first team members couldn't help but be furious, screaming in frustration that they hadn't even had the chance to fight before being sent home. Meanwhile, Carrillo and his team were completely bewildered to realize that the third team wasn't holed up in their base as they had expected. He concluded that perhaps only Fernand and Rena were the ones hunting down and taking out each team one by one, from Team B to Alon Dones's team. Carrillo worried that if most of his teammates were still at the base, his current group was at a complete disadvantage in terms of numbers. Just as he intended to stop and assess the situation, a shadow suddenly appeared, making the whole team panic. Is it the third team? Have they been ambushing us this whole time? This is bad. We fell for that scammer's trap. Carrillo gritted his teeth, realizing he had walked straight into a set trap. Amidst the dark forest, Fernand appeared arrogantly on a high tree branch. Looking down at his opponent with a mysterious smile, he nonchalantly called out Carrillo's name. Are you planning to come and steal our team's flag? Carrillo screamed in rage, demanding to know why he was here, and what kind of cheating he was pulling this time. Faced with the harsh accusation, Fernand only smirked, feigning ignorance as he asked, "What are you talking about? Do you think everything I do is cheating?" Fernand began to use words, meant to twist the knife into his opponent's pride. "That's so sad to hear. I wonder what I did to make you hate me so much." He continuously fired off provocative questions. "Is it because I'm with Rena? Are you jealous? Or is it because I knew your tactics before you even used them in the last exam? Are you jealous? Or is it because I topped the midterm exam? Are you jealous?" The repetitive "are you jealous?" questions acted like psychological torture, making Carrillo lose his mind, veins bulging on his forehead. Unable to hold back any longer, Carrillo roared decisively, "If you've got guts, come out and solo magic 1v1 with me. If you're a real mage, you have to accept." Replying to that intensity, Fernand said only one word, "No." The blunt refusal left Carrillo frozen. "Why not? I'm a merchant, not a mage, and merchants always prioritize efficiency. I don't need a duel to take you guys down." Before Carrillo's shocked expression, Fernand flashed a sinister smile and decisively ordered an attack. Immediately, Rena darted out of the shadows like lightning, unleashing a powerful slash directly into Carrillo's formation. The battle between the two teams was extremely fierce, with streams of magic and sword strikes intertwining. Team 3 initially had a clear advantage thanks to their seamless coordination, but the situation quickly balanced out when the rest of Team 2 surged into the fray. The confrontation dragged on relentlessly, with neither side gaining the upper hand, forcing the two professors observing from above to speak up. Professor Rosalia noted that with both sides suffering heavy casualties, the students would choose to defend their flags rather than risk continuing the attack. Professor Grad agreed, thinking they needed time to recover, but if things remained in a stalemate, the exam wouldn't make any progress. Immediately, Rosalia decided to change the rules of the game to break this deadlock. A shocking announcement just dropped. They're changing some major rules. The test area is shrinking fast, forcing all the teams to clash way sooner than expected. The professors are really turning up the heat. When the news hit, Fernt and his squad were stunned. The situation just went from 0 to 100. The second rule is even tougher. Each team has to pick one person to carry their flag, and if that person gets eliminated, the whole team is out immediately. Looking at the map, which was already flashing red, with a warning to get back into the zone, Fan did the math. They only had half an hour left. Rena snapped, furious that the new boundary was heavily favoring Team 2's base. It was so blatantly unfair, she couldn't help but seethe. Realizing the professors weren't giving them a second to breathe, Fan decisively handed the flag to G, ordering her and the other teammates to fall back and hide to keep their numbers up. To make sure she stayed safe, Fan gave G a top-tier defensive relic. Staring at the glowing gem in her hand, G was floored by how valuable it was. But Fernand still felt on edge. He reached into his pocket and pulled out another huge pile of priceless treasures, dumping them all into her hands. Watching this insane display of generosity, G gasped, saying this loot was enough to buy an entire house, asking if it wasn't a bit too much. But Fernand just shrugged it off, saying, "Just use them. My family has nothing if not money." As the team leader, Fernand told himself he had a duty to lead them to total victory. Watching his back, radiating such confidence, G felt a wave of emotion, thinking how wrong she was to call him a cheapskate who was obsessed with money. Turns out, Fernand was actually a saint. You gotta spend money to make money, right? In reality, Fernand was just treating these treasures as a solid investment. He knew Rena would be thrilled if they took first place. The group headed out, completely unaware that a massive trap was waiting for Team 3 up ahead. Deep in the forest, Carrillo and his squad were lying in wait, and he spoke up with a cold sneer. "You're here. We've been waiting for you." As Fernand saw his opponent walking right into his trap, Carrillo flashed a sinister grin. He mocked Fernand for being an idiot who walked straight to his own grave. Fernand calmly replied that if he hadn't come, he would failed the exam anyway since they changed the rules. That comment set Carrillo off. He roared that he knew everything that was going on and declared that this time, Fan would never beat him again. Seeing his opponent get so fired up, Fan just gave him a bored look, which only made Carrillo even angrier. "I hate that blank look on your face." Even as Fernand insisted he didn't mean to look down on him, Carrillo kept shouting, demanding to know why someone who lived like a nobody for so long was suddenly trying to grab first place. He couldn't stand Fan's nonchalance, so he challenged him, saying, "Let's see if you can still look so calm after seeing this." Instantly, Carrillo and his teammates raised their staves, triggering a brilliant blue magic circle that let off an insane amount of pressure. Rena gasped, realizing something was wrong, while Fernand Pellenberg calmly explained that it was a joint spell, where multiple mages pool their mana together to amplify their magic to the max. Fernand realized joint spells burn through a ton of mana, and Carrillo was dumping everything into one final strike. Rena panicked because this attack was way too strong. It was like they were trying to take down a horde of monsters. Knowing the professors were standing by to step in if things went south, he ordered Rena to rush in and stop them from finishing the spell. In theory, joint magic takes complex calculations and a lot of time, so if they took them down before they finished, they'd win. Theory is great, but reality hit hard. Rena got blocked by the other team members. They told her she wasn't getting past them so easily. In a rage, Rena screamed for her team to take down all of Team 2 to clear the way. Just then, Carrillo smugly announced that the spell was finished way ahead of schedule. Fernand was shocked to realize Carrillo had used a magical artifact to speed up the casting time. Seeing the look of surprise on Fernand's face, Carrillo smirked. "What? You think you're the only one with the cash to buy gear?" A giant magic circle ignited in the sky. Carrillo bellowed, "Everyone, get back, die Fernand." He poured all his strength into a devastating strike. Fernand wasn't about to fold, so he burned through all his remaining mana to create a bright red barrier to take it head-on. A massive explosion rocked the whole forest. Carrillo laughed like a madman amidst the swirling smoke and dust. As the dust settled, Fernand shakily climbed out from the rubble, thinking if he hadn't broken the ground to hide in an underground cave just in time, he'd be dead. Rena breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the map was still glowing, meaning they hadn't been kicked from the test. Fernand was also reassured because G was carrying the flag, and surely survived thanks to the expensive defensive gear he gave her. Looking around the deep crater, they realized the ground had collapsed, and they'd fallen deep underground with it. Just as they were about to look for the others, afraid they'd been eliminated, Rena's expression changed. She pointed into the darkness, trembling. "Fernand, behind you." Fernand froze, sensing something wasn't right. He touched the stone wall and exclaimed in shock, "Is there something here? What is this?" Immediately, a glowing crest appeared, leaving both him and Rena stunned. That wasn't just any crest. It was the housemark of the Amon family. This was a message from the founding emperor. Neither of them could believe the great emperor would leave his family crest in such a remote place. Fernand muttered a sarcastic remark about the ancestors being too kind for not only leaving a mark but also including the clear coordinates. He concluded this was clearly a secret dungeon. Looks like the Amon family hid something important down here. Fernand laughed bitterly at his bad luck for never finding treasure at the right time, then decided to tell him about it later. He felt lucky that his partner this time was Rena, because if it were anyone else, this treasure would have definitely been stolen. Fernand quickly used magic to conceal the entrance. While Rena urged him to hurry up and leave, the exam wasn't over yet. In the forest, devastated by the explosion, Carrillo was panting, completely exhausted, but he couldn't hide his smug smile. He was certain Fernand was dead and that first place was officially his. But Carrillo's smile died when Fernand Pellenberg suddenly appeared behind him, with eyes glowing blood red with murderous intent. Fernand coldly ordered, "Finish him off, Rena." Instantly, a firm hand grabbed Carrillo by the shoulder, before he could even react. Rena roared in anger, "Pay the price, you troublemaker." Fernand casually walked over to grab Team 2's flag, officially ending the practical exam with a total victory for Team 3. With the semester grades all tallied, the final rankings were officially announced. Rena Borch officially climbed to the top spot, pushing Alon Donsdones and Alia Tortega down to the runner-up positions. Looking at the results, Rena flashed a proud, confident smile. The final semester rankings were just posted. Fernand strolled over to Rena to offer his congratulations. "You finally made it to the top. Congrats." Rena replied modestly. "Oh, thanks, Fernand." Noticing her thoughtful expression, he pressed further. "But you don't look all that happy, do you?" Rena sighed and admitted, "Well, I feel like I reached first place not entirely through my own effort. If it hadn't been for your help, none of this would have been possible." Fernand shrugged it off nonchalantly. "Regardless, you're still the one in first place." Rena bowed her head, her voice full of worry. "I'm just afraid that I'm becoming a burden to you." Fernand clicked his tongue in response. Good grief, she's so stubborn. He thought to himself, she's nothing like the kids these days who are always obsessing over such trivial things. Seeing Fernand looked unsatisfied, Rena got huffy. "Fine, It's my fault for bringing it up. Fan softened his tone to reassure her. Don't overthink it. What? I've never thought of you as a burden, so don't worry about it. Talk about being a total smooth talker when it comes to wooing his girl. He added one more thing to put her at ease. Besides, I also got first place thanks to your help. Seeing her still looking clueless, asking, really? Fernand nodded slightly. Yeah, so don't worry. If you keep working hard, you'll become even stronger. Hearing his sincere encouragement, Rena beamed with a radiant smile. All right, I'll try even harder next time. Fernand smiled faintly. Good. Rena excitedly declared. Then I look forward to continuing as your partner. Watching her expression shift from grumpy to joyful, Fernand felt smug. As I thought, she seems to like me more than before. The difference in her expression is clear. Suddenly, a hand slammed onto Fernand's shoulder, accompanied by the sarcastic voice of the second prince. Must be nice being top of the class, huh? Wipe that smirk off your face. Fernand replied coolly. I wasn't really aiming for it, but yeah, it feels pretty good. He glanced behind him and added, though I do get the feeling the guy who used to be in first place is staring daggers into my back. Behind them, Dones was seething with rage. I told you to take it easy, he muttered, dropping his playful facade. Trumgum realized this test had too many unexpected variables, leaving him shocked to see Fernand and Rena at the top. He pointed forward and concluded, but the one who really shocks me is this guy. The first-year night class rankings for the first semester were just posted, and the name Ention was sitting pretty in second place. From a freshman who started at 38th place, in just one semester, he had surged forward, overtaking a slew of tough rivals. Witnessing this explosive growth, Fernand couldn't hide his excitement. He cheered, "Stonks are going up, keep pushing for number one, kid." He calculated silently. By now, Ention was surely on his way to the spot he'd pointed out. The place holding the first emperor's legacy. Once he gets that treasure, this hero's power will reach an entirely different level. At that moment, deep in the dense forest, Ention was walking along, following a map. He quietly grumbled at his guardian spirit. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Anfen Fasten casually replied that he often came here for training, but had simply forgotten. Seeing Ention look suspicious about the family secret, the old man only remembered it after hearing that wealthy upstart, Fernand, mention it. Ention could only stand there speechless while the old man muttered excuses about having too much to remember, which was why he'd been so careless. In his heart, Ention was secretly grateful. Thankfully, it was Fernand who found it. If it had been anyone else, it would have been stolen by now. Hearing this, Anfen Faison immediately poured cold water on the situation. He still couldn't believe that greedy money grubber would be instead of snatching it for self, instead of snatching it for himself. Ention sighed and asked, when will you finally trust him? He's not a thief. Anfen Faison shouted back stubbornly, insisting that he would take Fan's money, but would never ever place any trust in him. The old ancestor was holding on to his pride, faced with the old man's oath that he'd rather die than trust him. Ention calmly reminded him that he was already dead. The two stopped in front of a familiar mountain range. Ention confirmed this was the location from the map. Even though this place had just gone through the chaos of the second-year exams, he guessed the professors had used magic to restore it to its original state. Anfen Faison pointed toward a dark, hollowed-out rock and confirmed the legacy was underground. The entrance was right there. Approaching the cave entrance, Ention curiously asked if Anfen Faison had also been sealed in a place like this. The old man brushed it off, claiming the seal markings here were too obvious, but the important thing was that it was still hidden well enough to wait for its successor. With extreme excitement, the old man urged Ention to hurry inside to claim the legacy. Just as he stepped deep into the cave, Ention was shocked to realize there were signs of an intruder. Wait, who got here and beat me to the loot? But Fernand said he'd cast concealment magic. As they moved further into the darkness, a cold, heavy aura rushed over them, making him shiver as he called out to Anfen Faison. The guardian spirit immediately identified it as demonic energy. He couldn't figure out how those damn demons sniffed out this secret location. But right in front of them, giant, spectral scorpions with glowing red eyes emerged, surrounding the path. Anfen Faison warned sternly, these are level 7 magic beasts. Each one has the strength of a real knight, and they're incredibly difficult to deal with. Before the question of whether he could do it was even finished, Ention firmly replied, what makes these scorpions think they can take me? He tightened his grip on his sword, channeling all his mana, until the blade erupted in a blinding aura. Watching Ention take down the target so swiftly, Anfen Faison didn't hesitate to praise his immense improvement. while Ention silently admitted that if this were a few months ago, he absolutely wouldn't have been able to pull this off. Suddenly, the old man screamed, "Move!" Just as a blast of dark, red energy descended from behind with terrifying destructive power. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, a stranger wearing a demon mask and exuding a murderous aura stepped forward. He coldly asserted that Ention was the biggest obstacle to their plans, and insulted him as someone with cursed blood. Ention gasped. "A demon!" The demon lunged with terrifying speed, unleashing attacks with sharp, deadly claws, aiming straight for his weaknesses. Two beams of light and dark energy collided violently, creating magical explosions that shook the dark dungeon as Ention exhausted all his strength to fend off the bone-crushing blows. Anfen yelled in Ention's mind. "I was worried from the moment I felt that massive demonic energy coming from him." "Focus!" Ention was struggling to hold his ground, blood trickling from a wound on his forehead, blurring his vision. The old man continued warning him tensely. "This guy's is a total boss-level threat. Watch out, kid, or you're gonna be toast." The demon, with a twisted grin and burning red eyes, exuded a suffocating killing intent. He stood defiantly amidst the swirling dust and coldly declared, "Die." Instantly, a surge of pressure crashed down from above, and frantically scanned the surroundings in desperation, shouting, "Above us!" "Where is he?" Before En could react, the demon had already closed in behind him, wearing a ghastly smile. En was paralyzed with shock, unable to believe the gap in their power. He was too fast, I couldn't even track his movements. Sharp claws tore through my defenses, backing the hero into a corner. The demon coldly delivered the final blow. "Game over, kid. Time to head to the underworld." Just as the claws were about to finish him, a surge of powerful magic intervened, dispelling the darkness, and recognized the familiar figure approaching. "Good, you finally showed up." Fernand Pellenberg appeared with majestic presence, his cloak fluttering and a glowing staff held firmly in his hand. He smirked arrogantly. "Looks like I made the right call." Seeing En kneeling on the ground in exhaustion, Fernand hurried over to check on him. "En, are you all right?" But after taking a closer look at the heavy wounds on the boy's body, he sighed to himself. "Guess not." Despite the immense pain, En managed to whisper his gratitude. "Thank you, Fernand." Fernand watched in deep thought. He never expected this future hero to be wounded so severely. His gaze turned sharp as he looked toward the enemy, silently concluding that the demons had sent another formidable foe. He could feel that this one was different, seemingly holding more secrets than the others. He had to interrogate this one, no matter what. A cunning smile played on Fan's lips. "Things are getting interesting." Seeing his senior's confidence, En warned him nervously. "Senior, don't get cocky. This guy hits like a truck." The pale, terrifying demon immediately piped up with a mocking tone. "Fernand Pellenberg, have you come here to hand over your life?" Fernand Pellenberg narrowed his eyes in surprise, asking, "You know me?" The demon smirked, stating that it was obvious he knew Fernand, since Fernand's group had ruined their plans more than once. He growled, revealing that the demons had spent a fortune to get rid of all the pawns Fernand had planted in the guild, and it was becoming a real pain. Being a demon is such a headache when you're broke. With a wicked grin, the demon declared that he had intended to play around a bit more before sending them both to hell. But if he could kill both him and the descendant Amon today, his master would surely be pleased. Fernand bowed his head slightly, hiding his eyes behind his cloak, and muttered coldly, "At first, I was going to kill you quickly if you just told me who was behind this, but I guess that's not happening." Without letting his opponent react, he lunged forward like a ghost. A fierce battle erupted with dizzying speed, as Fernand unleashed all his power to crush the one who dared to arrogantly challenge him. Successive clashes created shockwaves of magic that shook the dark dungeon, shattering the surrounding rock. Watching from afar, En couldn't help but gasp in shock. No way. He was stunned by his senior's overwhelming strength, realizing that Fernand Pellenberg wasn't at a disadvantage at all. He realized that such godlike speed was impossible without an ocean of mana. En wondered in amazement. Did he pay for the infinite mana VIP pass? Even though he knew Fernand was talented from their last fight with the demons, he never expected his senior's true power to be this terrifying. Red streaks of light burst forth as the two adversaries went all out in a relentless showdown. The demon smirked and taunted. "Ha, you're a bit better than Amian, but this little game should end right here." He showed clear arrogance, asserting that no matter how talented Fernand was, he was still just an academy student, and declared, "There's no way you can beat me." With a wicked grin and a disdainful look, the demon was certain he possessed the absolute power to end the match. Contrary to his opponent's smugness, Fernand wore a mysterious smile. Is it really that funny? Do you even know what you're standing on? The demon panicked as he realized a giant, glowing magic circle had encompassed his feet. Before he could understand what was happening, he was cooked. Instantly, a colossal pillar of fire with earth-shattering power erupted from the ground, swallowing the demon whole in a blinding flash. You bastard! How dare you! The demon lunged forward with red, bloodshot eyes, roaring, "Die!" But Fernand stood calmly, swinging his staff to unleash a surge of purple magic that completely overpowered his opponent. The demon was shocked to see his defenses shattered, stuttering in disbelief. Are you hacking? Why is an Earth-type user throwing fire? Fernand smirked, revealing a devious secret. Actually, my highest compatibility is with the fire element. As soon as Fernand finished, the demon screamed in agony as he burned in a sea of flames. Ah! Fernand looked down coldly at the writhing creature and gestured with a look of utter contempt. You talk too much. With a flick of his wrist, giant boulders crashed down, pinning the demon firmly to the ground. Fernand stomped on the rubble, activated a magic seal on the enemy's forehead, and asked casually, "Can we talk now? Tell me, who are you working for?" The demon replied with pure stubbornness. Nonsense. Fernand sighed, his expression turning indifferent. Nonsense? Are you still angry? I guess you haven't felt enough pain yet. He calmly took out a shimmering blue vial, commenting that since demons had high endurance, he would use something a bit more special. Fernand leaned close to the demon's ear and whispered sinisterly, "You know what this is? It's extra spicy chili extract, honey." As the liquid touched the demon's skin, he let out a piercing shriek. The heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the dark dungeon. Fernand watched the blue smoke rising from his opponent's body and explained casually, "That's holy water. It's going to burn your internal organs. Must hurt, right?" Despite the brutal torture, the demon gritted his teeth, refusing to talk, even threatening to self-destruct and take everyone down with him. Fernand immediately placed his hand over the demon's chest, locking his mana heart, and declared coldly, "That's enough. If I apply pressure here, you won't be able to detonate." Fernand wore a wicked smile, staring straight into the demon's trembling, terrified eyes. "I told you, I wouldn't let you die that easily. Remember when you said you'd play with my family and me before killing us? You picked the wrong person to mess with." His eyes ignited with killing intent as he declared, "I'm going to do exactly that to you." The demon screamed in despair, but then suddenly burst into manic laughter. "Listen here, Fernand Pellenberg, don't you think it's over yet?" He glared at Fernand and spat out his final curse. "He has decided to strip away everything you have. Your money, your honor, your power, your family, and even your life. Just wait. You're about to end up homeless and on the streets." The demon's threat echoed through the silent space before he completely vanished. Fernand stood motionless in the dungeon, his burning red eyes showing deep thought and tension regarding the prophecy of his own downfall. "He's terrifying," he thought, shivering at the sight of Fan's back, feeling an uncontrollable sense of dread. Before him were fragmented memories of the senior's brutality while confronting his enemies. From being burned and blown up, to being stabbed and completely crushed, Fernand had finished off the demon with chilling coldness. Witnessing that horrific scene, E was shocked, wondering, "My God, how can he be like this?" At that moment, the soul of Ention had to admit, "I know he's a damn demon, but that is just too cruel." The old man was amazed at Fernand's seemingly infinite mana, as he could freely control two elements and utilize the surrounding environment to his advantage. To Ention, the way Fernand coldly tore that demon apart was truly a mesmerizing work of art. Contrary to the old man's excitement, E felt a chill at such excessive cruelty. He was just about to speak up when he was immediately scolded by Ention for being a fool to say such things about a reliable ally. The old man firmly declared that a man shouldn't get hung up on the past, and immediately became a fanboy of Fernand. Ention stated firmly, "This guy is the real deal. From now on, I'm his biggest fan." E could only stare speechlessly as his guardian spirit pulled a quick 180, turning from hatred to doting on Fernand completely. After the battle ended, Fernand approached him, used magic, and said, "I just gave you first aid." He thoughtfully mentioned that he would send a healer from his guild to look after him further. When E suggested going to the Academy's medical bay, Fernand warned him in a serious tone, "It's not just an ordinary wound. What if someone discovers you've encountered a demon?" Feeling that meticulous care, E felt grateful. What a kind senior, taking such good care of his junior. To E's thanks, Fernand just casually replied, "We're allies. Don't worry about being indebted." "Wait, senpai. Isn't this room a bit too exposed?" E wondered while looking around the vast space and realized there was still another level below. He explained that the founding emperor knew demons would return, so he secretly hid sacred artifacts in many places, and this was one of them. Fernand feigned ignorance on the surface, but inwardly, he was closely observing E's every move. The descendant of Amion said these things only reacted to the royal bloodline, then firmly pricked his finger to activate the secret mechanism. E figured that was likely why the demon earlier couldn't get down here. Standing before the entrance to the dungeon, Fernand hesitated, asking if it would really be okay for him to enter. E smiled and confirmed it was perfectly fine, because Fernand was his savior. Both of them silently walked down the dark stone stairs. E curiously asked, "I feel like if you specialized in the fire element, you would definitely be a much stronger mage." "Why did you choose the earth element?" Fernand replied nonchalantly. "To find minerals." He added a strictly pragmatic reason. Becoming powerful didn't help a merchant like him at all. E suddenly asked if he could take the body of the dead demon. Fernand agreed immediately, but wondered what he intended to do with it. He revealed the demon had previously been handed over to the church as research material to create anti-demon equipment, and they really liked that gift. Fernand casually recounted that the church had dismembered the demon for study, which made E shudder in horror. Damn it, those people in the church still act like psychos. Seeing Fernand ask what he had just said, E hurriedly made an excuse to brush it off. Immediately after, E was excited as they reached their destination. Before them was an ancient sword glowing with light. Fernand curiously asked if the white object on it was the sacred artifact of the founding emperor. E confirmed it was just an ornament for his sword, but then he suddenly froze when he saw the giant painting on the cliff wall. It was an image of incredibly powerful demons. Pointing to the painting, E explained that it was the 72nd demon, Andromalius. Beside it was the 71st demon, named Denalion. Fernand pondered, repeating the name Denalion with suspicion. Looking at the painting, E remarked that they were glaring at each other, and guessed that perhaps the demons weren't on good terms either. He asserted that demons had factions just like humans, and 1,000 years ago, the founding emperor himself took advantage of this division to turn the tide of the war. E firmly took the sacred artifact and attached it to the hilt of his sword. The aura from the sacred artifact shone brightly when E attached it to the hilt. He smiled slightly, but deep down, an uncontrollable feeling of guilt arose. Looking at Fan, he hesitated. "It feels awkward taking all of this by myself. I also want you to receive what you want." Replying to that sincerity, Fernand put on a noble expression. "It's nothing at all, I'm just fulfilling my duty as a friend. I don't do these things expecting anything in return." Namaste, saint of charity, addicted to money. This fake sacrifice moved E so much that his eyes lit up. He silently admired how Fernand Pellenberg was truly an amazing person. Senpai is cool. With the pride of a knight, E firmly refused to be indebted. "No, a knight must repay his debts, so if you want something, just tell me." Seeing the fish had bitten the hook, Fan cleared his throat, acting hesitant, then pointed at the wall. "Ahem. If you insist, actually there is something I want. I've been counting since the entrance." Fernand had calculated there were exactly 100 magic lamps installed along the passage, and for a money-obsessed guy like him, this was nothing short of an open treasure trove of value. E asked back, "Are those cheap lamps worth anything? Are you sure?" "That's not enough of a repayment." The boy even enthusiastically suggested the senior ask for something more expensive, because he planned to work as a mercenary during the break to pay off his debts. Fernand inwardly scolded the kid for not knowing the value of luxury goods, but outwardly he still acted generous. "It's fine, that's enough." E gratefully agreed to let his senior take as much as he wanted, leaving Fernand to sigh to himself. Sigh, he's still so naive. Holding a lamp in his hand, Fernand curiously asked to be sure about E's plan to work as a mercenary. The boy confirmed this was a form of practical training to accumulate combat experience during the upcoming break. Just as Fernand nodded in approval, a splitting headache suddenly struck him. In his daze, the prophecy appeared once again. The prophecy reminded him that heading directly into the real world during his 70-day break would be a massive help. In reached out to a mercenary guild to pick out a suitable mission, but he froze when he saw the details of his target. Wait, why would a simple gig lead to such a nightmare? In the back of Fernand's mind, a dark entity with a twisted grin was triumphantly gloating. "Thanks for giving me this chance." It mocked him for leaving the safety of the academy to step into such danger all on his own. A sharp, splitting headache forced Fernand to his knees. He could only scream internally, "Run!" Seeing Fernand suddenly clutching his head, En asked anxiously, "Are you in pain?" Fern blinked, looking up, silently cursing himself for constantly getting dragged into trouble. The prophecy warned that the academy couldn't teach him everything, and that En should go work as a mercenary to get real combat experience against demonic creatures. But that wicked voice echoed with sarcasm, "Thanks, En, for walking right into the danger zone." At the same time, in a gloomy library, the mastermind was flipping through an ancient tome. He was shaken to read the line, "Commentus is dead." "Commentus," he muttered, absolutely stunned. He realized the very moment Commentus was about to finish off En, Fernand Pellenberg had appeared and ruined the entire plan. A surge of rage made him grit his teeth, his eyes glowing with a fiery, resentful red. That moneybags brat is meddling again. Even for a genius making rapid progress like Ention, Commentus was still a terrifyingly tough opponent. Yet, the mastermind in the shadows couldn't help but be rattled to hear that Fernand Pellenberg had taken down Commentus himself. He couldn't believe his subordinate had been defeated so easily. At first, he thought Fernand capturing those demons at the yacht club or killing monsters during an escort mission were just lucky flukes. But now, the harsh truth forced him to rethink everything. The guy had been playing the fool to hide his true strength all along. The leader of the demons sneered and ordered a total adjustment of their plans. From now on, they had to treat Fernand Pellenberg as a threat equal to attention and keep a very close eye on him. He stressed that every future move had to account for the interference of Fernand and the Pellenberg family, while also ordering them to eliminate Fernand immediately if he showed the slightest opening. However, the demons soon realized an alarming reality. "We've been exposed." Both Ention and Fernand Pellenberg were aware of their existence. The fact that the Academy had stayed silent despite having this information proved they had realized the infiltration and were quietly gathering forces to strike back. The mastermind decided they had to act before the whole world knew they were there, and their top priority now was to kill both En and Fernand at any cost. Meanwhile, at the Academy, Fernand Pellenberg was quietly arranging a bodyguard for En for the upcoming break. He tracked down Varen Kanbunder, the fourth-ranked knight of the first year, and offered him the job of protecting Ention. Even though Barros humbly admitted, the guy ranked second was much stronger, and he was only ranked fourth, Fernand reassured him he didn't need to overstep. He just needed Barros by his side while he was out on mercenary work to make sure this hero didn't end up dead. That was enough. Even though Varen Kanbunder was young, he was a disciple of the King of Mercenaries and was currently leading a whole guild. So Fan believed he was the most reliable person to protect En from the demons. According to the prophecy, Barros would later become Ention's close friend, so Fan told himself that letting them bond early wouldn't be a problem. Barros confirmed the weird request. "So you mean I have to make sure he doesn't realize I'm his bodyguard, while still stopping him from dying?" However, as soon as he heard the pay, the mercenary's eyes turned into dollar signs, absolutely thrilled. He gasped, "The Pellenberg family is on a whole different level." He then bowed and vowed not to let Fernand down before receiving a good luck from the wealthy young master. One more person conquered by the scent of money. The final exams ended, and Amiens Academy entered the long break in a very excited atmosphere. But there were still those who chose to stay for their own reasons. Varen stayed behind alone, knowing that going home would only mean being treated like trash. Meanwhile, Arya Fredin was determined to stay to protect the Mother Tree. As for Jay the healer, he was excited about his plan to dissect the demon corpse that Anand brought him for research before temporarily leaving the academy. Standing in the middle of Rena's luggage-filled room, Fernand got a casual answer. "Me? I'm going home." When he asked about when she'd be back, she planned to return 2 weeks early to prepare for the new semester. Hearing the 2-week mark, Fernand narrowed his eyes, calculating. He knew perfectly well that right before the semester began, the demon Andromalius would be summoned, so he didn't need to do anything else. Rena would naturally show up at that fated battle. "And what about you?" Fernand asked softly as he saw Rena finished packing. He said he was going home too because there were many big things he had to handle. Before they parted ways, Fernand handed Rena a small blue box and warned, "If anything happens during the break, contact me." He explained that this was a finely crafted direct communication device shaped like an earring, allowing them to talk freely within a range of 3 kilometers. Rena asked blankly, "Wait, our homes are so far apart, how is this going to work?" Causing Fernand to explain with a helpless, chibi-style face that it was for emergencies within the academy, not for the break. Even though she was still a bit hesitant, Rena accepted the special gift. All right then, goodbye. See you in 2 months. Fan waved his hand and left quietly, leaving her standing there dazed, wishing him a happy break. Suddenly Rena's nanny appeared from behind, giving her a fright. She curiously pressed her about the item Fernand had just given her, and with a suspicious look, she blurted out, "Looks just like a ring box." An engagement ring? The nanny started shipping them faster than the speed of light. Rena turned bright red and waved her hands in denial, because it wasn't actually the kind of ring she was thinking of. At the magnificent Pellenberg estate, Hai reported to Duke von Pellenberg that young Master Fernand had returned. When Hai suggested they have tea together, Von Pellenberg grumbled that Fawn had barely shown his face before rushing off again, with the excuse of having urgent business. He clicked his tongue with regret. I was going to praise him for taking first place in class and have a proper father-son talk. Although he guessed his son was just exhausted from the long trip, Yvonne Pellenberg still wondered what could possibly be making Fernand so hurried. Hai was certain the young master had gone to check the library and mentioned the project in the capital that had been ongoing for months without completion. Yvonne Pellenberg mused, admitting it wasn't something that could be finished easily. But Fernand had promised to finish it before the break ended. He wondered who his son intended to sell the product to. Wondering why he was in such a rush, he was met with a surprising answer from Hai. It seemed Fernand had no intention of selling it. Standing in the middle of the garden, Hai curiously asked the master point-blank, "Why spend your money hiring a nanny for him?" Fernand silently flipped through a book, his gaze turning incredibly serious as he admitted he really wanted to do it himself. But for now, he had too many other problems that needed his immediate attention. Hai suggested sending someone from the guild to save on costs, noting that the academy wasn't short on skilled knights. But Fernand firmly insisted that Barros was the only one he could truly trust. Hai wondered if the master was already close with him, but Fernand nonchalantly admitted this was actually the first time they had ever spoken. Hai remained skeptical about putting so much faith in someone they barely knew, but Fernand simply replied with a calm demeanor that Ention wasn't the type to be killed so easily. When asked if it was really necessary to spend money hiring a bodyguard for him, Fernand stated clearly that it was. He understood that the future was shifting because of his own interference, and no one could predict what would happen next. The fact that he almost died at the hands of an incredibly powerful demon was something that was never in the prophecy. Fernand realized the demons who once just wanted to bankrupt him were now aiming directly for his life. Perhaps from here on out, the demons that appear will be much stronger than anything the prophecy ever foretold. Plus, the moment when the demon Andromalius arrives is drawing near. The game's difficulty has spiked, and if he doesn't use his hacks, it's game over. He wore a calculated smile, telling himself, if the game gets harder, I'll just get richer. Standing inside a massive workshop, Fernand began preparing his most powerful weapon, a magnificent piece of equipment suspended by chains, glowing with raw magical energy. It was an ultimate power that only a wealthy merchant like him could ever hope to possess. That's all for the video today. If you guys enjoyed it, don't forget to hit that like button so I can bring you even more great stories. Thanks, and see you all later.